The extreme cold of the apocalypse arrives. I bring in beautiful women, torturing them daily. All because I awakened the malicious system. As long as you are malicious enough, you can exchange for all kinds of supplies. But the education I received since childhood tells me to be a good person. Congratulations to the host for spitting everywhere, adding 0.5 to the malicious value, totaling 15. Just by spitting dry with saliva, it's 15. Just then, my phone rings, it's my ex-girlfriend calling. You don't need to wait for me anymore, I've moved in with Wangu. Send fewer messages, I'm afraid Wangu will misunderstand. I hold the phone, the sound of a hung-up sweater coming from inside, silent for a while. I smiled in relief, picked up my phone, opened the community group, and sent a few photos and short videos. The once silent homeowners group instantly exploded. Wow, sister-in-law, you have a great figure. Big brother, you've been hurt by love. Still using sister-in-law's photos to exchange for food. I looked at the messages in the group, very satisfied, but soon came some discordant voices. Lu-chun, you scumbag, I must have been blind to be your girlfriend. Wangu said as long as I'm with him, I'll have food and drink. You, on the other hand, won't even have food to eat soon. I can't believe Big Brother got played. I used sister-in-law's private videos. But there was also a female kindergarten teacher speaking up for Lin Shan, saying, finding a boyfriend like you is truly tragic. I silently watched Lin Shan causing a scene in the group. What a foolish woman. She will regret it, as will this female nursery teacher. Ding congratulates the host for exposing the fruit photo, directly adding 400 malicious points. Ding congratulates the host for completing the exposure of the short video, adding 700 malicious points. My mind moved, I opened the system, and the mall has a complete range of goods. I exchanged for 10 bags of instant noodles, 4 bottles of 1.5 liters of mineral water, and 50 warmers. Finally, I exchanged for a whole set of Beijing roast duck, and after consumption, there were still 560 malicious points left. The prices aren't too high, still acceptable. Moreover, this Beijing roast duck, if things go as expected, can earn me quite a few malicious points back. I opened my phone again, clicked on Lin Shan's profile picture, and initiated a video call. Lin Shan answered instantly, her hair disheveled, holding a steamed bun, with a face full of a show-off expression. But the next second, Lin Shan was stunned. At this moment, I was enjoying myself as I stuffed the roast duck roll into my mouth. Lin Shan's face was full of disbelief, and the steamed bun in her mouth became extremely dry. He was very puzzled, he had just left. Why did I get to eat something so good? Seeing Lin Shan stunned, I kindly waved, indicating not to eat the steamed bun anymore. If I finish this, I'll hang up first. Congratulations on breaking through. Lin Shan's malicious points increased by 500, with a total of 1,060 malicious points. I made a profit of 500 malicious points by exchanging the top-grade roast duck I got for 200 points. Lin Shan is truly a treasure. To keep him alive longer, but being too arrogant also has its drawbacks, with the risk of being attacked by a group. With this in mind, I opened the system store again, this time focusing on supernatural items, all of which are very practical. I spent 1,000 evil paper to exchange for physique, strengthening myself. The next moment, I felt my body filled with strength, with threads of tough muscles appearing on my forearms, never before experiencing such power. I opened my phone again, and Lin Shan actually mimicked himself in the photo I just took of him. I posted in the group that Lu Chen has a lot of food at home. I urge everyone to go directly and grab it. What he eats will all belong to you, I won't take any. But the brain is a good thing, too bad he doesn't have one. You ran away because he was too poor, now you turn around and say he has a lot of food. Who are you trying to fool? But Lin Shan, your butt is very round, I approve. Lu Chen, you come out and say it yourself, is it true? Don't you like to show off? Come and show off. I didn't reveal a smile, why are people rushing to send evil paper? Isn't this last year's photo? Congratulations on breaking through. Lin Shan's evil value increased by 500, totaling 560 evil points. Lin Shan is about to explode, his hand holding the phone is trembling slightly. At this moment, a person walked out of the bathroom, draped in a towel over their shoulders, tall in stature, with many small scars on their face. Lin Shan immediately put on a manly facade, sticking to the burly upper body of Wango Lu Chen. He bullied me. Lu Chen saved you, that ex-boyfriend. Lin Shan looked pitiful, tears in her eyes, shrinking into the man's embrace. Huff, it's him, and he has a lot of resources. Lin Shan smirked slyly again, and Wango, I have the key. The man chuckled twice. Why are you so naughty? That I'll help you get revenge tomorrow. Tonight. Lin Shan blushed, bowed her head, and muttered, hating Wangu. I'm lying on the sofa right now, clicked on Li Yuming again, and sent a friend request on the homepage. This woman didn't act like a human before the apocalypse, communicating with the principal while the children were sleeping. As a result, a child who no one was watching went missing for a whole day before being found, but in the end, this matter was left unresolved. Not long after, Lee Yuman accepted the friend request, then sent 2 words, something to discuss. Don't be so disappointing, I truly appreciate understanding. What's the use of your appreciation? You're already at the end of your rope, you'll starve to death in a couple of days. You really have a deep-seated disgust for commoners, then don't blame me for being too ruthless when the time comes. I originally wanted to share Beijing roast duck with you, but you're making it difficult for me. But Lee Yumin is not at all like that. You don't think I'm a fool, do you? I think Chongshir sent a video call, the ringtone sounded for a while, but it was still answered. As I was filming Beijing roast duck, I inadvertently captured the big bag of instant noodles on the table. Lee Yuman's originally mocking expression instantly vanished. Brother Lu Chen, you really have so much food. He swallowed his saliva, and his face became slightly flushed. Was I wrong? I've been hungry for half a day. Lee Yuman immediately put on a pleasing face, speaking softly and gently. Actually, Brother Lu Chen, I also admire you a lot. If it weren't for that woman from Lingshan before, I would have confessed to you long ago. Can I come up now? You must save some for me. I sneered in my heart. The speed of this change in attitude is really fast, but it suits me just fine. I'll leave it all to you, come up quickly. Lee Yuman was extremely excited, even blowing a kiss to the screen. The call was disconnected, and Lee Yuman is already on his way. But hey, girl, you have to be careful when you're out and about. I opened Lee Yuman's moments, and there were mostly provocative photos. Although Lee Yuman is not a good person, it must be said that his figure and appearance are top-notch, comparable to those professional internet celebrities. While waiting for Lee Yuman to come up, I turned on the TV and chose an old romantic movie. I turned off the lights, lit the candles, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere for a candlelit dinner. Knock knock knock, the sound of knocking on the door rang out, and after I opened the door, a voluptuous, seductively dressed woman with a curvaceous figure stood at the door, boldly showcasing her body. Lee Yuman caught my eye and couldn't help but smile. That was the reaction she wanted. After all, she still needs to coax me into giving her the roast duck for free. I was caught off guard, and Lee Yuman leaned against my chest like a helpless little bird. Seeing Lee Yuman so defenseless, I decided to tease her again. Lao Cheng, she's starving, hurry up and bring out the roast duck. As I stepped aside, Lee Yuman saw everything I had prepared for him. Red candles flickered, and the fragrant roast duck was placed on the table. How naive, but the roast duck is real. Lee Yuman was eager to go in, but I stopped him. Yuman, I appreciate you, that's why I invited you. You can't just be after my roast duck. Lee Yuman still had a timid expression, pretending to cover her chest. Lao Cheng, I appreciate you, but I'm a traditional girl. Shouldn't we take things slowly? We are starting a relationship today. I will evaluate you for a week, then you can do as you please. Lee Yuman leaned against your chest again, touching your muscles. As she admired your handsome face, you felt a bit overwhelmed. I pretended to hesitate for a while until Lee Yuman pitifully raised his head, then I nodded. All right then. Lee Yuman revealed a triumphant smile, but suddenly realized my strong hand had locked his arm, rendering him unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Lu Chinga, what are you doing? Lee Yuman still maintained a pleasing smile, but gradually he realized something was amiss. I tied him up with a rope. Lee Yuman's face slightly paled, annoyed. I might test you for 3 days. I ignored him, continued binding, and Lee Yuman became anxious. Take it 1 day at a time, Lu Chinga, don't do this. Lu Chinga, do it now, Lee Yuman likes you the most now. I sneered. You don't actually consider yourself smart, do you? Lee Yuman's smile began to stiffen. What do you mean? This is illegal. If you let me go, I can sue you. You'll end up in jail for life. I smiled and looked at Lee Yuman. Alright, I'll wait for you to sue me, whether it's a week, 3 days, 1 day, or right now. After speaking, I casually threw Lee Yuman to the ground. With his hands and feet tied, he could only squirm on the ground. He couldn't even resist. Ignoring him, I sat alone at the dining table, starting to enjoy the neatly rolled roast duck. The sweet bean sauce is good. It smells so good. Lee Yuman finally revealed his true colors, starting to curse me out. What a poor wretch, serves you right for being cuckolded by your girlfriend. But I don't care at all, because the system prompts. It has been indicated that congratulations for kidnapping Lee Yuman have been received, with a malicious addition of 1500. Congratulations for verbally insulting Lee Yuman, with a malicious addition of 10. Congratulations for breaking through Lee Yuman, maliciously adding 500. Lee Yuman cursed until he was hoarse. He finally gave up, and wasted a lot of saliva. Now he is extremely thirsty. I sat on the sofa, picked a Morshi movie, and drank the newly changed one. I rested my feet on Lee Yuman's side waist, very comfortable and soft. Congratulations to the host for humiliating Lee Yuman, adding 30 malice points. Lee Yuman started cursing again, but he was obviously much weaker, to the point where the movie dialogue was barely audible. After watching the whole movie, I kicked Lee Yuman at my feet. She hasn't struggled for half an hour. Could she have passed out? I turned Lee Yuman over, making her face up. The makeup on her face had cooled off due to tears, her lips had dried and turned pale, a stark contrast to her initial appearance. I found it a bit amusing. This woman must be pampered and spoiled, she can't even bear this slight punishment. I grabbed Lee Yuman's hair and lifted her face to stare at mine. You keep staring like that, let's see when I'll give you water to drink. Lee Yuman instantly perked up upon hearing about water, her throat felt like it was on fire, urgently saying, "Brother, give me water, give me water." Lee Yuman's eyes cleared up a lot, no longer filled with hatred, but with a hint of exhaustion and submission. I smiled slightly, set it aside, and picked up the bottled water, twisting it open. Lee Yuman immediately twisted her body, bravely moving closer to my feet, trying to catch the bottled water. I brought the bottle to my lips, but a drop of water leaked from the corner of my mouth. That drop of water fell slowly, splashing on Lee Yuman's forehead. I put on a reluctant look. Are you wasting water like this? Didn't the teacher tell you to conserve water? I'll punish you by not allowing you to drink. Without saying a word, I took the bottled water into the room. Congratulations to the host for making Lee Yuman collapse, adding 1,000 points of malice. Total, 2,960. I lay on the bed with my legs crossed. Just now, Lee Yuman alone earned almost 3,000 points of malice. This number can do a lot. I opened the system store again, spent 2,000 points of malice, and bought detection level 1 and agility level 1. With detection, I don't have to worry about being ambushed. Agility is also a combat power, speed is the essence of martial arts. As for spells like object manipulation, I feel like I don't need them right now. After buying the abilities, I turned my attention to other food items. Most people are worried about their livelihoods now, even a pack of instant noodles is treated as a treasure, but as someone who has eaten Beijing roast duck, I don't want to eat instant noodles anymore. I smirked mockingly, still need to anger Ling Shan, can't forget this foolish woman, I'll start exchanging snacks. One flavor of Lay's chips, a pack of Want milk candy, and snow cakes. Get a bit of everything. I clicked on a lot of snacks, even spent 200 evil paper, the rest will be saved for a big meal tomorrow. I took a picture of a pile of snacks and sent it to Lin Shan, but unfortunately, he didn't reply, didn't receive any system prompts. This woman must be exercising at this time. I opened a bag of chips, activating my detection ability while eating, feeling enveloped by an invisible field, seeing everything clearly within the field. Lee Yuming in the living room is currently squirming constantly, probably looking for something sharp. Don't bother, the girl has hidden it long ago. At this moment, a system prompt came in my mind. Congratulations on provoking Ling Shan, evil points increased by 200. Just 200, it seems he's immune to this. But Wangu, are you moving too fast? It's only been a few minutes and it's done. The next day, I stretched lazily. Ling Shan sent a lot of curses on my phone again, scolding me for ignoring. Opened the residential community group. Fashion model Lu Yunyu, does anyone have food at home? I have water to exchange, I'm already ecstatic. Leader of the Huangmao gang in Donglin Street. Miss Lu, such a beauty, I want your water. Come here, I'll trade with you. Lu Yunyu, a flat model. Leader of the Huangmao gang in Donglin Street. I'm bothering your girl. Can you not be so foolish? Flat model Lu Yunyun, I really haven't eaten. Another one who comes to me, although I don't know this Lu Yunyun, but if I take advantage of her a bit, she shouldn't blame me, right? I quickly mentioned Lu Yunyun, I have something to exchange with you. Leader of the Huangmao gang in Donglin Street, buddy, stop pretending to be a big shot. You've been tricked because you're too poor, what else do you have to exchange? I was speechless for a moment, relying on this guy. However, the next second, I received a friend request from someone infatuated with the model Lu Yunyun. Do you really have food, big brother? I want to exchange with you. I casually sent a few photos, and sent the instant noodles and snacks I just took to her. Big brother, don't blame me, I'm still a bit worried because I really can't be deceived again. How about we video chat? Quite cautious, but having been deceived before, I guess he has been fooled by someone. Video call connected. She's quite a beautiful girl, but she's too weak, she does look really hungry. However, Lu Yunyun still managed to force a smile. I picked up the instant noodles and snacks, waved them in front of the screen, indicating to her that they are real. Lu Yunyun finally relaxed a bit. Thank you, Lu Qin. I know you are a good person. Good person, is this girl really so innocent? It's hard to tell if she's acting now, but her looks are commendable. We're just exchanging on equal terms. I'm not a good person. You can come anytime. He even hung up the video. I used my detection ability. Lee Yumin in the living room is still lying motionless on the ground, fast asleep. Impressive, being able to sleep in this situation. Only experts can do that. I got out of bed and went to the living room. I kicked Lee Yumin, who was lying on the ground asleep. Wake up. Lee Yumin, who was sleeping heavily, opened his eyes drowsily. He was almost speechless, but his throat was smoking at this point, too weak to even curse. The host successfully tormented Lee Yumin, adding a cruel 600 points. Even after washing, Lee Yumin is reliable. Making money so quickly. Maybe I should bring Lin Shan as well, double the earnings. But on second thought, forget it. It's better to just hit Lin Shan directly. I twisted open the mineral water bottle and poured a capful of water on the tiled floor. Lee Yumin suddenly became excited, twisting his body, completely disregarding his image, sticking out his tongue, continuously licking the thin layer of mineral water on the floor. The host successfully tormented Lee Yumin, adding a cruel 600 points. Lee Yumin is truly a treasure trove. I really like you. I generously pried open Lee Yumin's mouth, poured him some water. Making money requires gradual progress. If you mess around, it'll be over. A hint of a smile curved my lips as I shook the bottled water in my hand. Let's hear brother Lu Qin is so handsome. Lee Yoming's eyes were filled with sorrow, but he still swallowed his saliva. Brother Lu Qin is so handsome, he said with a hoarse, hollow voice. I shook my head, sat on the sofa, emotionless. Where did your coquettish demeanor from yesterday go? It wasn't until Lee Yumin repeated it nearly 20 times that I relented. Not bad, not bad. I can tell you genuinely think I'm handsome, but I'm just teasing you. Lee Yumin stood there with his mouth open in shock. Oh my goodness, congratulations on successfully teasing Lee Yumin. Evilness level increased by 600. You're really on fire, Lee Yumin. You've made me so much money in such a short time. Suddenly, the detection ability gave feedback. Two people are approaching. Lu Qin furrowed his brow. It's actually Green Tea's ex-girlfriend and that guy Wang from Ling Mountain. Wang, you took Ling Mountain away. I should thank you for coming to find me, but you're in the wrong. Now that you've come knocking, all I can do is thank you. Men's words should be dealt with directly when the opportunity arises. Tormenting men. Damn boring. Thinking about Lu Chen is boring, Lee Yumin is more interesting. Lu Chen thought while paying attention to the movements of the two. The two had already sneaked to the door. Lin Shan smirked and took out a key from his pocket. No wonder. Lin Shan took the key, intending to use it to forcefully break in and plunder, thinking he could look down on me like that? Lu Chen carefully investigated again. Besides Wang Go carrying a small knife, they had no other weapons. Click, click, click. The sound of the key turning reached Lu Chen, who could feel Lin Shan deliberately being light-footed. Ha! If I hadn't detected it, you might have actually ambushed me. Lu Chen smiled slightly, stood up, and arrived at the door in advance. Seizing the moment the door opened, Wang Ahua, who was trying to squeeze in, was swiftly kicked in the stomach by Lu Chen, causing Wang Go to retch and stumble back, hitting his back on the railing. He never expected Lu Chen to be waiting for him at the door, and moreover, how could Lu Chen be a weakling? One kick almost left him half disabled. Weak my foot? Wang Ahua looked at Lin Shan with resentment. Damn it, didn't you say he was useless? Lin Shan was already stunned in place. She didn't see clearly what had happened. How did Wang Go fly out like that? Lu Chen grabbed Lin Shan's collar, lifted her gently, and Lin Shan soared into the air, fear filling her eyes. Lin Shan struggled to breathe as she was lifted, futilely trying to push Lu Chen's hand away, but to no avail. Seeing this, Wang Ahua didn't care about the pain, turned around, and ran. Lu Chen sneered repeatedly. Letting you run away would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? With a forceful throw, holding Lin Shan's hand, Lin Shan hit Wang Go squarely, stopping him in his tracks. His face turned ugly. Bro, no, big bro, let's talk. I didn't mean to mess with your sister, no, sister-in-law. It was her, she seduced me. She insisted on dragging me into trouble with you, big bro. If it weren't for her, we would have been fine, maybe even like brothers. Wang Ahua's heavy palm slapped Lin Shan's face as she sat on the side. You bitch. Get up and speak. Wasn't it all you're doing? Lin Shan was almost knocked unconscious by the slap. Wang Ji's strength was naturally astonishing. But why couldn't even Lu Chen beat him? Lin Shan looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, seeing the tough muscles in his arms. She couldn't figure it out. Lu Chen was definitely not someone good at fighting. She was sure of that. So why was he so strong now? Seeing Lin Shan dazed, Wang Yahua slapped her again, explained to Lu Bro, can't you understand? Lu Chen chuckled. Lin Shan really shouldn't have gone astray and ended up being someone else's dog. Outrageous. Wang Gu, this is my girlfriend, How can you treat her like this? Both of them looked puzzled. This. Wang Ahua saw something wrong in Lu Chen's eyes. A green-haired turtle? Isn't that too abstract? Even though Lin Shan betrayed him like that, he still protected her? That must be an incredibly selfless love, so selfless that it went to someone else's home. Lin Shan was overjoyed, not understanding why Lu Chen had become so powerful and caring. Staying by Wang Ji's side was not a good decision anymore. Most importantly, Lu Chen hadn't given up on her, which was unexpected. She never thought she meant so much to Lu Chen. Tears of happiness streamed down Lin Shan's face as she quickly left Wang Gu and moved closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I still love you, I was wrong. Ha! Oh my, with that level of intelligence, you deserve to be tormented to death. Wang Gu smirked, sister-in-law. Bang! Lu Chen kicked Lin Shan's joyful mouth, lips colliding with teeth, instantly splitting the flesh on his lips. Lin Shan's mind momentarily crashed before he screamed in agony, his heart-wrenching voice echoing throughout the entire residential area. Wang Gu was also shocked by the scene. Could it be that Lu Chen didn't forgive Lin Shan? Why? It wasn't until Wang Ahua saw Lu Chen's eyes, that expression, he seemed familiar with it. This was mockery, toying with Lin Shan. Yes, how could Lu Chen forgive? This was intentional torment for Lin Shan. Congratulations on successfully beating up Lin Shan. Malicious value plus 1000. Wang Ahua's legs went weak. Even when being ruthless, he was just a person left with consciousness in times of peace, not like Lu Chen, a living king of hell. Brother, let's talk things out. Wang Ahua's trembling voice and seemingly fierce face made a pleasing expression. Brother, how can I compensate you? Food, drinks, I have them all. Congratulations on successfully intimidating Wang Ahua, malicious value plus 150, it's not that troublesome. Lu Chen smiled, took out his phone, opened the group chat, Huadu Jiangnan Residential Area Owners Group, and initiated a group video call. Wang Gu, I need you to tell me, how did Lin Shan seduce you? Wang Ahua saw Lu Chen smile and felt a chill. Damn, that bitch really screwed me over. He swallowed hard, smiled awkwardly, yes, I'll tell you. It was the first time the owners group received a group video call, and soon many people joined in to watch. Donglin Street's yellow hair gang leader, what's going on? Lu Chen initiated the video call, what's happening? Lu Chen, exposed on the spot how Lin Shan seduced Wang Gu. Congratulations on successfully humiliating Lin Shan, malicious value plus 300, steel factory da? So intense? Even in these end times, there's still a show to watch? Damn, let me make some noodles, it's a good match. Neighborhood committee member Lu Yenmei, you're still doing this even in the end times? Lu Chen, I advise you to stop causing trouble. Posting nude photos is one thing, now you're threatening others, you're disrupting the order of the community. Are you freaking brain dead? I'm the one causing trouble because I got played? Damn, abstract auntie, I don't have time to deal with you now, don't let me catch you. Lu Chen ignored the residents' messages, turned the camera towards Wang Ahua, speak up, what are you staring at? Donglin Street's yellow hair gang leader, oh my god. Steel factory Dao, Wang Ahua? A debt collector, why is he kneeling on the ground? Wang Ahua glared at Lin Shan under Lu Chen's feet. When he looked at Lu Chen, his expression turned innocent again. This bitch, yesterday she came with instant noodles, wanting to exchange water with me. She said 3 packs for 1 bottle. I had saved up quite a bit of water, and this deal seemed so good, of course, I let her in. But damn, as soon as this bitch came in, she took off her clothes and insisted on rubbing against me. I couldn't shake her off. After stripping herself, she even tried to take off my pants. She's a woman, I don't hit women. I had no choice, this bitch climbed onto my bed, I couldn't do anything. Ha, so good at cleaning up after yourself, huh? Donglin Street's yellow hair gang leader, this bitch wasted her round ass. Steel factory dog, do you believe him? Neighborhood committee member Lu Yenmei, Lu Chen. I order you to turn off the video now. You're inciting conflicts among residents, I'll report you for provocation and troublemaking. At Lu Chen's feet, Lin Shan struggled to get up, enduring the intense pain on his lips. Still hoping that Lu Chen would accept her, she spoke, no, it's not like that, Lu Chen. Lu Chen slightly raised his lips, that's more like it, you look better when you argue back. Lu Chen grabbed Lin Shan by the hair, threw her in front of the camera, and said, now, speak up. Lin Shan fell in front of the screen, the sight of the torn flesh on her lips was shocking, even when she cried, her lips leaked air. Wang Ahua's face turned ugly, damn, you bitch. Don't you dare come and mess with me. Source text, leader of the Huang Mao gang on Donglin Street. What's wrong with this woman's mouth? It's not working properly. Damn, why aren't her teeth falling out? Gang leader Da from the steel factory, could it be Lu Ken? Brother, you're so ruthless? Lu Yenmei from the neighborhood committee, murder. I'm calling the police. I want the police to arrest him, this beast. The young girl has the right to choose her own partner. Why do you have the right to do this? Lushala from the neighborhood committee. Auntie, did you seduce your husband when you were young? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yenmei from the neighborhood committee. Lucan, you dare to talk nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation. Lucan couldn't help but laugh. How many crimes have I been accused of? Still putting labels on me. It's all just talk. Why not go and sue? You can't even get through to the police station now. The country has given up on management, and you're still here suing. Sue who? It's better to rely on Er Yi. Lin Shan struggled to get up, and Lucan continued filming. It's not Lucan. I love you. I was raped. Wang forced me. He insisted on me going to his house. I was planning to leave after getting water, but he insisted on me going into the house. I didn't expect him to be so inhuman. Lin Shan buried her head and cried, almost out of breath. You damn slut, can't even speak without a script? Put. Ha ha ha, that's the effect I wanted. Lin Shan is quite good at improvising, she called so seriously, afraid that Wang would misunderstand, but here she is acting? However, oof. Lucan sneered, you two are contradicting each other, I don't know who's telling the truth, so here's the deal, whoever silences the other wins. Congratulations on causing a serious dispute successfully, malicious value plus 2000, damn, that feels good, so many at once. Silence. Lin Shan touched her lips, the wet, mangled flesh, and saw the fresh blood on her fingers, unable to hold back her breakdown and cries. How can she fight against Wang Ahua? Wang Ahua gritted his teeth, still full of fear towards Lucan, but he disregarded everything and rushed towards Lin Shan, pushing her to the ground and relentlessly punching her in the mouth. Congratulations on severely injuring Lin Shan, malicious value plus 1,500. Lucan looked at the crowd again, the onlookers dared not speak, only the neighborhood committee auntie remained. Lu Yenmei from the neighborhood committee. Lucan, you killed Lin Shan. I'll unite all residents to drive you out. Ha! Is it possible that the person who dies after being robbed of food is me? If you dare to plunder, then be prepared to face the risks of plundering. Wang Ahua's fists kept landing on Lin Shan's face, blood splattering, until Wang Ahua struggled even to lift his fists. Lin Shan's face was already sunken, teeth scattered in her mouth. Lucan nodded. Looks like she can't speak anymore. Congratulations, Wang, I believe what you said. Wang Ahua gasped, barely smiling. It's only right, I've disliked that slut for a long time. Oh, you hate her that much? Lucan pretended to be surprised. Wang Ahua didn't understand what Lucan was up to, so he just smiled awkwardly, nodding, yes, I hate her. Well, then, I'll give you the chance for revenge, get rid of her, throw her outside the neighborhood to freeze to death, she's no longer useful. Wang Ahua stared, at a loss, once again fearful, no, bro, I've never killed anyone. Do you need to learn for such things? Wang Ahua looked at Lucan in shock, hands trembling, I understand. Lucan watched Wang Ahua leave, then glanced at the video call, with over 10 people watching, not saying a word. Successfully instilled fear in residents, malicious value plus 1,000, indeed, starting a video call was the right choice. Lucan ended the call and returned home. Li Yumin was not far from the door, Lucan walked past, and she even tried to move her body, afraid of blocking Luchan's path. Lucan found it amusing, giving her a chance to run, but she didn't, quite sensible. Just now when Li Yumin was tidying up Lin Shan and Wang Ahua, the door was not closed, giving Li Yumin a chance to escape. Although she could only crawl away and was likely to be seen, she didn't even try. Well, not bad, she's qualified as a woman who knows how to score points. Lu Chen ignored Li Yumin, and it was almost noon. Lu Chen then went to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and with a thought, opened the system store. Currently, the scattered malicious value added up to more than 6,000, and the malicious value from Lin Shan's death had not been credited yet. He hoped to have 5,000 malicious values so he could exchange for a level 2 physical enhancement. However, freezing to death would take some time, which couldn't be rushed. It's better to just kill off Lin Shan directly. It's disgusting to keep him at home for torture. As for Wang Ahua, a slow death might be more useful, and he could possibly gain some malicious value by using his fear. Lu Chen revealed a content smile. So being a beast, is this enjoyable? Should have known earlier. Put aside personal qualities to enjoy life. Lu Chen browsed through the top food items in the system store. Beijing roast duck was hard to give up, but there were many other delicacies, and since he had a lot of malicious value now, he might as well enjoy it. Lu Chen decisively placed an order for a pig blanket, Northeastern Iron Skewers barbecue, and a bottle of cold beer, costing 300 malicious values. Li Yumin was stunned to see a pile of delicious food suddenly appear on the table. She looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Where did all this come from? And all of it was steaming hot food? Could it be that even the Beijing roast duck was conjured up by Lu Chen?
Can Lu Chen create things out of thin air?
Li Yuman's mindset underwent a subtle change. She seemed to
want to follow Lu Chen.
The idea of Lu Chen mistreating her suddenly faded from her mind.
If she could follow Lu Chen, surviving the apocalypse might turn into a vacation.
Plus, she had just witnessed Lu Chen's swift and decisive actions, so she didn't have to worry about being bullied by other household heads.
The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Li Yuman swallowed nervously and quietly moved closer to Lu Chen's feet.
Lu Chen picked up a large skewer of iron skewers, one after another, deeply moved. She had always wanted to try northeastern barbecue before the apocalypse but never had the chance. Now, in the apocalypse, she was enjoying it at home. It was so delicious. Southern barbecue was made with wooden skewers, expensive and with little seasoning. Every time she had barbecue, she had to spend a lot and worry if the skewers were old. But northeastern barbecue was too extravagant. With fatty edges, large pieces of meat, Lu Chen ate them with great delight. In the south, one skewer had 15 pieces of meat, but now she was eating them one by one. She was moved to tears. The apocalypse was indeed enjoyable. Congratulations to the host for freezing Lin Shan. Malicious value plus 10,000.
Lu Chen was even happier. So much.
Damn, Lin Shan was truly a great person. His death had brought me 50 Beijing roast ducks, over 30 barbecues, and a pig blanket.
It seems you really love me, treating me so well.
I can't repay you enough. I should kick you a few more times in the next life.
Lu Chen was in a good mood, suddenly feeling a nudge on his foot.
Li Yuman had crawled to his feet without him noticing.
Lu Chen smiled. Who would complain about having too much money? Do you want to eat? Li Yuman nodded desperately. She was starving, and although thirst was more urgent, her resistance to food was still zero.
Lu Chen picked up a piece of fatty meat, lowered his head, and in Li Yuman's expectant eyes, he ate it in one bite, revealing a happy expression. He chewed happily, the oil dripping, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. But after waiting for a while, there was no system prompt sound.
Lu Chen looked at Li Yuman in confusion and then took another skewer, waving it in front of her. Li Yuman opened her mouth expectantly.
Lu Chen once again put it in his own mouth, showing it to Li Yuman, but there was no hint of resentment on her face.
What's going on? Is it not working?
Li Yuman, try harder. If you don't drop gold coins, I won't have food to eat.
Lu Chen grabbed Li Yuman's hair and lifted her up. What are you doing?
Li Yuman, although in pain, did not show any signs of anger.
Instead, she forced a smile. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled.
If he didn't have the system, he would have thought she was acting.
What hidden agenda was brewing in her mind?
But the system remained silent.
Could it be malfunctioning? Had she grown accustomed to being mistreated? Lu Chen was puzzled but could only explain it that way.
It seemed he had to resort to a carrot and stick approach, give her some benefits to make her feel she shouldn't be treated this way, and then continue mistreating her to make her explode with coins. With this in mind, Lu Chen helped Li Yuman up, placed her on a chair, and she looked at him expectantly.
With a hoarse voice, she managed to say, "Thank you." Lu Chen felt even more disdain. Wasn't this acting? Was the system really malfunctioning? Thank you? Did those words come from Li Yuman's mouth? Why did it feel so out of place? Was Li Yuman losing her mind? Was she delirious? Lu Chen nodded in confusion. Aha.
He then picked up the bottle of beer, gestured for Li Yuman to open her mouth, and even though she had been tricked by Lu Chen countless times, she obediently opened her mouth. This time, Lu Chen didn't deceive her. He had promised a reward. As the cold beer poured into Li Yuman's mouth, she was almost moved to tears. It was the best beer she had ever tasted in her life. Congratulations to the host for deceiving Li Yuman's emotions through indirect means.
Malicious value plus 300. What on earth? Deceiving emotions through indirect means? WTF? Am I going crazy or is the system malfunctioning? Aren't you supposed to be doing bad things, system? I'm doing a good deed here. Can't you see that and give me a reward? Lu Chen was at a loss. What was going on? If Li Yuman didn't drink, he wouldn't get a reward, but if she did, he would? Has the system forgotten its mission? Doubtful, Lu Chen then handed a piece of grilled meat to Li Yuman, who eagerly chewed on it, tears streaming down her face. This was like heaven. Lu Chen was like a father to her. Just one bite, and enduring a night of mistreatment was worth it. As Li Yuman cried and chewed on the meat, all she could think of was how good Lu Chen was.
Hurt her, mistreat her, she had no complaints. As long as she had a taste of this, she would gladly be a dog in Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen was once again lost in confusion. Congratulations to the host for deceiving Li Yuman's emotions through indirect means. Malicious value plus 500. This malicious value is making me uneasy, system. Lu Chen was completely bewildered. Just then, the video call from earlier started to spread in the group chat. Head of the Huang Mao gang on East Street,
Didn't Wang Ahua participate in some kind of fighting competition? Dao from the steel factory, you're not mistaken. Although it was a district-level competition, it still proves some strength. And someone like him, a debt collector, needs a reputation for being tough. Head of the Huangmao gang on East Street, so, he just got beaten like a dead dog? Couldn't beat Lu Chen? Dao from the steel factory, damn, fighting isn't just about fists. Head of the Huangmao gang on East Street, then about skills? Dao from the steel factory, about knives, obviously Lu Chen has a weapon. Lu Yanmei from the neighborhood committee, injuring someone with a knife? Lu Chen, you're done for. This is a crime, wait for the security to take you away. Lu Chen was speechless. There were always a few idiots in there. The neighborhood committee, holding onto the money allocated by the entire neighborhood, did nothing but like to throw their weight around with their committee status. They were just a bunch of trash. When I get stronger, you'll be begging to be my food supply. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, he received a private message on his phone. Opening it, it was from Lu Yunyun. Lu Chen, do you have time now? I'm already at your doorstep. Lu Chen got up and grabbed 2 packs of instant noodles. This thing can't be eaten anyway. I bought it when I just earned some evil points and still hadn't shaken off the sense of impending doom. Now I find it extremely disgusting. Opening the door, a tall and beautiful woman stood at the doorway, leaning against the wall, her face almost devoid of color, looking weak. Upon seeing Lu Chen open the door, Lu Yunyun stood up instantly, not leaning against the wall. She forced a bitter smile and said, Lu Chen, your apartment is too high up. It's really hard to climb. Lu Chen's apartment was on the 19th floor, out of the total 25 floors in the building. With the elevator broken, it was indeed difficult to come up. But Lu Chen had no sympathy. Instead, he thought of taking advantage of the situation. It should be quite interesting to torment such a beauty, right? How about coming in for a while? Lu Yunyun quickly shook her head. I won't trouble you, Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Alright then. You've escaped this time. Lu Chen casually handed her 2 packs of instant noodles, took the water from Lu Yunyun's hand, closed the door without waiting for her to speak. As he turned around, Lu Chen received a message on his phone from Lu Yunyun. Thank you. Well, I can't act now that you're like this. Although he was disappointed in the world, Lu Yunyun wasn't. Who would have the heart to harm their past self? Lu Chen smiled helplessly, leaving Lu Yunyun for later. On the table, Li Yumin looked puzzled at the door. Having drunk quite a bit, his throat wasn't as sore, making it easier to talk. Is that Lu Yunyun? Lu Chen looked at Li Yumin in surprise. Do you know her? Not really, I flirted with her boyfriend. You're quite proud, huh? Her boyfriend isn't a good person either. If you must say, we're birds of a feather. Lu Chen was surprised. Birds of a feather wasn't a good term. So you're quite clear about yourself, knowing you're a whore. Don't look down on whores, it's a profession, and I'm not promiscuous, I pay attention to hygiene. Lu Chen was completely speechless. How could Li Yumin be so calm about it? Alright, done talking? Come on tiptoe. Lu Chen took off his shoes, sat back on the sofa, and Li Yumin, without complaint, obediently sat on the floor. Lu Chen was completely puzzled. What was the deal with Li Yumin? Watching Li Yumin move closer to the sofa without crying or making a fuss, as if it were natural. Ah, why aren't you making a scene? Lu Chen was speechless. He hesitated to reach out to help Li Yumin up onto the sofa. Congratulations to the host for using cunning methods to deceive Li Yumin's emotions. Evil points plus 300. Okay, I'm completely corrupted. Lu Chen sighed, casually opened a movie, and bought some Hawaiian sparkling wine, spending 50 evil points. Oh well, it's all about making money, so it doesn't matter. Li Yumin had also suffered enough, almost enough to wash away her sins of speaking ill in the group. As for her past actions, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Chen wasn't a righteous avenger. He handed the remote control to Li Yumin, whose hands were tied behind her back. Choose what you want to watch. Just as he was about to enter the mall, the system announcement came again. Congratulations to the host for using cunning methods to deceive Li Yumin's emotions. Evil points plus 100. Damn, well, I'm used to it. In the mall, the display for level 2 physical enhancement was available for purchase. With 12,070 evil points, even if he spent 10,000 points to exchange for a level 2 ability, he would still have 2,070 left. This amount of evil points was enough to indulge in luxuries every day. However, Li Yumin's situation was delicate. What if one day she couldn't produce any more gold coins? It seemed he needed to find other targets. Well, he had to do something. Lu Chen exchanged for level 2 physical enhancement. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy filled his body. Although the visual changes were minimal, he still had the muscular physique of Pang Yu Yen, but the terrifying power within him was already beyond human reach. Let's leave the remaining 2070 for now.
When Lu Chen walked out of the mall, Li Yumin had already chosen Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey.
Lu Chen had nothing to do, so he watched the movie with Li Yumin again. After the movie ended,
Li Yumin's eyes were teary.
Lu Chen was once again puzzled. Is she still a prostitute yearning for pure love? Lu Chen, it's really uncomfortable being tied up like this. How about you loosen me up for a rest?
Li Yumin seemed to notice that Lu Chen didn't hate her as much.
Lu Chen sneered, fine.
Li Yumin was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, she was still very beautiful, and Lu Chen couldn't bear to mistreat such a beauty. Li Yumin quickly turned around, her hands excitedly swaying behind her.
Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then,
Li Yumin's buttocks received a solid hit, causing her to cry out in pain. You mother ******.
Congratulations to the host for successfully teasing Li Yumin, malicious value plus 100, damn. That hit the spot. This is the feeling, this is what the system should do. It seems that you really can't always be cruel, you have to give some rewards appropriately to make a fortune. Although he only earned 100 points of malice, Lu Chen was happier than earning thousands. After all, this was a major discovery. Li Yumin, do you want some water?
Li Yumin lying on the ground saw Lu Chen's familiar smirk.
Congratulations to the host for successfully teasing Li Yumin, malicious value plus 100. Lu Chen kicked the lying Li Yumin on the ground. Do you have Louis Yunyun's boyfriend's contact information?
Li Yumin turned her head away, showing a stubborn look.
Oh, she's got an attitude now? Give me the number, and I'll let you have a meal later. Li Yumin's eyes lit up. This was good. She was still not satisfied with lunch, and Lu Chen had the magical ability to conjure up delicious food. Li Yumin's mouth watered uncontrollably, and in the end, she gave in. Lu Chen got Louis Yunyun's boyfriend's WeChat and promptly sent a friend request. Lu Jingnan, Lu Chen? Why are you adding me on WeChat? I didn't give you the green light. Lu Chen was speechless. Lin Shan was dead, and now this? Lu Chen, looks like you're in good spirits, still in the mood for banter? Lu Jingnan, I'm sorry if that bothers you. I'm doing just fine. If you have something to say, say it. Don't think that just because you defeated Wang Yahua, you can be arrogant. You have weapons, and so do I. Ha, ignorance is bliss. But well, you may be living well, but your girlfriend is starving. Lu Chen probably understood the situation roughly. He knew from his first conversation with Louis Yunyun that she had been deceived by someone, which led her to this situation. And now, Lu Jingnan and Louis Yunyun's situations were quite different. So, Louis Yunyun was probably cheated out of food by this Lu Jingnan. In a similar vein, Louis Yunyun's plight was somewhat akin to his own. Lu Chen edited the message again. Lu Chen, Lu Jingnan, I'll give you 2 packs of instant noodles for a favor. Lu Jingnan? Lu Jingnan, are you really that desperate to resort to bribing me for a favor? Can't you live a little longer? Lu Chen was puzzled, looking at a pile of snacks. Desperate? Who said that? Lu Chen, all you need to do is go to Louis Yunyun's house and snatch her 2 packs of instant noodles. I'll hand over the 2 packs to you, a total of 4. It's up to you. Lu Jingnan was clearly taken aback, and Lu Chen waited a long time before receiving a response. Lu Jingnan, did Louis Yunyun offend you? Do you want to push her to the brink? Lu Jingnan, but I like it, it's a deal. Lu Chen, tonight at 9, I want to see Louis Yunyun being robbed. With this settled, Lu Chen was in a good mood. As expected, it was almost as he had speculated. Lu Jingnan didn't live with Louis Yunyun, and he seemed quite happy about the arrangement, indicating that things had soured between him and Louis Yunyun. It seemed like he could make some money off of them. Lu Chen smirked evilly, glanced at the time, 6 o'clock. It was still a while until 9 o'clock, time for dinner. But browsing through the system store, he found it a bit difficult to choose. There were too many delicious options. Lu Chen had a sudden idea. Li Yumin, what do you like to eat? Li Yumin had been waiting eagerly for dinner, anticipating for almost an hour to finally hear Lu Chen speak. And she even had the right to choose what to eat. Lu Chen, what kind of extraordinary man is he? Li Yumin completely forgot about being mistreated by Lu Chen just now. I want to eat Japanese food. Tuna sushi, sukiyaki, and if there's grilled beef tongue, that would be even better. Lu Chen was a bit surprised by her choices. She really had a taste for niche foods. Lu Chen exchanged all the items, and a pile of delicious food appeared on the table instantly. The sukiyaki pot was in the middle, sizzling with wagyu beef, and next to it was a box of top-notch sushi of all kinds, looking incredibly fresh. Lu Chen swallowed and picked up a piece of sushi. Indeed, it was of excellent quality. The tuna on the sushi seemed freshly caught from the sea, very enjoyable. Li Yumin tried to squeeze closer to the table, her eyes fixed on it, unable to look away. Lu Chen, help me up quickly. Lu Chen ignored her, continuing to eat the beef from the pot. Li Yumin became anxious. Hey, Lu Chen, this is not funny.
Lu Chen sat down calmly, picking up the grilled beef tongue.
Li Yumin understood Lu Chen's expression and realized he had been fooling her from the beginning. He was so cruel. Damn it. Lu Chen, I will never forgive you.
Congratulations to the host for successfully teasing Li Yumin, malicious value plus 500. It wasn't in vain that I set up this for so long, and I still fell into the trap.
Lu Chen now understood a bit more.
Li Yumin might get used to being mistreated, but just when she thought there was something good for her, she would be disappointed. It was almost 9 o'clock.
Lu Chen went out to the 5th floor where Lu Yunyun was.
A man appeared not far away, wearing a thick sheepskin coat and snow boots, looking handsome but acting suspiciously.
This was probably Lu Jingnan.
Few people were willing to leave their rooms after the apocalypse, as the temperature in the hallway was much lower than inside.
Going out sneakily like this usually meant trouble. Lu Chen smiled slightly, appearing from around the corner and directly calling out to Lu Jingnan. Lu Chen? Lu Chen took out 2 packs of instant noodles. Here's what I promised you.
Lu Jingnan's eyes lit up, almost unable to contain his smile.
A pack of instant noodles was nothing special before the apocalypse.
But now, it was a precious treasure. Not to waste even a single drop of soup, as it could be food for a whole day or even 2. Holding the 2 packs of instant noodles, Lu Jingnan smiled at Lu Chen. Thanks for the instant noodles. Of course, he looked fine. He wished he could eat 5 meals a day, indulging in fish and meat every day. How could he not look good? Wasn't it all for his good life that he was helping him?
Lu Jingnan, I hope you earn more coins. Lu Chen wouldn't say that, but seeing Lu Jingnan's excitement made him want to laugh.
What did Lu Yunyun do to offend you so much that you want to kill her in such a hurry? Lu Jingnan seemed unconcerned about the question, still staring at the instant noodles.
He even worried they might be empty packets. Lu Chen gave an evil smile. Her?
She rejected my good intentions, so she deserves some punishment.
Lu Jingnan suddenly understood. That woman is a tough nut to crack.
It's harder to undress her than to kill her.
It's normal to hit a wall. Oh, so, you didn't succeed either?
Lu Jingnan didn't want to answer such questions at first, but looking at the instant noodles in his hand, he said, Lu Yunyun should regret not letting me in.
If I could have her, I might still have some feelings for her.
But now she has no chance. She's going to die by my hands. Lu Jingnan seemed to care a lot about this matter. After all, he could encounter opportunities everywhere, yet his girlfriend rejected him countless times.
Lu Chen smiled helplessly. This was like being in a drought or a flood.
Their appearances were similar, but Lu Chen had become a devoted boy before the apocalypse, while Lu Jingnan was thriving everywhere.
However, what you desire the most? I'm afraid I will get it. Lu Jingnan arrived at Lu Yunyun's doorstep, exchanged a glance with Lu Chen, then took out the key. Slowly and softly, he opened the door.
In the moment the door swung wide open, Lu Jingnan slammed the door shut and rushed out.
Lu Chen followed Lu Jingnan's steps into the house.
Inside, Lu Yunyun's house was dimly lit, with only one lamp in the living room. Almost simultaneously with the door slam, the sound of glass breaking came from the kitchen.
Ignoring it, Lu Jingnan's sole purpose for coming here was instant noodles.
Now, on the sofa in the living room, he saw a bag of noodles.
Without hesitation, Lu Jingnan headed straight for the noodles.
At that moment, Lu Yunyun opened the kitchen door, her face filled with fear as she looked at him.
Lu Jingnan,
please spare me. I only have this 1 pack of noodles. I will die.
Lu Jingnan sneered. Do I need to care about your life and death?
Yes.
Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Yunyun turned to Lu Chen, looking resentful.
Lu Chen had sold her these noodles, and now Lu Jingnan had taken all the food when he left earlier. His return could only be because Lu Chen had informed him.
Helplessly, Lu Yunyun stared at Lu Chen.
She knew she had no chance against the two of them.
Hey, Lu Yunyun, do you still want to be your virtuous self? Why not give in to Lu Chen?
After all, he has put in quite some effort for you, Lu Jingnan mocked.
Lu Yunyun's gaze turned even more resentful.
Lu Chen, I exchanged noodles with you, but I also paid with an equal amount of water.
If you are not satisfied, we can negotiate. I only need 1 pack.
Unable to hold back her tears, Lu Yunyun cried out hysterically, why are you doing this?
Lu Chen, are all you men just beasts, only interested in the body? Lu Chen smiled. Congratulations on breaking through, Lu Yunyun. Maliciousness plus 500.
Lu Jingnan burst into laughter, looking very pleased.
Ha ha.
Damn, Lu Yunyun, you should have seen this coming.
Ha ha.
He walked over to Lu Chen and noticed the broken bowls and scattered noodles in the kitchen.
Lu Jingnan was taken aback. What? Damn, this foolish woman, the missing pack is here? Immediately, Lu Jingnan pushed past Lu Yunyun and rushed into the kitchen.
Skillfully, he opened the kitchen cabinet, grabbed a large bowl, and started picking up the noodles from the floor to put them in the bowl.
The noodles were different now. Who wouldn't pick them up if they fell on the ground?
While picking up the noodles, Lu Jingnan cursed at Lu Yunyun, venting his frustration at her for knocking over the noodles. Lu Yunyun, as if lost, cried and stared at Lu Jingnan.
She couldn't understand what she had done wrong.
2 days into the apocalypse, Lu Jingnan had taken all the food and left quietly at night, not even leaving a trace behind. She could only drink tap water continuously, storing a whole tub of water, but how many days could she survive on just water? Seeking help in the group, no one sympathized with her situation, some even mocked her, and no one was willing to exchange even in equal amounts.
Only Lu Chen. Yet even Lu Chen, the only one she thought was kind, was irredeemably a beast.
The whole world seemed to be against her. Despairingly, Lu Yunyun walked to the kitchen, but didn't pay the slightest attention to Lu Jingnan, and walked straight to the kitchen knife on the cutting board.
Congratulations on driving Lu Yunyun to despair and suicide.
Maliciousness plus 4,000.
Wow, that's a lot added? It's beyond expectations, but you can't die.
Just as Lu Yunyun was on the brink of despair and collapse, Lu Jingnan beside her suddenly stumbled, with a loud thud. Lu Jingnan's face hit the ground, coming face to face with the scattered noodles on the floor. Crimson blood sprayed from the nostrils, mixing with the instant noodle soup, leaving Lu Jingnan stunned.
A mocking smile crept onto Lu Chen's face. Buddy, you can't eat things off the floor. Congratulations on successfully beating Lu Jingnan. Malice plus 300. Congratulations on successfully humiliating Lu Jingnan with words. Malice plus 100.
Enraged, Lu Jingnan turned, blood still flowing from his nose, eyes wide, glaring at Lu Chen.
What the hell?
Lu Yunyun paused in her motion to grab a kitchen knife.
Ha? What's going on? Weren't they on the same side? Could it be that Lu Chen is actually a good guy?
No, if Lu Jingnan knows about the instant noodles, it must have been Lu Chen who told him. In fact, Lu Chen was standing right there at that moment. Lu Jingnan roared as he stood up, blood still streaming from his nose uncontrollably.
Are you trying to trick me? Playing dirty tricks? Damn it! Lu Jingnan instantly realized Lu Chen's intentions. He was being played by Lu Chen. He had been wondering why Lu Chen was so generous to offer 2 packs of instant noodles.
It turns out he never intended to give them in the first place.
Lu Jingnan was instantly consumed by anger, turning towards Lu Yunyun and grabbing the knife. I've told you before, you have a weapon, I can have one too. Don't think you're so tough. Lu Jingnan raised the knife to strike, but Lu Chen was indifferent. I told you, ignorance is bliss.
Lu Chen watched the trajectory of the knife, seizing Lu Jingnan's wrist with his right hand and flicking the blade with his left hand.
Bang!
The knife shattered and flew apart. Both men in the kitchen were dumbfounded.
Lu Jingnan couldn't believe the knife had broken like that. Lu Yunyun was also shocked by Lu Chen's swift and decisive actions. She had never seen such rapid and resolute methods before. Lu Chen released Lu Jingnan's hand, gently patting his bloodied face. You're the arrogant one, I'm the strong one.
Lu Jingnan remained frozen in place, bewildered.
Congratulations on causing Lu Jingnan's confidence to collapse. Malice plus 200. Congratulations on successfully instilling fear in Lu Jingnan. Malice plus 200. Lu Chun chuckled, even mosquitoes are meat, Lu Jingnan did nothing wrong. In the apocalypse, life is precious, so I need your sacrifice to survive, Lu Jingnan. Let's go, leave the instant noodles behind.
Lu Jingnan snapped back to reality, his face filled with fear and resentment. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Thank you, bro. With a determined heart, Lu Jingnan set down the instant noodles and the knife, slouching his way out past Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen smirked slyly, picking up the broken blade of the knife and throwing it with force. Swoosh! Just as Lu Jingnan reached his doorstep, his leg was impaled by the blade's edge. A piercing scream echoed through the neighborhood.
Congratulations on severely injuring Lu Jingnan. Malice plus 1,500.
Lu Chen smiled, don't look back, or you're as good as dead. Trembling hands pressed against his thighs, one foot dragging his body, Lu Jingnan staggered down the corridor, blood dripping continuously.
Lu Yunyun watched in astonishment, her mouth tightly shut, not daring to make a sound.
She looked at Lu Chen, uncertainly speaking, Are you here to save me? Lu Chen's actions were highly suspicious, as he had no reason to do what he was doing. If it was for her body, he could have acted earlier, and if it was for the instant noodles, Lu Chen's strength was more than enough to take them without involving Lu Jingnan.
So, Lu Yunyun couldn't understand what Lu Chen was up to. Lu Chen probably understood Lu Yunyun's confusion. Yes, no one could have guessed that he was just out to torment everyone.
In his eyes, Lu Yunyun was nothing but a means to an end.
Lu Chen smirked, slowly approaching Lu Yunyun, his eyes full of mischief. You. Don't, Lu Chen, you're a good person. Lu Yunyun panicked once again, unsure of Lu Chen's intentions. Congratulations on causing panic in Lu Yunyun. Malice plus 100.
He. Lu Yunyun was indeed a treasure, racking up nearly 5,000 in such a short time.
However, that's about it. Let's take the rest back home and deal with it slowly.
Let's go. I used 2 packs of instant noodles to buy you from your boyfriend. Come back home with me. Lu Chen said with the most friendly tone, uttering the most beastly words.
Lu Yunyun was dumbfounded. Did Lu Jingnan sell him? Who the hell is he? Why would he sell her?
Lu Yunyun looked defiant. I advise you not to come near me, or I'll just kill myself.
Lu Chen shrugged and continued forward. Lu Yunyun panicked, but when she looked around, where did this knife come from? Lu Chen had just stabbed Lu Jingnan in the thigh with a knife. I'll scream. I'll definitely scream. You'll be seen as a pervert. Lu Chen approached step by step. Lu Yunyun panicked and retreated, until she was cornered. Lu Chen lifted Lu Yunyun onto his shoulder. Lu Yunyun cried even louder. Lu Chen acted as if he didn't hear, walking towards the door. As they walked, Lu Yunyun, with a sobbing voice, said, "You forgot the instant noodles." Damn, girl, are those instant noodles so important? You've been kidnapped and still can't forget about them?
Lu Chen, helpless, turned back. Lu Yunyun, hanging on Lu Chen's shoulder, picked up 3 packs of instant noodles.
Back at home, Lu Yunyun cried all the way, tightly holding onto the instant noodles. Lu Chen, feeling awkward, tied a knot for Lu Yunyun similar to Li Yuman's.
Task completed. Now he could earn double the money, but Lu Yunyun was fine, a good girl, so bullying her was unnecessary. Li Yuman, lying on the floor watching TV, saw Lu Chen bringing another person home. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Lu Yunyun? Even though the other person didn't recognize her.
Hiss. Wait a minute, why does Lu Chen like kidnapping so much? Especially since Lu Yunyun is not like her, she's a good girl. If Lu Chen liked Lu Yunyun, he could have just approached her openly. Why kidnap her? Li Yuman lost interest in watching TV. Could it be? This is Lu Chen's strange hobby? He likes kidnapping beautiful women? WTF? The more Li Yuman thought about it, the more it made sense.
She herself had ulterior motives for visiting Lu Chen's house, so being kidnapped made her naturally think that Lu Chen was seeking revenge.
But what did Lu Yunyun do wrong? Nothing. So it must be Lu Chen who has a problem. Why the hell does he like kidnapping?
Lu Yunyun cried for a while at home, realizing no one paid attention to her. Gradually she stopped crying. She looked around with teary eyes. Lu Chen's house.
What is this? Lu Yunyun sat on a chair. Not far away on the dining table were unfinished sushi, sukiyaki, and even grilled meat.
Lu Yunyun was stunned, and Lu Chen's house was quite warm, at least 10 degrees warmer than her own home. Lu Yunyun blinked hard, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and looked again. Oh my god. Not only was there food on the table, but also a pile of snacks, drinks, even the trash can was filled with empty wrappers.
What kind of paradise is this? Am I already dead? Have I come to heaven? Why do I have so many illusions? Lu Yunyun couldn't count anymore. Clearly before the apocalypse, it was hard to come by such abundance of food. Why so much now?
Lu Yunyun felt the instant noodles in her hand were unnecessary in Lu Chen's house.
No wonder Lu Chen didn't take the instant noodles.
Suddenly, Lu Yunyun saw another woman. Because she was lying on the ground, she hadn't noticed her before. She was tied up just like herself, lying on the ground, curiously examining herself.
Hello. Lu Yunyun timidly spoke.
Li Yuman gave her a cold look. Hello my foot.
Ha! Why so harsh? Seeing the woman didn't want to talk, Lu Yunyun didn't insist, and looked back at the table full of delicious food.
She was so hungry, even though it had been sitting there for hours, she couldn't resist. She hadn't eaten for days and was planning to have instant noodles tonight, but spilled it without taking a single bite.
Now, seeing all this delicious food, how could she not be tempted?
At that moment, Lu Chen came out of the bathroom after washing his hands. Feeling pretty good, just made nearly 10,000 from those bits and pieces earlier, adding to the 2,000 left over from before, enough to exchange for another tier 2 ability. But Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. There was still money to be made from Lu Yunyun and Li Yuman.
Hey, why the tears? Lu Chen walked to the dining table, looking at Lu Yunyun who was eyeing the food on the table hungrily.
She swallowed nervously, but when she looked at Lu Chen, she put on a defensive look.
What do you want?
I'm telling you, I won't give in, and Lu Chen, what you're doing is wrong. Kidnapping girls is illegal.
Oh,
I already chopped up your boyfriend, Lu Jingnan, like that, and you didn't say it was illegal back then.
Lu Chen smiled. Well, I was going to offer you these to eat, but now it seems you're not interested. Lu Yunyun was taken aback. Me? Can I eat these? Wait. Lu Chen. Wait. Lu Yunyun suddenly got excited, her eyes filled with excitement. Could she really eat these? She couldn't even imagine the taste. It must be so delicious. Li Yumin sneered twice and continued watching TV. She wouldn't fall for it.
But Lu Yunyun had no idea about Lu Chen's tricks, her eyes just shining.
Lu Chen said gently, "Yes, these are specially for you."
Lu Yunyun was stunned. She understood.
Lu Chen wanted to bribe her with food. "You don't think about it. I'm not going to bow down for a meal." "Really?" Lu Chen brought over the trash can. "What a pity, then I'll just throw them away." "No. You can eat them yourself, don't waste food. Especially such delicious food."
Lu Yunyun started to cry as she spoke. She really couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear it at all.
Why wouldn't Lu Chen just put it in her mouth? Wasting food by putting it in her mouth, isn't that better?
Congratulations on successfully teasing Lu Yunyun, malicious value plus 100. Lu Chen pretended to be reluctant. "But, I'm already full, so I might as well throw them away." After saying that, Lu Chen picked up a piece of sushi, a translucent piece of tuna lying on a bed of light brown rice.
Lu Yunyun trembled slightly. "No." Lu Chen was startled. Was this girl too excited? Congratulations to the host for breaking through Lu Yunyun's defense successfully, malicious value plus 500, she broke through already? I haven't even started with my methods. Lu Yunyun's voice was trembling. "Don't, Lu Chen, don't throw it. I'm begging you." Lu Chen smirked. "Oh? So, Miss Lu, are you willing now?" Lu Yunyun's eyes filled with tears of humiliation. We can talk. Congratulations to the host for breaking through Lu Yunyun's defense successfully, malicious value plus 500, Lu Chen almost laughed. "Talk? What kind of talk is that?
If Li Yumin were here, she'd probably want to eat 10 meals a day."
"Talk? How do you want to talk?"
Lu Yunyun blushed. She was wearing homey thermal pajamas. Her overall slim figure had quite a grand scale. As they say, slender branches bear lush fruit, delicious and fiery. She swallowed nervously, pondered for a while. "I
can accept holding hands first. I already carried you back, and now holding hands is a compromise?"
Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating Lu Yunyun, malicious value plus 300. Lu Yunyun raised her head in anger, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Lu Chen, you're going too far."
Lu Chen immediately dumped a piece of sushi into the trash can without hesitation. Lu Yunyun was startled and started crying again. "Don't, please don't. Then I'll give you one more chance." Lu Yunyun was already exhausted by Lu Chen's antics. It was really torturous. I'll do anything. Just let me eat."
Congratulations on breaking through Lu Yunyun's psychological defense, malicious value plus 2000. "Damn, Miss Lu, your gold coin efficiency is too high. At this rate, the gold coins we're getting could feed us for 10 meals. Lu Chen put down the chopsticks in his hand, walked up to Lu Yunyun. "So,
Miss Lu, won't you show some appreciation first?" Lu Chen brought his face close to Lu Yunyun's mouth. "Here."
Lu Yunyun's throat let out a faint whimper, tears of humiliation streamed down her face, and her delicate vermilion lips lightly touched Lu Chen's face.
Congratulations on breaking through, Lu Yunyun. Malicious value plus 500.
Lu Chen raised his head in satisfaction, calmly picked up a piece of sushi, and Lu Yunyun's eyes sparkled, eagerly hoping for Lu Chen to act faster. When hitting someone, he was swift and decisive, but now he was as slow as a snail.
Lu Yunyun leaned forward as much as possible, opened her mouth, and eagerly awaited the sushi.
However, Lu Chen turned around and threw the last piece of sushi into the trash can.
Lu Yunyun was dumbfounded, taking 2 to 3 seconds to react. Lu Chen. Congratulations on breaking through, Lu Yunyun. Malicious value plus 500. Why wasn't she cursing? Lu Chen was feeling uncomfortable. Didn't this girl know how to curse?
Cursing might be dirty, but keeping it inside would make her heart dirty. Letting it out would make it clean.
Li Yumin glanced over and understood. Lu Chen's family was great, but this beast Lu Chen enjoyed teasing people. Without teasing, he wasn't happy.
It seemed like Lu Chen had some unknown quirks. Lu Yunyun bit her lip, feeling extremely wronged. She even forgot that she was Lu Chen's captive, currently tied up. Lu Chen was a complete beast, not treating her like a human, not even giving her food, and tricking her into a kiss. She had never been kissed in her life, yet she was deceived by a piece of sushi.
The humiliation was immense. This Lu Chen was truly a big beast.
No, she still felt sorry for the sushi. When Lu Chen fell asleep, she would even dig through the trash to eat it. Just as she thought that, Lu Chen threw the trash bag out of the window.
Lu Yunyun's heart wailed continuously. She couldn't throw it away. Unfortunately, she couldn't call back the sushi she longed for. Congratulations on teasing Lu Yunyun. Malicious value plus 300.
Lu Yunyun was truly lucky, earning almost as much in one night as killing someone. It was indeed the right choice to bring her here. However, it was almost enough. Other methods could be saved for next time.
She couldn't disappoint the girl's kiss. Lu Chen looked at his remaining malicious value balance, nearly 16,000. When had he ever been this rich? He was ecstatic. He then looked at Li Yumin, who hadn't eaten since the afternoon, and decided to treat them. Lu Chen walked over to Li Yumin, who looked up at him suspiciously. What do you want? I'm not that easy to fool.
Without saying a word, Lu Chen lifted Li Yumin onto the dining table and ordered a premium sushi platter, over 70 pieces, which appeared in his hands.
Li Yumin looked at Lu Chen in surprise, thinking she wouldn't have dinner tonight, let alone her favorite sushi. She felt unexpectedly happy. Congratulations on deceiving Li Yumin's emotions with a roundabout method. Malicious value plus 300. Lu Yunyun was puzzled. What was going on with Lu Chen? Why did he suddenly produce food out of thin air?
However, she was too hungry to care about how Lu Chen conjured up the food. She had almost starved to death, and nothing was more important than eating. She lowered her head without regard for her image and started eating directly from the plate, emitting strange whimpering cries.
Indeed, Lu Yunyun was not used to being bullied, so she couldn't earn gold coins when benefiting.
The deduction was correct.
Lu Chen felt relieved.
Tonight was truly fruitful. Lu Chen opened the system store to shop, with his malicious value now at 16,000. He was definitely going to buy another second-level ability, but he needed to consider what to get. His own strength was almost sufficient now. He could easily win even against a group of 3 or 4. There were around 200 people in the community, excluding the elderly, weak, sick, and a few who had already died from hunger or cold. Among the remaining people, there weren't many with combat capabilities, so there wasn't much need to further enhance his own strength. It would be best to acquire some surveillance capabilities for the community, which meant upgrading detection. He decided to buy a super hearing ability as well, so that when combined with detection, he could monitor the residents' movements from a long distance. Lu Chen waved his hand, and 11,000 points of malice value were consumed. Congratulations on obtaining Level 2 Detection Technique, Level 1 Listening.
Lu Chen immediately began testing his detection ability.
Focused, he cast the detection technique, expanding it to its limit, able to cover the basic situation of residents on the upper and lower 10 floors. Living on the 19th floor of a total of 25 floors in the community, he couldn't detect the residents on the 9th floor.
Surprisingly, the combination of super hearing and detection worked well.
Perhaps because the effective hearing ability was not as strong as detection, the range of level 1 hearing could rival that of level 2 detection. Lu Chen was pleased as he could now grasp the basic movements of the entire community.
Well then, let's observe the residents' situations first.
The housing distribution in the community consisted of 4 households on each floor, arranged side by side, with 2 elevators in the middle. However, due to the extremely low temperature, the elevators had stopped operating, making it quite troublesome to go up and down the stairs.
Let's start by checking on Wang Ji's place.
After searching for a while, Lu Chen finally saw Wang Ahua's figure on the 14th floor. He had spared Wang Ahua initially because his value had not been fully exploited yet, leaving room for manipulation. However, after all this time, Wang Ahua had hardly made any moves, so it was time to squeeze some benefits out of him before sending him off. Looking over, Wang Ahua was alone at home, gazing out the window at the monotonous scene of darkness and heavy snowfall.
Despite the usual view, Wang Ahua seemed to be searching for something in the snow. Lu Chen watched for a while before losing interest. Perhaps he was daydreaming.
However, the detection results showed that, as Lin Shan had said, Wang Ahua had plenty of food, with frozen fish, meat, and a lot of eggs and noodles in the fridge. He seemed to be the type who liked to stockpile food before the apocalypse.
Unlike Lu Chen, who considered it fortunate to find an egg in his fridge.
You're living well, but you won't live for long. As Lu Chen stared at Wang Ahua's actions, he opened his phone and messaged him.
Lu Chen, I told you to kill Lin Shan. Is she dead?
Wang Ahua felt the phone vibrate and opened it somewhat annoyed, but upon seeing Lu Chen's message, he visibly tensed.
Congratulations on arousing Wang Ahua's fear, malice value plus 50. It seems your fear is not deep enough to warrant more. Wang Ahua, she's dead, definitely dead. Ha, how could I not know? Lu Chen, dead? How can I be sure unless you bring her to me to see?
Wang Ahua glared at the phone, seething, damn it, trying to provoke me.
I'll make sure to kill you, Lu Chen. After calming down, Wang Ahua edited his message.
Wang Ahua, I'll bring her to you tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Lu Chen smirked, realizing Wang Ahua wasn't foolish and understood the need for restraint. Congratulations on breaking through Wang Ahua's defenses, malice value plus 500. Lu Chen, alright, I'll be waiting.
After ending the conversation, Lu Chen stopped paying attention to Wang Ahua and began looking for Lu Jingnan's whereabouts.
After a few minutes of searching, he spotted Lu Jingnan in a house on the 17th floor. This household had two people, Lu Jingnan and an unfamiliar woman, but Lu Chen wasn't interested in the woman. She was too old, probably in her 40s, with some wrinkles despite her attempts at makeup. Lu Jingnan, how could you abandon someone like Lu Yunyun to be with an old woman? No wonder you're a player, you're not picky at all. Lu Jingnan was lying on the bed, his thigh bandaged, with his old girlfriend by his side. Damn it, Lu Chen, I fell for your trap. Every time Lu Jingnan moved, he felt the excruciating pain in the back of his thigh. He never imagined Lu Chen would use him as a pawn. Lu Chen chuckled. In Lu Jingnan's eyes, he was just using him for his keys to deceive Lu Yunyun and was a deceitful person. Just bro, you're overthinking it. I simply want to earn evil points. But, Wu Jia, that snowball you mentioned might actually exist. The woman at the head of the bed was stunned. How do you know? Lu Jingnan gasped. It's Lu Chen. He must have gained some special ability through the snowball, otherwise it's impossible to be this strong. He broke a kitchen knife with his bare hands. A kitchen knife. Hiss. Lu Jingnan winced in pain again, his body trembling slightly. Just the thought of Lu Chen made him excited, and the pain in his leg would worsen, making him think of Lu Chen even more. Ha! What snowball? This is the first time I've heard of this term. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and continued listening. Wu Jia, where can one get a snowball? I want revenge. Wu Jia pondered. I heard it from the old security guard on the first floor. Once, he was fetching snowmelt at the entrance and unexpectedly found a snowball that wouldn't melt no matter how long it was soaked. It gave him a feeling that it could be eaten, so he tried it. He said that after eating it, he felt 20 years younger, full of energy, and much stronger. Lu Jingnan frowned. No wonder. No wonder. That's how Lu Chen is. He definitely ate the snowball, rejuvenating his spirit and becoming incredibly strong. It all makes sense now. Lu Jingnan winced in pain again, almost crying from the agony. He fiercely pounded his right leg, causing some fresh blood to seep through the white bandage, eliciting another round of wails. Lu Chen, however, felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. Could this snowball also grant people special abilities? Or enhance their physical strength? This was unexpected, he hadn't received any information about it. It seemed upgrading his detection ability was the right choice, he could gather a lot of information. Lu Chen suddenly remembered Wang Ahua's actions earlier. Could it be that Wang Ahua was also searching for this miraculous snowball in the heavy snow just now? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. It was surprising that he almost missed such crucial information. Lu Jingnan, writhing in pain on the bed, spoke again. Wu Jia, can you contact that security guard? Lu Chen has 3 packs of instant noodles at home. We can use them for revenge. I want retribution. I'll try to contact him, but don't get your hopes up. Lu Jingnan brightened. Thank you, Wu Jia. Lu Chen was speechless. Lu Jingnan, you're in such a state and still want to work? Lu Chen wasn't looking at Lu Jingnan, but he was inexplicably stirred by him, perhaps due to the large pork belly he had eaten a few days ago. Unlike Lu Jingnan, he had 2 women at home with different styles. Li Yumin was like an online quasi-celebrity, a bit loose but fun to be around, while Lu Yunyun was a pure beauty, untouched by worldly affairs, each with their own unique charm. It seemed that bottling up his feelings wasn't a solution. However, he had to rely on them to make money in the future and couldn't resort to violence. In that case, Li Yumin might be more receptive. With that in mind, Lu Chen deactivated his abilities. He had already gained a lot tonight. As he left, the sushi on the table had been devoured, not a grain of rice left. Lu Yunyun was still sitting at the dining table, looking at Lu Chen warily as he left. Almost there, eaten and drunk, and still giving me that look. Lu Chen ignored her, while Li Yumin returned to the sofa to watch TV. Seeing her natural demeanor, it was as if she owned the place. Lu Chen approached Li Yumin. What's up? Here to tease me again? So sensitive? Does this count as teasing? It did. Lu Chen pulled Li Yumin up. You aren't sick, right? Li Yumin blinked, initially confused, but a few seconds later, she flashed a sly smile. I told you, I'm very clean. Lu Chen untied Li Yumin. Go take a shower, and do it properly. Congratulations on successfully teasing Li Yumin, evil points plus 1000. Congratulations on successfully teasing Li Yumin, evil points plus 1000. Lu Chen woke up, checked the time, and it was already 10 o'clock. Li Yumin was still sound asleep, while Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling quite drained and in need of a hearty meal. But before that, he needed to secure Li Yumin. Lu Chen fetched a rope and tied up Li Yumin's hands and feet while she was fast asleep, and she didn't make a sound throughout. In the living room, Lu Yunyun was lying on the sofa. When she saw Lu Chen coming out, a blush instantly appeared on her face. She swallowed nervously. What? What's your relationship? Lu Chen yawned. I guess I'm like a pet owner? Lu Yunyun couldn't believe it. You have no shame. Congratulations on successfully teasing Lu Yunyun. Malicious value plus 300. Lu Chen was taken aback. Could even this add to the value? It seemed that Lu Yunyun was really sensitive to these things. But wasn't he right?
Li Yumin was always at home waiting to be fed and entertained, tied up with a rope, causing mischief at night.
Well, not much different from a small pet. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. He was indeed a pet owner.
What was even more surprising was that he gained malicious value at night, quite a lot, a full 2,000.
Lu Chen opened the system store.
Although it was a bit late, he bought fried oysters for breakfast. Lu Yunyun once again saw Lu Chen perform the magic of conjuring food out of thin air, greatly astonished.
She couldn't help but ask, Lu Chen, can you conjure food at will?
Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Yunyun with a curious gaze. Of course not. It requires absorbing the essence of the sun and moon.
Lu Yunyun was puzzled. What was that? Essence of the sun and moon? Lu Chen smirked triumphantly, looking mischievously at Lu Yunyun. Yes, engaging in that kind of activity is how you get food. Lu Yunyun was stunned. Was it really like that? Then, she had misunderstood Lu Chen. He was doing it for food, not for indecent acts.
And she had looked at Lu Chen with those eyes, thinking he brought her back just to earn more food.
Could it be that Lu Chen thought she was too hungry? So he brought her back? Yes, Lu Chen didn't trouble her, he even gave her delicious food. Although Lu Chen was a bit naughty and liked to tease people, overall he was a good person. Wait a minute. Lu Yunyun suddenly realized something.
Li Yumin had been helping Lu Chen earn the essence of the sun and moon.
But wasn't she becoming a freeloader on Lu Chen? Lu Yunyun was stunned, realizing that her actions of snatching food with Li Yumin last night were not right. She had taken away Li Yumin's hard work, yet Li Yumin didn't blame her. What a kind person she was. So, the real villain had been herself all along? Lu Yunyun gazed intently. Lu Chen, can I also absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Ha! Lu Chen was a bit annoyed. What conclusion did you come up with? I haven't even started teasing you. How did you fall into the trap yourself? This girl was truly innocent, but unfortunately, I am a beast. Lu Chen ate the fried oysters and glanced at Lu Yunyun, with a hint of suspicion. Can you do it? Lu Yunyun nodded quickly. I can learn.
I can't just eat your food for free. I also want to earn the essence of the sun and moon.
Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good. I like your enthusiastic attitude.
Lu Chen opened the store again, bought 2 portions of fried oysters, placed one on the table and handed the other to Lu Yunyun's mouth, while patting her head. Lu Yunyun enjoyed the food immensely, not only because the fried oysters were delicious, but also because she no longer felt like a burden. She had earned this portion of fried oysters. It tasted even better naturally. Lu Chen smiled. Heaven knows, I love to smile naturally.
This Lu Jingnan is truly pitiful, unable to enjoy. I'll just take your wife.
Watching Lu Yunyun finish eating, Lu Chen stood up. When Li Yumin wakes up, tell her there's food on the table.
Lu Chen walked out. Making money couldn't stop. Today's client was Wang Aihua,
and he had received crucial information yesterday. Snowball, he needed to investigate this matter. If possible, he might even need to go to the security guard on the first floor to inquire about the situation.
Lu Chen opened the system store and scrolled down to find superpowers.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level of cold resistance. Now you don't have to worry about freezing to death when going out for a short time.
By the way, let's see where Wang Aihua is.
According to the original plan, Wang Aihua was supposed to bring Lin Shan's body up by 12 o'clock, so it's about time to set off.
Lu Chen glanced at his watch. There was still an hour left until 12 o'clock. Detect.
After confirming where Wang Ahua's house was last time, it's much easier to find it now.
As Lu Chen looked towards Wang Ahua's house, he didn't see anyone. It seems like they have already left. I'll go take a look too.
With the first level of drought resistance, the pressure of going up and down the stairs is not that great, and soon Lu Chen arrived on the first floor. But he found that many residents had gathered here. There were at least 10 people on the first floor, and they had lit a fire at the entrance. Many people were sitting around wrapped in thick cotton coats, with Wang Ahua among them. They mostly had shovels and looked very tired. Wang Ahua was the same. His face was grim, there was snow on his head, and he kept looking at his watch from time to time.
Lu Chen was stunned. What was going on here? When the residents saw another person coming, they all turned their eyes towards him. Lu Chen? Wang Ahua reflexively stood up. Lu Chen, why are you here? Wang Ahua nervously swallowed. Lu Chen, I really killed Lin Shan. I don't know where she went, I swear. Lu Chen was stunned again. Why was Wang Ahua so nervous? Lin Shan.
She's dead, the system already confirmed that.
Hiss. Could it be? Lu Chun furrowed his brows. Is cannibalism starting now?
If Wang Ahua followed the instructions and left Lin Shan outside to freeze to death, and now Lin Shan is missing, there's only one explanation. The residents who were starving moved Lin Shan's body back home to eat.
Damn.
Realizing this, Lu Chen was somewhat unsettled.
It's only been 8 days since the apocalypse started. How come cannibalism is already happening? Seeing Lu Chen not responding, Wang Ahua also stood there not knowing what to do. Alright. So you're Lu Chen, huh? Finally come out. Do you have the guts to hide for a lifetime? Look at how scared you've made Wang Ahua. When the police come, I'll report you, you bastard.
A woman in her 50s appeared in front of them.
Lu Chen recognized her. She was Lu Yenmei from the neighborhood committee. This woman wasn't dead yet?
Okay, when you report me to death, old lady, I hope you don't drop dead by then.
Lu Yenmei suddenly exploded. What did you just say, you little brat? Do you understand what respecting elders and loving the young means? What kind of elder are you? Does a jerk like you also need respect from others? Lu Chen calmly responded, but Lu Yenmei never expected someone to talk to her like that. She was from the neighborhood committee, the one in charge of the community. Why did Lu Chen have the right to speak to her like this? Congratulations on breaking Lu Yenmei's defense. Malicious value plus 500. Ah, rebellion. Lu Chen is rebelling.
Lu Yenmei suddenly let out a sharp scream, trying to incite everyone to attack Lu Chen together. But the residents had no interest in getting involved in this matter. Lu Chen was known for being ruthless in the group, and even fewer people liked Lu Yenmei. Lu Chen was speechless. He was more interested in knowing the situation with Lin Shan's body than arguing with Lu Yenmei, but he needed to show Lu Yenmei some attitude to see if she was ready to escalate the situation. As Lu Chen approached slowly, the louder Lu Yenmei screamed, the more vicious her eyes became, as if she wanted to devour Lu Chen alive. But in just an instant, Lu Yenmei was dumbfounded and fell to the ground. It seemed like she had been hit. Lu Yenmei looked incredulous, her face burning with pain. She tremblingly tried to touch her face with her right hand, but to her surprise, she coughed a few times and 2 old molars fell out of her mouth. Her face instantly swelled up, blood oozed from the connection between her ear and cheek. She touched her wet face, trembling with fear. Congratulations on lightly injuring Lu Yenmei. Malicious value plus 1000. Light injury? Lu Chen furrowed his brows. How could this be considered a light injury? Lu Yenmei screamed again, someone is hitting me. Help! Lu Chen struck again, kicking Lu Yenmei in the abdomen, sending her flying to the wall where she lay motionless. The sound abruptly ceased. Finally, peace and quiet. Congratulations on severely injuring Lu Yenmei. Malicious value plus 2000. Lu Yenmei lay unconscious on the ground. After a moment, someone reacted, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. You went too far, didn't you? It was a girl with black-framed glasses, a high-nose bridge, and a somewhat elegant appearance, exuding a sense of rationality in her demeanor and temperament. Oh, and how do you define too far? The woman looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat indifferent attitude, a hint of anger in her tone, which diluted her fear of him. So you resort to violence? Regardless, Lu Yenmei is an elderly person. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, I'm targeting this lack of respect for the elderly. What's wrong with that? You. She turned her head in frustration. Lu Chen was indeed not a good person. Congratulations on breaking through Jiang Sinyu's defenses. Malicious value plus 500. Jiang Sinyu looked good but had a bit of a holier-than-thou attitude. Ignoring Jiang Sinyu's silent resentment, Lu Chen turned to the onlookers. Have I done something excessively wrong? The residents shook their heads quickly. No. At that moment, the door on the first floor opened, revealing an elderly man in flip-flops, wearing minimal warm clothing. What's all the noise about? Is this person the security guard? Lu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't he feeling cold? The security guard's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Lu Yenmei lying on the ground, instantly furious. Who? Yenmei. Who the hell did this? He pushed through the crowd, reaching Lu Yenmei on the ground, only to see her severely swollen face, resembling a pig's head. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Lu Chen stepped forward. Me, old man, what about it? The security guard turned to Lu Chen, his face filled with anger. You little rascal, what did you do to her? Lu Chen shrugged. She talks too much. I was afraid she'd get thirsty from all the talking, so I shut her up. Lu Chen glanced at the crowd again. Am I wrong? The residents once again nodded in agreement. The old security guard continued to glare at Lu Chen angrily. You just threaten people. I'm not afraid of you. If you want a fight, bring it on. The old security guard seemed ready to confront Lu Chen. Suddenly, Lu Yenmei regained consciousness, a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth, staring fiercely at Lu Chen. Ignoring everything else,
the security guard picked up Lu Yenmei and headed straight home. Damn, I thought you were going to give me a hard time too.
The residents murmured among themselves, but with Lu Chen's enhanced hearing, he could hear every word clearly.
Do you think Old Li can take on Lu Chen?
Lu Chen seems quite skilled, but Old Li had snow dumplings.
Can he even function now? He's never been in a fight before. Who knows how strong he is? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. There seemed to be something about snow dumplings, but why did it sound so mysterious? As Lu Chen approached the people discussing, Jiang Xinyu once again stood in his way, even spreading her arms to protect the young man behind her. What are you up to? Planning to hit someone again? Violence won't solve anything. Sister, if you keep this up, I'll hit you. Lu Chen was speechless. I just want to ask a question. Why are you so sensitive? Jiang Xinyu remained skeptical. Ask me, I'm not afraid of you. Lu Chen shook his head. Alright then, miss, could you step aside, please? Lu Chen and Jiang Xinyu moved to a corner. Go ahead. What do you want to know? About snow dumplings. Jiang Xinyu frowned. You don't even know why you came down here? Isn't it to ask you? Jiang Xinyu sighed. Li Laotu was the first to discover the snowball.
He said he found it by chance while collecting snowmelt water. He hadn't eaten for a long time and decided to eat the snowball.
The result is what you see now.
He has lived until now, looking much healthier. He claims to have regained his strength as if he were back in his youth. His old ailments have improved significantly, he is more resistant to the cold, and the snowball provides a strong sense of fullness. This is the most important part, one snowball can keep you full for 3 days.
Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. So, everyone is gathered here looking for this so-called snowball? Jiang Xinyu nodded. Unfortunately, no one has found it yet. Lu Chen was puzzled. So, only security guard Li Laotu found the snowball, and everyone believes it without question? What if the old man is deceiving us?
No, there is another person who has eaten the snowball, Fan Yojie from the 8th floor. He found the snowball by chance on his own balcony.
Oh, is that even possible? Chosen one? But his account differs from Li Laotu's. He says the snowball doesn't provide warmth or cure illnesses, but it does fill you up. But Li Laotu doesn't seem to be bothered by the cold. Lu Chen recalled Li Laotu wearing flip-flops earlier. He did seem to tolerate the cold well. Jiang Xinyu shrugged. We don't know. It's not important. Many residents are running out of food now.
If we find the snowball, it means 3 days of fullness, which is very tempting.
No wonder there has been no information about this snowball in the group chat recently. Everyone must be hiding and searching for it on their own.
But at this rate, the whole community will soon know about it.
You haven't eaten either? Lu Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu. She seemed fine, unlike the first time he saw Lu Yunyun, who was almost starving and fainting. I have some left, but it's running out too. I need to prepare in advance, Jiang Xinyu replied seriously. Oh, alright, you've asked all your questions. Don't be so impulsive in the future.
Jiang Xinyu patted Lu Chen's chest, hesitated for a moment, and unexpectedly said, You're quite sturdy.
Rest up, I'll go look for the snowball.
Lu Chen watched as Jiang Xinyu wrapped herself tightly in a padded coat, grabbed a shovel, and opened the community gate. Even with the blazing fire nearby, a piercing cold wind could still be felt.
Lu Chen shivered. Could anyone go out in this temperature to search for something? Even just shoveling a bit of snow would make one half dead from the cold, right? However, this snowball was indeed worth investigating. If he could get his hands on one, maybe he should use his detection technique to assess the situation outside first. With that in mind, Lu Chen activated his detection technique. It spread evenly outward from his center, and soon he saw several residents, including Jiang Xinyu, kneeling not far from the community gate, continuously digging snow with small shovels and carefully inspecting if there were any snowballs. Lu Chen could hear their teeth chattering from the cold. Even in such freezing conditions, they persisted in digging the snow, as enduring the cold was better than starving at home. Lu Chen then focused his attention on the snow on the ground. His detection technique had fully expanded, reaching a radius of about 30 meters. He carefully searched for anything unusual in the snow. The surface layer of snow appeared like a white curtain, evenly distributed and seemingly monotonous, quickly testing his patience. Lu Chen then concentrated on the snow beneath Jiang Xinyu's feet but still found nothing. Was it possible that his detection technique couldn't locate this snowball, considering it was just pure white snow condensed into a ball? Lu Chen was at a loss. After all, he had no template of the snowball to reference. Wait, could that old man have any unique characteristics compared to ordinary people? Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the old man's house. At this moment, he was boiling water. Through his clothed body, the energy was directly affecting Mr. Li. Lu Chen was stunned. There was a tiny ball of light in the old man's dantian, capable of instantly capturing one's gaze. Was this ball of light brought by Xuetuanzi? Lu Chen then looked at Lu Yenmei, and indeed, she had nothing. Wow, this discovery is crucial. If this light is emitted by Xuetuanzi, then searching for Xuetuanzi in the snow will be much easier. As Lu Chen was about to refocus his awareness to search again, the community gate suddenly swung open. A man covered in snow was holding onto the doorframe, shouting loudly, "Someone has fainted. Help, quick, TSK." As expected, in such low temperatures, one must return inside within 1 or 2 minutes to warm up by the fire, or else one wouldn't know how they died. Lu Chen extended his awareness and instantly locked onto the person who had fainted, a woman wearing a sable fur coat, but she was quite far from the door. Several residents who were warming up by the fire gathered at the door, looking outside. A person was lying about 10 meters away, still quite visible, but soon to be covered by heavy snow. Damn, how can we save her from this distance? The man who came to report was at a loss. But, she won't last long like this. Well, what can we do? This scene at the door made everyone who had been shoveling snow return indoors. Among them was a man with yellow hair, his lean face tattooed with a line of poetry from his temple to his neck. Lu Chen carefully read it, "Life is like a dewdrop," or something like that. The second half was hidden in his clothes, not visible. The man touched his reddened nose. Damn, enough with the nonsense, get a few strong guys to drag her back, problem solved. With that, he walked straight out, followed by Jiang Xinyu, who swallowed nervously and followed. The young man who had come to report also joined in, and seeing so many people heading out, 2 more young men followed suit. The rest didn't even consider a rescue, so they just stayed put, watching the situation. Hey, do you think Mr. Li can help in this situation? Isn't he immune to the cold? Who told you that? He can withstand the cold for at most 5 minutes longer than us, but he's more than capable of saving someone. Then go call him. Why don't you go? Lu Chen focused on the situation of the 5 people going out to rescue. Although he wasn't participating, he didn't look down on those willing to take risks to save others. They quickly reached the woman who had fainted, and the man with the yellow hair grabbed her clothes first, with the others following suit. The 5 of them dragged the woman through the snow, but it wasn't as smooth as they had imagined. The snow at the door was compacted from being stepped on, but the outer ring of snow was very fluffy. Stepping into it almost covered their knees, making it difficult to exert force. The woman who had fainted was even worse off, stuck in the snow with significant resistance. So, although 5 people went out to rescue her, their progress was slow, each step was quite strenuous. Despite being only 10 meters away, it was a challenging task. Hey, at this rate, it's hopeless. Then go call old Manly. You go. I'm not going. TSK. These 2 idiots. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Either watch the show quietly or go out and help. It's annoying to just talk without taking action. Aren't they just armchair critics? Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at the door, "Hey, come back quickly. It's been a long time." Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Wait a minute. In just a moment of distraction, Lu Chen seemed to catch a glimpse of a light. Lu Chen refocused and saw a faint ball of light flickering in his eyes, a faint light passing through the snow as the woman was being dragged forward. Damn, what luck is this? Lu Chen forcefully pulled the 2 people blocking the door, causing them to fall to the ground from opposite sides. Lu Chen rushed out of the door at a speed so fast that the residents thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes and realized that another person had left. The 5 of them were in quite a bad state, especially Jiang Xinyu, who was already a delicate woman and had been digging in the snow for so long. At this point, she was at her limit, barely able to walk back on her own. Lu Chen quickly picked up the glowing ball from the snow, unnoticed by anyone, and then effortlessly lifted the woman. The pressure on the 5 of them instantly disappeared, and they all glanced at Lu Chen, feeling grateful but unable to express it amidst the heavy snow. After Lu Chen joined in, the woman was soon carried back into the house and placed next to the fire. Everyone who had gone out to rescue her was panting and huddling by the fire. Yellow Hair was the first to recover. Damn, buddy, you really helped a lot. You're really something. Yellow Hair took another look and finally recognized Lu Chen. Lu Chen had shown his face during the live broadcast, and he had also appeared in his wife's short video. Yellow Hair had analyzed it frame by frame and remembered, Lu Chen? Damn, it's you. Do you remember me? Yellow Hair, the leader of the Yellow Hair Gang, we've interacted in the group before. Lu Chen remembered, the Yellow Hair Gang leader who always had lewd thoughts. He didn't seem like a bad person now. Lu Chen nodded. Yeah, I remember. Lu Chen, you really helped a lot, big brother. The young man who had reported the woman fainting also stepped forward to thank Lu Chen, and then went on to thank each person who had gone out to rescue her. Jiang Xinyu's gaze towards Lu Chen had changed quite a bit. She remained silent, quietly warming herself by the fire.
After this incident, no one went out to make snowballs anymore. They all gathered by the fire, watching the woman they had just rescued, who still showed no signs of waking up. Lu Chen, however, was not concerned about whether the woman lived or died. He silently put his hand into his pocket, where he had stored the snowballs, feeling cold to the touch, just like ice dumplings. Lu Chen took out his phone to check the time. It was already midnight. Wang Ahua should be making a breakthrough. Lu Chen stood up, looked around, and saw Wang Ahua in the corner, holding a shovel, lost in thought. Lu Chen approached him. Where's Lin Shan's body? It's midnight. Wang Ahua was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to be waiting for him to hand over the body, but the body was really gone. Lu Chen, the body is really gone. I'm sure I froze her to death. I watched her being covered by snow before I left, right at the door. She couldn't have escaped. Lu Chen shrugged, with a mocking look in his eyes. Well, that's not my problem. If you can't produce the body, it means you don't respect me. Damn it. Wang Ahua was full of resentment. Who could he reason with? Lu Chen was just looking for trouble. Lu Chen wanted to kill him. Looking at Lu Chen's eyes, Wang Ahua swallowed hard. Lu Chen, give me a day. I can find it. I'll find out who took the body for you. I promise. Lu Chen chuckled, patting Wang Ahua's trembling cheek out of fear. Let me guess what you're thinking. Lu Chen put on a thoughtful expression. Going door to door to find Lin Shan's body? No. Lin Shan's body isn't that easy to find. Maybe it's been eaten, then. The snowballs are the key, right? Do you think that by getting the snowballs, you can once again trample me underfoot? Wang Ahua's eyes widened suddenly, and his body began to tremble slightly. Congratulations on triggering Wang Ahua's fear. Malicious value plus 200. Lu Chen smiled. It was only natural. In Wang Ahua's eyes, or in the eyes of most people, his strength came from these mysterious snowballs. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Having been abandoned by his girlfriend a few days ago due to a lack of resources, miraculously surviving until now, and possessing great strength, all perfectly matched the characteristics of the snowballs: fullness, strength. However, most people were still observing, as Lu Chen himself had not admitted to eating the snowballs, nor had they seen him physically harm anyone. At this moment, everyone present kept glancing over here from time to time. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Wang Ahua lowered his head, unable to answer. Of course, he came for the snow dumplings. If he could start on the same line as Lu Chen, he didn't think he would provoke Lu Chen without any reason. But Lu Chen unexpectedly saw through his thoughts so easily. So, what do you think we should do? Lu Chen towered above while Wang Ahua was in his shadow, at a loss. Lu Chen was definitely capable of killing. How could he survive? How? Wang Ahua suddenly crouched down, trembling, and shouted, Lu Chen, please don't kill me. This shout made the residents on the first floor tense up. What's going on? Lu Chen wants to kill someone? Lu Chen instantly felt dozens of gazes on him, looking at him in disbelief. Ha! Using this trick? Does he really think I'll be restrained by the damn crowd? Jiang Xinyu frowned, about to step forward. Lu Chen grabbed Wang Ahua's hair, pulling him in front of everyone. Wang Ahua struggled incessantly but couldn't break free, like a trapped cat, all his efforts in vain. I'm going to kill him now. Any objections? Hearing this, Wang Ahua nearly wet himself. Congratulations on crushing Wang Ahua's spirit. Maliciousness plus 1000. Jiang Xinyu was the first to speak up. I object. Why do you have the right to kill? Lu Chen smiled faintly. This woman really wasn't afraid of death. He conspired with Lin Shan to rob the house. If my skills weren't strong, I wouldn't be standing here now. Jiang Xinyu was stunned. What? When did this happen? He robbed? Well, then go ahead and kill him. Seeing the only person who opposed also siding with Lu Chen, Wang Ahua felt his prostate give way, wetting his pants. Congratulations on evoking Wang Ahua's despair. Maliciousness plus 3000. Lu Chen's lips curled up as he leaned in close to Wang Ahua's ear. You're done for, Ahua. Congratulations on evoking Wang Ahua's despair. Maliciousness plus 3000. This. Jiang Xinyu didn't know what to say. She thought Lu Chen wanted to kill because Wang Ahua had tricked him, which was obviously wrong. But if it was a robbery, then Wang Ahua deserved to die, especially in this post-apocalyptic world where being robbed of food meant certain death. But wasn't Lu Chen's behavior too cruel? Why did it feel like he was intentionally intimidating Wang Ahua? The residents also looked at Lu Chen, seeing him as the ultimate villain, a handsome guy bullying a scar-faced man until he wet himself. This scene was too discordant. Lu Chen changed his tone, his lips curling up. But you know, Wang Ahua, I've always been reasonable. I never hesitate to give people a chance. Didn't I spare you last time? Wang Ahua was taken aback. Was there still a chance? The shattered nerves in his brain returned, and he hurriedly said, yes. Lu Chen, you're the most reasonable. Killing isn't your style.
What do you want me to do? I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Well, you wanted to duel me for the snow dumplings, right? I'll give you one last chance to go out, no time limit. Wang Ahua was stunned, despair engulfing him once more. Lu Chen indeed wouldn't kill him, he wanted him to die outside. Congratulations on evoking Wang Ahua's despair, maliciousness plus 3000, yes, emotions on a roller coaster, almost dying, a bit more gold coins. Lu Chen released Wang Ahua's hair. Go on, I'll wait for you at the door. Wang Ahua sat by the fire pit in a daze, his expression twisted. He really didn't dare to make a move. Lu Chen was definitely much stronger than him. Even if he tried to ambush, if he couldn't kill with one blow, he would lose. Trembling, Wang Ahua held the shovel in his hand, his eyes filled with fear. He hesitantly looked towards the door, where the snow-covered landscape offered no hiding places. He had already made sure that Lin Shan would freeze to death in the snow. But he didn't expect this to become his own cause of death. No, there's still hope. Find the snow dumplings, come back, and kill Lu Chen. Wang Ahua suddenly found his target, gripped the snow shovel tightly, opened the door, and braved the wind and snow as he walked out of the first floor. The people present crowded around the door, watching Wang Ahua's every move. At this moment, he was running into the depths of the snow, relentlessly shoveling. Ha! Even if you find it, what good will it do? Lu Chen picked up a snow shovel that belonged to someone unknown and pushed the door open. Watching Wang Ahua frantically digging in the snow, Lu Chen shouted, "Hey!" In the last second when Wang Ahua looked back, Lu Chen flung the snow shovel. The final moment of despair. Congratulations on triggering Wang Ahua's despair, malicious value plus 4000. Wang Ahua deceased, malicious value plus 10,000. Lu Chen clapped his hands and closed the door. The residents were all shocked. How could a snow shovel thrown from such a distance by Lu Chen directly pierce someone's body? What immense power was this? And to see Lu Chen acting so indifferent. Did Lu Chen also eat snow dumplings? Is that how he gained such unbelievable power? This seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. It appeared that there was now one more person in the community that should not be provoked. Previously, it was Mr. Li and Fan Yojie. Now Lu Chen had to be added to the list. Not only that, they also needed to speed up their search for snow dumplings. If snow dumplings could give them the same power as Lu Chen, then perhaps the pressure of staying alive wouldn't be so great. While everyone was immersed in discussing Lu Chen's methods, Jiang Xinyu approached angrily, glaring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't Jiang Xinyu allowing him to kill? Wasn't it okay to tease a bit before death? What are you doing? Jiang Xinyu squinted, pointing suddenly in the direction of Wang Ahua. You threw my snow shovel. Miss, is that really important? I can just compensate you with another shovel. Not only Lu Chen, but all the residents present were speechless. Wasn't the important thing now Lu Chen's method of killing? He could have easily given Wang Ahua a fatal blow, but instead, he chose to tease him madly, making him oscillate between almost dying and not dying. If we were to compare the three most untouchable people, then Lu Chen was definitely at the top. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu earnestly demanding her shovel, and helplessly said, I'll compensate you, okay? Fine, but you still prevented me from finding snow dumplings this afternoon. I won't hold it against you. Jiang Xinyu snorted and walked away. Many people looked at the current situation, a half-dead woman lying on the ground, Wang Ahua dead outside, and no one had the mood to dig for snow dumplings. They gradually left with their shovels. Huang Jejun also smiled at Lu Chen and left with his shovel. Lu Chen's stomach grumbled. He was starving after not eating 3 meals a day. He had made enough money, obtained the snow dumplings, and had a fruitful harvest. It was time to go home. Just a little closer. Lu Chen returned home, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard Li Yumin cursing. Damn you, Lu Chen, you slept with me and now you want to tie me up. How can you be such a beast? Congratulations on breaking Li Yumin's defense, malicious value plus 500, humph. Li Yumin was still too young. Sleeping and making money are two different things. Can't they be distinguished? If he let her go, wouldn't she turn against him? Lu Chen ignored Li Yumin's curses. Today's spoils, 1 snow dumpling, nearly 30,000 points of malicious value. Adding the previous 2 to 3,000, it totaled 33,000. He was close to the 50,000 points needed for the 3rd level physique. This malicious value deserved a good meal. Lu Chen was about to choose when he suddenly remembered that Lu Yunyun had to work tonight, so he let her decide. Miss Lu, what would you like to eat? Lu Yunyun was lying bored on the sofa and didn't expect to have a say in what to eat. She raised her head and pondered for a moment. I'm from Dongguan, if I have to choose, I'd like to have dim sum. It's already noon, and you want dim sum? Yunyan nodded, and Lu Chen found the complete set of Dongguan morning tea in the mall,
priced at a staggering 400 evil points, which was quite expensive for food items. However, Uniyun was very beautiful, and even a technician like her cost 988, so what was 400 evil points? Lu Chen waved his hand, and the table was instantly filled with wooden steamers, each emitting hot steam. He casually lifted a lid revealing chicken feet, pork belly, crystal shrimp dumplings, and many other dishes with unpronounceable names. No wonder it was so expensive, the portions were huge, impossible to finish. There were roughly 80 dishes on the table, and Lu Chen hadn't even uncovered them all, many of which were unidentifiable.
Were there so many varieties of morning tea in Dongwon?
Uniyun and Li Yumin couldn't wait to eat, their eyes fixed on the table.
How could Lu Chen tantalize their taste buds every day? Was this really the apocalypse? It felt more like being confined by a wealthy tycoon, dining on gourmet food every day. Uniyun couldn't help but drool.
As a Dongwon native, she was very particular about food freshness, but the morning tea Lu Chen conjured was undoubtedly top-notch, incredibly delicious and fresh.
Uniyun began to imagine how happy it would be to taste it.
Lu Chen smiled, picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling, and walked over to the two women. "We can take our time eating, no need to rush.
It won't delay earning a meal." Lu Chen brought the dumpling to Uniyun's mouth, and she eagerly opened wide. He could see a glistening thread of saliva as her lips parted. However, he changed direction and fed it to Li Yumin, who was taken aback by the sudden joy, her eyes wide open but her mouth still moving. Congratulations on successfully teasing Uniyun. Evil points plus 200.
Congratulations on deceiving Li Yumin's emotions through indirect means.
Evil points plus 200. I just earned a meal like this? Kidnapping Uniyun was indeed the right choice. Uniyun was shocked, wondering why Lu Chen behaved like a beast again. Oh, don't be in a hurry, you're next.
Lu Chen quickly picked up another dumpling and offered it to Uniyun, who swallowed nervously.
Seeing Lu Chen's sincere compensation, she reluctantly opened her mouth again.
Then she watched as Lu Chen fed the dumpling to Li Yumin.
Damn it! Uniyun was dumbfounded. Lu Chen was truly a beast. Why did every meal have to be so difficult? I'm not eating anymore, Lu Chen. Lu Chen hesitated, surprised that Uniyun finally cursed at him. He then picked up a meat dumpling and gestured for Uniyun to open her mouth. This time, Uniyun turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Alright, this one is really for you, Miss Yun." Uniyun turned suspiciously. "Just give it to Li Yumin directly, I'm not playing the fool." Li Yumin, with two dumplings in her mouth, puffed up her cheeks but still signaled for Lu Chen to feed her more, even larger ones. Lu Chen grabbed Uniyun's head and forcefully fed her one. Congratulations on successfully teasing Li Yumin. Evil points plus 200. Congratulations on deceiving Uniyun's emotions through indirect means. Evil points plus 200. Damn, why is money so easy to earn? After tormenting the two women, Lu Chen enjoyed the Dongwon morning tea. Then he returned to his room and took out the snowball he had obtained that morning. Since he hadn't had a chance to examine it closely, this was his first time really looking at it. If this thing was mixed in with the snow, it would be hard to spot because it looked so similar in color and texture, the only difference being that the snowball was a lump while snow would scatter. Could he search online about this thing? Although the country announced the cessation of all management after the end of the world arrived, there would be no more notices or disaster predictions, but there would still be many people posting research or new discoveries about the end of the world on the internet. If this snowball appeared globally, there should be someone posting notices or something similar. Lu Chen opened his phone and glanced at the group chat, which was already lively, but all the content was off-topic, and even requests for help would be instantly drowned out. Lu Chen temporarily decided not to look at the group chat and instead opened the global forum. This forum existed before the end of the world, and it could translate the languages of users from various countries into the target language of the corresponding users, making it very convenient to use. Lu Chen searched for the keyword snowball in the global forum. However, all that came up were some old food festival programs. After a casual search turned up nothing, he then opened a specialized forum for the end of the world and browsed through the messages. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that he came across a comment about the snowball. "Sword Girl, IP, Japan, eating this kind of snowball can make you full," accompanied by a picture of the snowball. IPs from various countries appeared in the comments. Mutarif, IP, Germany, what is this? A snowball? Sword Girl, IP, Japan, at Mutarif, this is a strange snowball found in the snow, it can keep you full for several days, I was lucky to find two. Mutarif, IP, Germany, really? I believe you, I'm going out to find this snowball too. Lu Chen thought for a moment and left a comment in the girl's post. Lu Chen, IP, Huagua, besides getting full, does this snowball have any other effects? There was no immediate response.
Lu Chen casually browsed for a while, with most people asking what this thing was, a few expressing envy. It now seemed that the appearance of the snowball was global, but systematic research on this thing had not yet appeared. Most people were attracted to its amazing end-of-the-world effect of keeping you full, which is why they were striving to obtain it. However, the snowball was obviously more than that, as evidenced by the changes in Old Lee. It was now clear that the snowball had certain special effects, which might vary from person to person, but what remained constant was its ability to keep you full.
Lu Chen picked up the snowball again, deciding not to eat it himself.
After all, according to Jiang Xinyu's description, although the snowball had special effects like healing, strengthening the body, and resistance to freezing, these abilities were not as effective as systematic superpowers. So, instead of eating it, Lu Chen preferred to use it as a bargaining chip, perhaps increasing its value that way. With that in mind, Lu Chen put the snowball away in a drawer. If he wanted to investigate the snowball further, he would need to contact Uncle Lee and Fan Yojie. However, according to Jiang Xinyu, Fan Yojie was unwilling to reveal much, and he had offended Uncle Lee. It would be great if he could directly observe them using detection.
Unfortunately, he couldn't do that.
Uncle Lee's house was on the first floor, and Jiang Xinyu had mentioned that Fan Yojie was on the 8th floor. The detection range from his home was not enough, and standing foolishly in the corridor to detect would raise suspicions among the residents. It would be best to find a middle ground, like Jiang Xinyu's house. Although Jiang Xinyu had not mentioned which floor she lived on, during the previous use of detection, Lu Chen had not seen Jiang Xinyu in the residence above the 9th floor, so she could only live on the 9th floor or below. This way, he could simultaneously detect Uncle Lee and Fan Yojie.
With that in mind, Lu Chen picked up his phone and searched for Jiang Xinyu in the Huadu Jiangnan Residential Community Owners Group.
As he searched, he received a friend request on his phone, which he opened to check.
What a coincidence!
Jiang Xinyu had come looking for him.
Lu Chen accepted the friend request. Jiang Xinyu, accompany me. Shovel. Snow. Lu Chen. Was this girl missing a few screws, being so stubborn in inexplicable places? Lu Chen, where do you live? I'll bring it to you. Jiang Xinyu, forget it, you're so strong, I'm afraid you'll kidnap me.
Jiang Xinyu, as for the shovel, bring me the snowball next time you find it.
After some consideration, Lu Chen agreed. Lu Chen, all right.
It seemed quite challenging to visit Jiang Xinyu's house, but kidnapping was also an option. Although Jiang Xinyu wore large black-framed glasses and seemed a bit stubborn, she was quite good-looking. If she learned a bit about makeup and styling like the two women in the house, she could be a beauty too. With that in mind, Lu Chen habitually opened Jiang Xinyu's social media.
In just a split second, Lu Chen's eyes widened. What is this? Such a contrast? Jiang Xinyu's social media was filled with cosplay photos, some of which were quite revealing. Moreover, she seemed to have a social media account with over 2 million followers. Lu Chen quickly opened the account and searched for Fish Desire. Oh my! Lu Chen felt like he had opened the door to a new world. How could this possibly be the same person? In the videos, Jiang Xinyu had a wide range of expressions, a great figure, looking like a professional cosplayer. This was just too cute, right? And she even had recent updates? Lu Chen clicked on a video, probably shot at her home, where she was lying on the bed in a bikini, her feet swaying. No, can't handle this. Lu Chen quickly closed the video, swallowed hard, and made up his mind. Jiang Xinyu, he must have her. After calming his excitement, Lu Chen returned to the main issue.
Investigating the old man who had eaten snow dumplings in Fan Yojie might have to be put on hold for now. However, there was something else worth noting at the moment: the person who stole Lin Shan's body. Wang Ahua was definitely not lying, Lin Shan was indeed dead. But stealing a body was no laughing matter. It indicated that people were already resorting to cannibalism. If news of this spread widely in the community, they would need to be prepared for a massive uproar. Once cannibalism became an accepted survival option, it wouldn't be long before murder and cannibalism followed. Although this day was foreseeable, its early arrival was unexpected. Lu Chen opened the Huadu Jiangnan Residential Community Owners Group chat, which had already exceeded 99 plus messages. After scrolling through, he noticed at least 10 people in the group trying to buy food. While water resources could be sustained by melting snow, food was becoming increasingly scarce in the community. Lu Chen sighed softly. It seemed like the community only had two options left: cannibalism or placing all hope on snow dumplings. Lu Chen walked out of the room where the two women were still at the table, nibbling away, with only half of the breakfast dim sum steamer open, and nearly 40 left unopened. They looked like they were pregnant. Lu Chen picked up a rib, no longer too hot to touch, and walked to the TV, but he was getting tired of watching movies as a pastime lately. Maybe he should buy a PS5. The domestic AAA game Talking God Black Sky Enlightenment had just been released before the apocalypse. Taking advantage of the rare leisure time, he decided to buy one. Luchan opened the system store, and the PS5 was priced at 300 malicious points. Suddenly the prices in the apocalypse seemed quite cheap. Luchan decisively made the purchase. It was his first time dealing with such a device, and it took him a while to set up the PS5. While Yun Yun and Li Yumin were having breakfast, they curiously watched Luchan's actions. It wasn't until they saw Luchan pull out a set-top box from thin air that they realized he could conjure up more than just food. That meant cosmetics, handbags, jewelry, bracelets, all the things they couldn't afford before the apocalypse. Luchan could create them? Although it seemed a bit unreasonable to pursue these things in the apocalypse, they were well fed and warm, so a bit of entertainment wouldn't hurt, especially since Luchan was already doing it. Li Yuman's eyes sparkled with cunning. Lin Shan's cosmetics didn't suit her taste. If only she could exchange them for a new set. With that thought, she chewed faster, finished her breakfast, then put it down and bounced over to sit next to Luchan on the sofa. Luchan was taken aback. The last time he heard Li Yumin make this kind of sound was during the kidnapping of Li Yumin. She used this pleasing tone that day, and of course, yesterday too. Luchan smiled faintly. It seemed like she had a favor to ask. Speak. Li Yumin's eyes twinkled with a smile. What do you want to say? I came here because I like brother Luchan. TSK. Truly shameless. Setting the stage before asking for favors, making it impossible for him to refuse, the success rate of speaking at this moment was very high. Unfortunately, little sister, I am a tough nut to crack. Your tricks won't work on me. Oh, well, if you like it, then stay. This sentence from Luchan left Li Yumin dumbfounded. What kind of macho statement was this? Even she, a seasoned player in the game of love, was stunned. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Damn it, Luchan knew he had to play dumb. Even with her attitude like this, Luchan still pretended not to understand. Did she have to beg Luchan in a low voice for him to agree? Congratulations on angering Li Yumin, malicious value plus 100. Luchan picked up the controller, opened the Game God's Black Void, and entered the loading screen. Brother Luchan, what are you playing? Can I join you? Li Yumin deliberately leaned her graceful figure towards Luchan, but Luchan remained unmoved, using the godly needle of the void to focus his mind. The game dialogue coming from the TV, monsters and demons. Why not reveal your true form? Congratulations on provoking Li Yumin, malicious value plus 200. Seeing that her seductive figure had no effect, Li Yumin became even more furious. She had relied on this to conquer countless men, but now she was hitting a wall with Luchan. Fine, trying to act all saintly and noble, huh? Li Yumin was so angry she could almost breathe fire. Luchan could be really despicable at times. How could she, so beautiful, be outdone by a monkey on TV? Li Yumin gritted her teeth, her goal shifting from wanting cosmetics to wanting to captivate Luchan. Luchan was quite at ease, playing games, making money, and even enjoying the company of a beauty. What could be better than this? As the time approached 5 in the afternoon, the game cleared the first stage. Li Yumin's eyes were hollow, her heart ashen. Luchan stretched lazily, and Li Yumin had earned him about 3,000 malicious points. By the middle of the game, she had broken through her own defenses. Luchan pinched Li Yumin's face as she collapsed. Speak, what do you want? Congratulations on deceiving Li Yumin's emotions through indirect means successfully. Malicious value plus 300. Cosmetics, the ones that woman who wears the green hat for you are not good. TSK. This woman was asking for a beating again? Luchan opened the system store. There were so many types of cosmetics, he didn't know what was good, so he chose a 500 malicious value cosmetic set, thinking the more expensive, the better. The cosmetics appeared in front of Li Yumin, and she visibly brightened up. The gloom caused by Luchan earlier vanished, and just as she was about to apply them, Luchan kicked her off the couch. She pouted, her bottom almost in tears from the fall. Luchan slowly placed his foot on her, teaching Li Yumin a lesson, otherwise, things would really get out of hand. She was starting to disrespect him. Congratulations on successfully humiliating Li Yumin, malicious value plus 300. Li Yumin gritted her teeth. You bastard. Luchan, do you still consider me a human being? Without a word, Luchan slapped Li Yumin on the bottom. Smack. Congratulations on successfully teaching Li Yumin a lesson, malicious value plus 500. Li Yumin's bottom stung from the slap, making her tremble all over, her body tensed up, her cheeks flushed with tears welling up in her eyes. Luchan was too harsh. Even though she was Luchan's woman, didn't he feel sorry for hitting her? Li Yumin couldn't understand why her tried and true methods from her past life weren't working on Luchan, why he would still hit her even though they shared a bed. Li Yumin's bottom burned with pain, or was this just Luchan's quirk?
Just like to bully people? Li Yumin unwillingly shed tears, but dared not be disrespectful anymore. Lu Chen's strength was no joke. She could understand very well that she might not be able to stand up if she were hit again. She could only crawl on the ground obediently to help Lu Chen. Yes, that's right. Lu Chen looked at the compliant Li Yumin, feeling relieved. However, her series of seductions just now had not been in vain, they were all accumulating. Lu Chen then glanced at the terrified Yunyun Lu on the side. The crimes committed by someone would eventually be borne by others. Tired of playing games, let's see what the neighbors are up to. Lu Chen focused and activated her detection ability. In an instant, the residents were covered by it. When her consciousness reached Wang Ahua's house, Lu Chen frowned. At that moment, 4 people were gathered in front of Wang Ahua's house. All of them had yellow hair, and the leader was none other than Huang Jejun, whom she had encountered that morning. This was. Lu Chen probably understood. He had killed Wang Ahua, but his family's resources had not been depleted, so Huang Jejun had come to plunder. But how were they going to break in? The community's gates were reinforced theft-proof doors unlocked by fingerprint passwords. Lu Chen looked at the 4 members of Huang Jejun and pondered for a moment. It had to be said that Huang Jejun had a keen sense of smell. He had judged that the resources stored in Wang Ahua's house were worth his effort. There were 2 factors. First, Lin Shan had abandoned him and joined Wang Ahua's household, indicating that Wang Ahua's house had plenty of resources. But that wasn't enough. When Wang Ahua died, he clearly stated that he was digging snowballs to become stronger, indicating that he didn't care about the 3 days of fullness. Taking all this into account, it was certain that Wang Ahua's house had a lot of resources. And that was indeed the case. Lu Chen nodded. Huang Jejun not only took the initiative to save people but also had a good brain. Apart from some inappropriate behavior, he didn't have any major flaws. If an alliance was needed in the future, Huang Jejun would be a good candidate. Lu Chen continued to observe the actions of the group. Behind Huang Jejun stood a man wearing a hood, smoking a cigarette, and carrying a bag full of books. Lu Chen focused his consciousness on the bag, which contained neatly arranged chemical reagent bottles secured with foam boards. He took out a bottle of black powder from the bag and poured it all into the lower right corner of the door. The group dispersed silently, leaving only the man with the hood in place. The man then took out a tissue, lit it with the cigarette, stepped back a bit, and calmly threw the burning tissue onto the pile of black powder. The burning paper floated in the air for a while until it touched the powder, causing a dazzling burst of fire, with sparks flying in all directions. From the intense reaction at the beginning to gradually calming down, the powder burned red, and a fist-sized hole was melted in the lower right corner of the door. When the cigarette in the hooded man's hand went out, the powder turned into a solid black mass. "Ha, Lao Si, you're amazing." Huang Jejun gave a thumbs up and patted the hooded man's back. Lu Chen smiled. It was an aluminum thermite reaction. He had prepared a mixture of iron oxide and aluminum powder in advance. The reaction itself wasn't difficult, but the materials were hard to come by. Iron oxide was easy to find, but aluminum powder, the key material, was not available for purchase. It was even less likely to be obtained after the apocalypse, so he must have had aluminum powder before the apocalypse, and judging by his skillful appearance, it wasn't his first time doing it, nor was he a law-abiding citizen. However, it gave him an idea. Aluminum powder could be purchased in the system, and if there was a need for it in the future, he could buy some to make aluminum thermite. Lu Chen continued to watch. This time, another man took over, with no distinctive features, just some freckles on his face and slightly protruding teeth. He took out thin iron wire, passed it through the melted hole, hooked the handle inside, and opened the door from the inside. It seemed like a well-trained gang of thugs. Every skilled technique is not something that can be mastered overnight. Before the apocalypse, at the very least, everyone had experienced a few days of hardship. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. There was nothing interesting coming up next. They would receive a fridge full of food left by Wang Ahua, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all included. This was quite precious to the Huang family army, but Lu Chen couldn't envy it at all. Cook for himself? Disdainful. Lu Chen opened his phone, only to find about a dozen messages tagged with that. Opening one, he saw that Lu Yenmei was causing a scene in the group again. Truly exasperating. Do I have to beat you to make you shut up? Lu Chen looked at the message. Lu Yenmei from the neighborhood committee. At everyone, I will list all the crimes committed by Lu Chen. Preventing his girlfriend from finding true love, even cruelly retaliating. Petty and mean-spirited. Inciting 2 people in love to kill each other. Jealous of others' happiness. Forcing others to kill their partners. Extremely twisted psychologically. Beating the elderly. I was engaging in friendly communication with residents, working to improve their lives,
but Lu Chen baselessly attacked the elderly, nearly killing me. Unable to bear others having love, afterwards seeking revenge with a small mind, harming a defenseless man. At Lu Chen, your crimes are unforgivable. I, representing the highest authority in the current community, the neighborhood committee and security team, will drive you, this disruptor of community order, out of the neighborhood. Exile. The expulsion has been unanimously approved for execution by all members of the neighborhood committee and security team. I, Lu Yenmei, will oversee the execution, with security guard Li Fuchuan carrying it out. At everyone, Lu Chen's crimes are beyond forgiveness. I hope everyone will cut ties with such a person as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will sooner or later suffer cruel persecution. At Lu Chen, I have prepared the expulsion order, commanding you to leave the neighborhood within 3 days. You are not allowed to take any community property with you, including things in your home, which are now communal property. Lu Chen, are you ready to be expelled? So long? Damn. Are you writing an essay? Have I become an illegal citizen? Truly worthy of the neighborhood committee's authority, power is indeed great. This Lu Yenmei is quite something. Her face is swollen like a pig, teeth almost falling out, and she still has the nerve to stir up trouble? Can't she just let things go? Lu Chen smiled faintly and sent a message. Lu Chen, at neighborhood committee Lu Yenmei, did you lose your ability to speak after losing your teeth? Or did you never learn to speak properly? You can come to me, I can teach you, tuition fees apply. Neighborhood committee Lu Yenmei, Lu Chen, don't be too arrogant. You have completely angered the neighborhood committee, get ready to face their wrath. Lu Chen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. So the neighborhood committee got angry just like that? Damn, I really want to see what this idiot can do, but Li Grandpa should be cautious. After all, I haven't seen him make a move. Better be safe and buy some more abilities. Lu Chen opened the system store and went straight to the abilities section. His abilities were more inclined towards attack and detection, with only a bit of defense and the enhanced physique. So this time, the goal was to choose an ability that could defend well. After all, no matter how strong the physique was, it was useless if the blade could penetrate it. If he could block the blade and combine it with his current abilities, dealing with Li Grandpa would be foolproof. After a moment of selection, Lu Chen finally found what he wanted, battle skin quality. The effect was that the skin would become tough in battle, with the first level being able to resist ordinary blades like kitchen knives and fruit knives. The second level could resist advanced blades like military knives. The third level could withstand top-tier blades like those forged by master swordsmiths. Lu Chen decisively chose the second level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level battle skin quality. After looking around, Lu Chen found another quite good talent skill. Precision throwing, which could be mastered with just 2,000 malicious points, combined with his physical qualities, could produce a very strong effect. Lu Chen also chose to take it down. In the future, when encountering trouble, he could imitate Mundo, throwing kitchen knives from a distance. Anyway, the value of malice was enough, and he could afford several kitchen knives. Congratulations to the host for mastering throwing. Total malice value, 36,190 minus 13,000, total malice value, 23190, the rest should be saved. Ha! Wait a minute. Proficient in bed skills? 2,000 malice value? Definitely take it, money should be spent on the blade. Congratulations to the host for mastering bed skills. Total malice value, 23,190 minus 2,000, total malice value, 21190. Lu Chen finished shopping with a pleasant mood, and it was almost time to sleep. He needed to prepare Lu Yunyun. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yunyun, who was full from eating, smiled mischievously. Lu Yunyun was like a startled deer, a bit confused, not daring to meet Lu Chen's eyes. But after all, this was work, even if she was shy, she had to do it. Lu Chen untied the ropes on Lu Yunyun's hands and feet. Night fell. Congratulations to the host for successfully bullying Lu Yunyun, malice value plus 5,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully bullying Lu Yunyun, malice value plus 1,000. The next day, Lu Chen woke up, checked his phone, it was already 10:30. There were at least 30 messages from Jiang Xinyu. He should have returned her snow shovel today, but he overslept. He had to go downstairs quickly, the big star must be getting impatient. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yunyun lying on the bed, her fragrant shoulders exposed, sleeping peacefully and cutely. Lu Chen tied her hands and feet as usual. Lu Yunyun was indeed a perfect beauty in all aspects, a visual feast. After a simple wash, Lu Chen left the bedroom. Li Yuman was lying on the sofa. She was used to such things, but also secretly relieved. If she were alone, Lu Chen would definitely play her to death. Lu Chen prepared some xiaolongbao as breakfast for the two girls, and bought 2 snow shovels, consuming 120 malice value. Ready to go downstairs. but as soon as he opened the door, a strong foul smell hit him.
Lu Chen looked down and saw the entrance covered with ice made of yellow soup and feces. The whole corridor was filled with a toilet smell. Lu Chen almost vomited. There was no place to step at the door. Holding his nose, Lu Chen turned his head and saw eviction notices posted on both sides of the door. Eviction notice, unanimously decided by the community management, resident Lu Chen with heinous crimes is to be evicted. The final result passed unanimously, ordering resident Lu Chen to move out within 3 days. Otherwise, forced measures will be taken. Damn it, Lu Yanmei, are you really tired of living? I should have killed you on the first floor. Lu Chen tore off the eviction notice, took a leap, and leaped over the ice water with feces on the ground. Damn it, I'll make you taste it, you old thing. Lu Chen decisively opened the system store.
He found Control Art, purchased Control Art Level 1, consuming 1,000 malice value.
With a move of his mind, the feces-infested ice on the ground slowly lifted up. Lu Chen endured the stench and controlled the ice to move downstairs, while activating the detection ability to locate Lu Yanmei.
Scanning all the way to the first floor, it was still Mr.
Li's residence, and Lu Yanmei's figure was seen.
At this moment, she was lying on the bed, smiling smugly, unable to contain her joy.
Ha, Lu Chen can't come out of the door now. This bastard dared to hit me?
I'll tell him not to mess with the neighborhood committee. Now this kid knows how powerful I am, ha. Lu Yanmei was lying on the bed, the right side of her face still swollen like a pig, but she was extremely happy.
Keep laughing. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Soon, Lu Chen arrived on the first floor.
There were more residents here compared to yesterday, but Lu Chen ignored everyone, heading straight to Mr.
Li's door.
The people on the first floor were all staring at the ice with feces behind Lu Chen, unable to understand why it was floating, nor why such a thing existed.
At the door, Lu Chen could still hear Lu Yanmei's arrogant laughter. Lu Chen kicked Mr.
Li's door, and the laughter inside stopped abruptly.
Soon, a voice came. It was Lu Yanmei. Who? Lu Ken, I'm here to handle the procedures for your eviction. Lu Yanmei, I'm afraid of you. Lu Chen's tone was calm, even somewhat fearful.
Through the security door, Lu Ken could see Lu Yanmei's obvious delight, her upturned mouth unable to suppress the joy.
Quick, Lu Ken is scared. Ah, Lu Ken is scared. Let him provoke me. This is the consequence. Old man, open the door quickly, call Lu Ken in to kneel before me. Kowtow. Ha ha ha. Uncle Li also smiled, walking straight to the door.
As Lu Ken saw Uncle Li turning the lock, he forcefully kicked the door, causing Uncle Li to stagger back and fall. With a sudden burst of strength, Lu Ken grabbed Lu Yanmei by the collar as she was looking towards the door from the bed, pulling her down. A cry of pain rang out instantly. Uncle Li regained his senses, realizing that Lu Ken was not backing down but seeking revenge. But where did he find the courage?
Did he not regard Uncle Li Fuchuan?
Just as Uncle Li was about to stop Lu Ken, he felt a fierce kick to his jaw, followed by a tremendous dizziness and the sensation of his chin disappearing.
Lu Ken had kicked off Uncle Li Fuchuan's chin.
Congratulations to the host for injuring Li Fuchuan, malicious value plus 2,000. Before Li Fuchuan could scream in agony, he fell unconscious due to the heavy blow to his chin.
Lu Yanmei, held by Lu Ken, witnessed everything.
Her expression of immense joy instantly turned to fear, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Murder! Lu Ken is killing someone! Help! Help! I'm a member of the neighborhood committee. Where are the residents of the community? Someone, please help!
Congratulations to the host for triggering fear in Lu Yanmei, malicious value plus 500. Lu Ken threw Lu Yanmei down at the doorstep like a dead dog, and the residents all looked over. Lu Yanmei sat on the ground, waving her hands and crawling backward. Lu Ken, it's illegal to kill. You can't attack the neighborhood committee, or the whole community will turn against you.
Yes, you can't touch me.
Seeing Lu Ken still approaching slowly, Lu Yanmei suddenly turned her head and looked at the residents gathered on the first floor. Hey,
what are you all staring at? I'm from the neighborhood committee.
Come and save me, or I'll expel all of you.
No one paid attention to Lu Yanmei. Hey, it's illegal to stand by and watch someone die. You're complicit with Lu Ken. You'll all be expelled. All of you will be expelled. Think it over. The neighborhood committee's wrath is not something you commoners can bear.
Lu Yanmei hysterically shouted, tears streaming from her swollen eyes.
Most residents looked at this woman with disgust.
Lu Yanmei was never a good person, causing trouble for the residents even before the apocalypse. People avoided confronting her due to her age and fear of being extorted. But now, in this time, some people should just die sooner rather than later. They wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose Lu Yanmei and Lu Ken.
Seeing the indifferent gazes, Lu Yanmei's breakdown and screams intensified.
Especially upon hearing Lu Chen's slow, deathly footsteps in his voice, it was like a death knell.
Lu Chen grinned, not laughing now?
I told you, I will be responsible for teaching you to speak properly. Today, I brought a miraculous medicine, take it. Then, to everyone's surprise, feces mixed with urine, manipulated by Lu Chen, turned into a large-faced ice ball.
Lu Yanmei's expression was one of sheer horror. How could she not know what she had done?
This was her feces and urine. She had saved up a whole day's worth, painstakingly storing it until nightfall, then poured it in front of Lu Chen's door. The ice ball slowly approached Lu Yanmei, who screamed and scrambled up, running towards the crowd, but Lu Chen wouldn't give her a chance, grabbing her by the hair and pulling her back. Lu Yanmei fell to the ground again, her head hitting the floor hard. Soon after, a frozen dung ball floated closer and closer, carrying an unparalleled foul smell that had been fermenting all night, combined with the heat from the fire burning on the ground floor, capable of melting the frozen dung.
Lu Yanmei looked desperate, screaming in agony, but it only allowed the dung ball to enter her mouth.
The instant putrid smell made her retch, but Lu Chen continued to push the ball into her mouth.
I told you, this is a good remedy. Once you eat it, you'll talk. Don't resist, you old thing. Good medicine tastes bitter. This taste is normal. Swallow it for me.
Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei desperate. Malicious value plus 3,000. Congratulations to the host for feeding Lu Yanmei. Malicious value plus 7,000. Damn.
This is so disgusting.
Many residents on the ground floor closed their eyes. It was too disgusting to even think about what Lu Yanmei's mouth tasted like. It took 3 minutes for Lu Yanmei to finish eating the dung ball, and Lu Chen stopped. Lu Yanmei lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, completely broken. In front of more than 20 people, she had hit rock bottom.
Lu Chen clapped his hands indifferently. Hey, old thing, learn to speak yet? Lu Yanmei continued to cry, unable to say a word. Miraculous medicine indeed.
Progressing rapidly, you've learned the crucial silence.
Quite an achievement for you. But you still have to tell me.
Otherwise, I'll come feed you this medicine every day, old lady. Lu Yanmei trembled at these words, tears streaming down her face again. She tried to speak, but the foul taste in her mouth made her gag every time she opened it. Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei collapse. Malicious value plus 1,000. Lu Chen spoke slowly. 3, 2.
Lu Yanmei's features twisted in disgust as she vomited and managed to say, I've learned. Lu Chen sneered. 1. I didn't hear you clearly, so it doesn't count. What flavor do you want tomorrow? Lu Yanmei looked hopeless, raising her head to stare at Lu Chen with narrowed eyes. Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei desperate. Malicious value plus 2,000. Not speaking?
Then I'll make you try more flavors. I have quite a few family members.
Lu Yanmei's face paled, her throat choked with sobs. No, I'll eat yours. Lu Chen smirked. What? Sorry, didn't catch that. Seems like you really enjoy this medicine. You'll have 3 times the dose tomorrow.
Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei desperate. Malicious value plus 2,000. Lu Yanmei's body went limp, coughing incessantly, tears flowing uncontrollably.
Please, Lu Chen, I was wrong. Wrong? Wrong about what?
I shouldn't have poured dung water at your doorstep.
Lu Chen shook his head in confusion. What dung water? I said it's a miraculous medicine. Don't you find it delicious? Lu Yanmei quickly nodded. Yes, miraculous medicine, delicious.
Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei desperate. Malicious value plus 2,000. Lu Chen shook his head again. You're so foolish.
Good medicine tastes bitter. How could it be delicious? Seems like you still haven't learned to speak properly.
The treatment must continue. Lu Yanmei almost fainted, trembling hands clutching her chest, starting to vomit again. Congratulations to the host for making Lu Yanmei desperate. Malicious value plus 2,000. Old thing, your breath smells much better today.
I think today's session is almost over. Go home and wait for the next one.
Lu Yanmei felt hopeless but forced herself to get up and crawl to Mr. Li's house. The residents on the ground floor fell silent. This scene was too explosive.
Lu Yanmei was despicable, but Lu Chen was inhuman.
He was already like the king of hell yesterday, and today was even more terrifying. They couldn't bear to imagine themselves in such a situation.
Lu Chen openly tortured people, pushing them to their limits, showing no trace of humanity or mercy. Even punishing a wicked person made them feel how terrifying the punisher was.
Lu Yanmei, a person with an extremely tough mouth, was silenced with just a few words.
The first floor was silent at this moment, all eyes fixed on Lu Yanmei's miserable state, quietly assessing Lu Chen. They absolutely did not want to oppose Lu Chen. On the contrary, Lu Chen was in a good mood. The old wall lamp was also good at making money, earning a large amount of evil value in an instant, which was quite satisfying. As for tomorrow, let's see if Lu Yanmei will make it to tomorrow. If I were fed the spirit medicine, I would rather die immediately. I wonder if Lao Deng will commit suicide.
Of course, if I live until tomorrow, earning more evil value is also fine. After all, the three of us eat a lot. Lu Yanmei will only be able to eat with Lao Ba and the dog in the future.
Lu Chen glanced around the first floor.
There were many new faces here compared to yesterday, indicating that the news about the snowball had spread widely. Jiang Xinyu was also among them. When she saw Lu Chen looking at her, she wrinkled her nose and frowned. Shortly after, she walked up to him. "Where's my snow shovel?" Lu Chen handed Jiang Xinyu the snow shovel he had prepared, and she took it, saying, "You really took your time getting up.
I was almost falling asleep waiting for you.
Also, you're not allowed on the first floor tomorrow. Go somewhere else. You've made a mess of it all."
Goodness. What should I say to you? You're quite bold, miss. Lu Chen smiled. So, did anyone find the snowball today?
Jiang Xinyu nodded and whispered, "Fan Yojie came today, and he brought quite a few people with him.
It seems like their team has found one." "Oh, Fan Yojie? Who is he?"
Jiang Xinyu gave Lu Chen a meaningful look without saying a word. Lu Chen followed her gaze to a corner of the first floor where 8 people were sitting, with 2 of them standing out the most. One was a man in a leather jacket with broad shoulders, looking quite robust, like a bull. The other had a scarred face, with a horrifying scar running from his left ear to his right ear, dividing his face into 2 equal halves. Lu Chen activated his detection ability and noticed strong light emanating from the dantian of the scar-faced man and the leather-clad strongman, much stronger than that of Lao Yi. "Why are they so bright?" Lu Chen confirmed again. If Lao Yi's dantian light was like a firefly, then these 2 were like light bulbs. The difference was quite clear. Lost in thought, Lu Chen suddenly felt the light in his eyes moving towards him. Lu Chen deactivated his detection ability, and the man in the leather jacket smiled and nodded at him, approaching him.
"Hello, I'm Fan Yojie."
Lu Chen shook the sturdy right hand extended by the man.
There was no display of dominance as expected.
In the strength comparison handshake, Fan Yojie was quite friendly, releasing Lu Chen's hand after the handshake.
"Lu Chen, you've also eaten the snowball, haven't you?
You seem strong and able to control objects."
"You must have eaten more than one." Indeed, the snowball had other effects.
It seemed that abilities could also be gained from it. Fan Yojie didn't find my object control ability strange at all, indicating they also had similar superpowers.
Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, I have eaten it."
As expected, Brother Lu is truly outstanding. Fan Yojie showed a look of appreciation. "To be honest, I am currently recruiting people to join my community development organization.
There are no strict requirements for joining. We gather resources and distribute them reasonably. Even if Brother Lu has nothing, we can ensure you have food and drink every day." Concentrating resources? A good idea.
Unfortunately, I have so many resources that you wouldn't dare to think about, and if I join, I'll end up losing.
Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Forget it, Brother Fan, I prefer to be alone." Fan Yojie patted Lu Chen's shoulder in a magnanimous manner. It's okay, I understand. Young people need some personal space. We don't force anyone. It's a mutual aid organization, so if you want to join, you're welcome." With that, Fan Yojie turned around and shrugged. "Hey, brothers, it's about time to rest."
The people in the corner stood up one by one, picked up various tools, and walked out of the first floor door together. Watching a few people leave, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Jiang Xinyu, who wore large glasses and looked serious and meticulous. She didn't seem like a person at all. Yesterday, on Dilly Dilly, she saw a stunning and ambitious beauty. But now, Jiang Xinyu looked like a high school student who studied diligently and ignored worldly affairs.
Jiang Xinyu caught Lu Chen's scorching gaze and covered her chest. "Pervert."
After saying that, Jiang Xinyu grabbed his shovel and headed towards the door.
Lu Chen hurried to catch up. How could the pursuit of beauty and knowledge be called perverse?
It was a gaze of exploration, of curiosity, completely unrelated to perversion.
"Beauty, when will you update?" Jiang Xinyu squinted. "Don't expose my identity outside. I trust you to let you see my moments. You won't use it for bad things, right?"
Lu Chen quickly shook his head to show innocence, but part of the reason why Li Yunyun hadn't gotten up yet was also attributed to Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu smiled slightly. "How do I look?
Am I pretty?"
"The lady is naturally as beautiful as a celestial being, but I have one thing I don't understand.
Did you enhance your work?" Jiang Xinyu gave Lu Chen a look. "This lady is all natural, okay?" Lu Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu with even more admiration.
It was indeed a combination of talent and hard work, making him even more curious.
As Jiang Xinyu opened the door on the first floor, a chilling wind blew in. Lu Chen had to wrap himself up tightly. Even with his first-level cold resistance ability, he couldn't endure it for too long. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Chen heard cheers.
It was coming from Fan Yojia's group. They had found snowballs not far away.
Lu Chen observed carefully.
In addition to shovels, they also had sieves or nets, which were much more efficient than shovels. Just drag the net through the snow like fishing, and it was easy to see if there were snowballs.
Not only Jiang Xinyu, but everyone digging snowballs there looked at them with envy, speeding up their efforts.
Yesterday, they all dug for snowballs but found none, starting to doubt if snowballs really existed. Today, Fan Yojia's group told them that they had found 2 snowballs early in the morning.
With snowballs being rare and precious, having 2 taken away meant even fiercer competition for the remaining ones. Jiang Xinyu was also worried. Their tools were not as good, their luck wasn't as good, and they had fewer people. How could they compete with Fan Yojie?
These snowballs were premium food that could sustain one for 3 days.
Unfortunately, she was running out of food.
Jiang Xinyu reluctantly buried her head and started digging for snowballs, her stomach growling in the cold wind.
Lu Chen, with his super hearing ability, noticed it.
It seemed that Jiang Xinyu was also at the end of her rope. She had mentioned before that there was hardly any food at home, and today she probably hadn't eaten anything before coming to dig snowballs, only to be ignored for quite some time. Lu Chen bought a compressed biscuit from the system store. Since Jiang Xinyu was about to run out of food, he decided to win her over in advance. When she was truly desperate, she might come to rely on him. Then he could easily kidnap her.
Lu Chen smiled triumphantly, pretending to take out the compressed biscuit from his pocket.
Here, as an apology for making you wait so long.
Jiang Xinyu looked at this scene in surprise, then at Lu Chen.
This was the apocalypse, not a peaceful world.
Would Lu Chen really be willing to give away such a premium food item as a compressed biscuit?
Jiang Xinyu hesitated as she looked at the biscuit. She was hungry, but she couldn't bring herself to accept it.
This was a matter of life for Lu Chen. Did he really want to give it to her?
Her rationality told her not to accept it, but her instincts made her take the biscuit. Jiang Xinyu quietly tucked the biscuit into her clothes, unsure how to face Lu Chen now. If Lu Chen wanted to buy her body with this biscuit or make her a slave, she could understand. But Lu Chen was apologizing for being a few hours late in the morning.
That would make her feel too guilty. If you want to see that, I'll show you.
Jiang Xinyu didn't know how to repay Lu Chen, but since Lu Chen had shown a keen interest in her abilities just now, she might as well indulge him.
Lu Chen was taken aback. How could this be? I can clearly distinguish between what's mine and what's not. In the future, isn't all of this mine? Lu Chen said with righteous indignation, I am a man of integrity, Miss Jiang is underestimating me.
Jiang Xinyu was suddenly amused by Lu Chen's teasing. You're only tough now. Where did the man of integrity go just now?
Poof. After chatting with Jiang Xinyu, Lu Chen activated his detection ability.
He pretended to dig snow while using his supernatural power to search for light clusters nearby. However, the imagined light spots never appeared. They were covered by snowballs and their light could only be seen by piercing through the snow. Searching was not easy at all and required considerable patience. After searching for 3 minutes, Jiang Xinyu urged him to return as he hadn't found even a trace of light. Meanwhile, Fan Yojie already had 2 snowballs in his pocket. Lu Chen had no choice but to accompany Jiang Xinyu back to the first floor. Jiang Xinyu sat shivering by the fire, while Lu Chen, though back, remained focused on the snowy ground, conducting a large-scale blanket search.
Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed something. He realized that he hadn't seen Wang Ahua's body since earlier. Wang Ahua had died in a visible location, but he might have been covered by snow.
Despite scanning the entire snowy area with his detection ability, Wang Ahua's body was nowhere to be found.
It had been moved.
And this time, it was more serious than before because Wang Ahua's body was not at the doorstep like Lin Shan's but deep in the snow. Previously, they couldn't save a woman in the snow, and now they couldn't even save Wang Ahua, a strong man who was twice the weight of the woman.
He had been moved back, indicating what?
It meant that there was more than one person eating bodies, at least 10 people or more, and they were in contact with each other, collaborating to bring Wang Ahua back home.
Lu Chen sighed softly.
If they still had bodies to eat, and if they couldn't find them soon, they would start creating bodies. If that day really came, the entire community would turn into a hellish place. Before a large-scale war broke out, it was necessary to ensure that the defense facilities at home were complete. He was fine, not afraid of anyone, but there were 2 women at home who couldn't protect themselves. He couldn't afford to lose them.
Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun were responsible for maintaining the basic expenses of life.
As long as they were alive, there was no risk of starving in the apocalypse. But if they died, the stable source of Malice value would be cut off, and he wouldn't last long either. They were now a community of shared destiny, and I feel too guilty to mistreat them.
It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Several hours passed, and no one found any snowballs. Helplessly, everyone had to return home.
Lu Chun also returned home, realizing that snowballs were indeed elusive treasures. Even his supernatural power couldn't detect them. It seemed unrealistic to rely on them to survive in the apocalypse. Lu Chun sat back on the sofa and opened the system store.
The community's resources were on the verge of collapse, and no one could predict what would happen tomorrow. The house had to be fortified to ensure safety in case of a riot. Total malice value, 40,050. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lu Yenmei and Uncle Lee. If it weren't for their selfless dedication, it wouldn't have been so easy to earn so much malice value.
Moreover, Uncle Lee was just a big name.
He had clearly eaten snowballs, but he didn't seem as strong as Wang Ahua. He seemed completely at the mercy of others.
Could it be that there were differences in strength among snowballs? Did Uncle Lee eat low-level snowballs while Fan Yojie and the scar-faced man next to him ate high-level snowballs? Or maybe they ate more? Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Upgrading the house is more important.
Lu Chen searched for house upgrade kits in the system store. This kit allows for a one-click change of wall materials, upgrading regular glass to bulletproof glass, and upgrading security doors to bulletproof doors. Since he was upgrading, he wanted to go all the way, aiming for a full bulletproof level. Lu Chen clicked on the Bulletproof House Upgrade Kit, which included upgrades for bulletproof walls, doors, glass, a militarized water and air circulation system, power system, sniper windows, and infrared alarms. Priced at only 30,000 evil points, Lu Chen decisively made the purchase. Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun, who were originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt dizzy, a strange sensation of weightlessness sweeping over their bodies. They floated up, wide-eyed, watching the house begin to transform. From the walls to the layout and furnishings inside, everything changed completely. The lattice windows turned into bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows, the TV became an embedded 4K TV, the sofa transformed into a soft bed where one could even roll around, the floor was covered with plush carpets, the broom turned into a robotic sweeper, and the kitchen was automatically optimized. Originally a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom setup, it turned into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout. The walls went from somewhat old wall coverings to brand new ones, even with underfloor heating, making one feel the warmth through the carpet. Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun stared wide-eyed, unable to come back to their senses for a while.
What was going on? Was Lu Chen's house a transformer? Damn!
The weightless feeling on the two women faded away as they landed on the soft sofa, fitting so perfectly against their skin that their thighs almost sank into it.
Lu Chen was also very satisfied after seeing this transformation.
The 30,000 evil points were well worth it. Not only did it enhance the defense, but even the household appliances were upgraded, with independent power, water circulation, and air circulation systems.
They could even have hot baths in the future. The end of the world was starting to feel more like a vacation. Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun were also pleasantly surprised and didn't know what to say.
Lu Chen's house was already like a paradise, with top-notch food and drinks, and now even the house had evolved, with the living room resembling a private theater, incredibly comfortable. And it looked very pleasing to the eye, spotlessly clean, and full of a modern vibe.
Happiness was overflowing. Lu Chen, did you do this too?
Li Yumin rolled around on the soft sofa, feeling too comfortable.
Perhaps the White House wouldn't even be this good?
Just yesterday, Li Yumin was sulking because of Lu Chen, but now all the gloom in her heart had vanished. Even if Lu Chen treated her like a slave, she would still cling to him.
So what if he hit her a couple of times? It was her honor to be hit by Lu Chen.
Lu Yunyun was equally excited beyond words. She had never experienced such a comfortable environment before. The air even smelled better. Could this be the result of her hard work? Initially feeling exhausted, seeing such a good living environment suddenly made her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile.
Ingratitude was absolutely unacceptable. Lu Chen was so good to her, and she had to repay him.
Lu Chen chuckled. If this were before the apocalypse, the renovation costs would probably be more expensive than the house itself. The space was a bit small, but there was no rush. He could continue to expand the house in the future. Lu Chen was in a good mood, so he opened his phone, intending to check if there were any replies about Snowball on the forum. However, he saw the group chat instead. Flower City Riverside Community Owners Group Fan Yojia, inviting all residents to join the community construction group, no threshold, whether old, young, or children, with or without resources, we do not exclude anyone. We will manage resources collectively and distribute labor reasonably, ensuring that no group members starve, but only 5 people can join per day due to limited resources.
Lu Chen squinted and lay back on the sofa. No threshold?
This was somewhat absurd, and limiting the number of people joining each day seemed like a low-level hunger marketing tactic.
He did this, and those who truly had resources would not be willing to part with them, while those without resources would be eager to join in.
Originally meant to be a mutual aid group, it turned into a poverty alleviation group.
What was Fan Yojie thinking? He didn't seem like a fool. Lu Jingnan, if I join, where do I get the supplies? Wu Yanzi, I'll join too.
As expected, many in the group who had tried to demand supplies or were facing shortages started signing up. There were still quite a few who wanted to freeload supplies.
Although the promise of not starving was indeed very tempting, did no one think about where the free lunch came from?
For any organization, these people would only be a burden, with no utility value.
Fan Yojie, we have already established a mutual aid association on the 8th floor.
If you believe in it, bring your supplies to the 8th floor, where we will manage them collectively. It might be a bit crowded, but we will expand the scope of survival as soon as possible.
Lu Jingnan, wait, bring supplies to the 8th floor?
What if you guys resort to force? Fan Yojie, the purpose of the Mutual Aid Association is mutual trust.
Without trust, we cannot welcome anyone.
You Feng Xiang, but I have no supplies left.
Can I come directly to the 8th floor?
Fan Yojie, of course, as we have said,
we have no thresholds. Anyone can join.
If you have no supplies, you can be responsible for some simple cleaning work. You Feng Xiang, that's great. I'll come right now.
What was Fan Yojie really planning? Was he trying to gather people in the community to help him find snowballs? Or were they the kind of people who ate human flesh?
Hopefully not. Deceiving people to become ingredients was beyond savage.
Hopefully, it was just my overthinking.
Lu Chen glanced at the group messages for a while. In a short time, 5 people had already chosen to join, including Lu Jingnan and his old girlfriend Wu Yanzi.
Now, a problem arose. Should Lu Jingnan be eliminated quickly? After all, if he joined Fan Yojie's group, offending Fan Yojie might lead to consequences.
However, looking at it from another perspective, perhaps through Lu Jingnan, they could figure out what Fan Yojie was really up to.
That wouldn't be bad either.
After all, there was no shortage of evil points for a short time, and Lu Yanmei and Uncle Li had not been taken care of yet.
Lu Chen quickly made up his mind.
Lu Jingnan was already a cripple.
He wanted to see if Fan Yojie would really take care of him.
Lu Chen received another private message, this time from Jiang Xinyu.
Jiang Xinyu, Lu Chen, are you really not planning to join Fan Yojie?
Lu Chen, of course not. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
Jiang Xinyu, I know, but with so many people in Fan Yojie's group, they can't possibly go back on their word, right?
I think at least for the short term, they will provide supplies to those who join them.
Short term? What about after that?
But I shouldn't think like that. I may not lack supplies to consider the future, but those who are starving now naturally seek to live a little longer.
And it seemed that Jiang Xinyu was also tempted. Should I make a move quickly? Should I kidnap Jiang Xinyu back home before Fan Yojie recruits members tomorrow? Lu Chen, so, are you still going to dig snowballs tomorrow? Jiang Xinyu, no, tomorrow is my update day.
I have to work on my projects.
Lu Chen, should I say you're dedicated? It's the end of the world, and you still want to update.
Jiang Xinyu, I'm not the kind of pigeon that stops updating at the first sign of difficulty.
Don't underestimate the professional ethics of us internet people.
With someone like you, even in sub-zero temperatures, you'd still shoot videos for your fans.
After ending the chat, Lu Chen realized it was dinner time again.
He bought spicy hot pot with seafood, roast duck, an eel rice set, and Japanese sake. The layout of the house had been revamped, with a glass coffee table added in front of the sofa, so Lu Chen just placed all the food there. Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up as they sat on the soft sofa, watching the cinema-grade TV with a variety of global cuisines in front of them, not knowing the word poverty at all.
Lu Ken, I love you to death. Li Yumin hugged Lu Chen's arm.
Lu Ken was simply the perfect target for this despicable woman, handsome, wealthy, and fierce, getting whatever he wanted.
Li Yunyun also looked at him with affection.
Although she didn't dare to be as bold as Li Yumin, deep down she also greatly admired Lu Ken. He was her savior, so selfless and kind to her, the perfect husband material.
Did Lu Ken not care about his captive status anymore, seeing the two women so eager, even though his hands and feet were still bound?
Congratulations to the host for deceiving Li Yumin wholeheartedly. Malicious value plus 10,000. Congratulations to the host for deceiving Li Yunyun wholeheartedly. Malicious value plus 10,000?
Can it be like this? What did I deceive them about? And, is it serious to give 10,000 malicious values at once?
Lu Ken was caught off guard by the sudden surprise, dumbfounded that being wholeheartedly deceived could earn him so many malicious values.
Being wholeheartedly deceived also counts as being deceived, right?
Although I feel uneasy about these malicious values, since the system insists on giving them, I reluctantly accept them.
Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a crazy smile. He never expected that successfully charming someone would also earn him malicious values, and did these two women fall for him too quickly? Thinking back to the sincerity, time, and money he had invested in Lin Shan before the apocalypse, he now felt it was all in vain. Now, with the woman turning back, the White Lotus falling for him, it only took a few days for him to gain women many times better than Lin Shan, which was so satisfying. However, since things had come to this, there was no need to keep kidnapping them. They were both wholeheartedly devoted now, so he could mistreat them however he pleased in the future without worrying about them rebelling. Understanding this, Liu Kan untied the ropes that had been with Li Yumin and Li Yun for a long time. However, the two women didn't understand, they just stared at Liu Kan blankly, then after a moment, their faces suddenly turned red and they said, Liu Kan, let's finish eating first. Liu Kan was taken aback, Wait, is that what I meant? Seeing the shy and timid looks of the two women, as well as the beauty they exuded in every gesture and expression. It could mean that. Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yumin, malicious value plus 2000. Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yun, malicious value plus 2000. The next day, waking up again, the ringing of the phone by the pillow caught Luchen's attention. He was puzzled, someone calling voluntarily in this post-apocalyptic world was indeed rare. Liu Kan picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call from Jiang Xinyu. Upon answering, a beautiful woman with cat ear hairpins and wearing a blue and white striped bikini appeared on the screen, looking anxious and out of breath. Where is your home? Liu Kan was full of question marks. Why was she so eager to come over? But why was Jiang Xinyu dressed like this? Wasn't she cold? Suddenly, Liu Kan realized that this must be for a shoot, but wearing a bikini again? 19th floor, 3rd room. Jiang Xinyu's face turned even paler. Damn, why so high? What's wrong? Why are you dressed like this? I'll tell you when I get there. The call was disconnected. Liu Kan stared at the phone screen in a daze. Were all the online goddesses this open now? Wearing such revealing clothes and barging into someone's home like this? Leaving the naked woman on the bed, Liu Kan washed up alone and went to the living room. The house he had been living in for so long suddenly felt unfamiliar. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Liu Kan finally heard a knock on the door. As he approached and opened the door, a petite figure in revealing clothing rushed into the room, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Her back was exposed to Liu Kan. Without hesitation, Liu Kan took out the rope he had prepared in advance and tied Jiang Xinyu's hands. She hadn't caught her breath yet when she turned around, her eyes wide open, confused. What was Liu Kan doing? Kidnapping her? This wasn't right. After a few rounds of binding, Liu Chen's binding skills became more proficient, and he quickly tied up Jiang Xinyu. Standing there, Jiang Xinyu looked incredulous. Was Liu Kan really this kind of person? What are you doing? Kidnapping you. You! Jiang Xinyu was about to turn around and run, but Liu Kan closed the door before her. Jiang Xinyu was completely stunned. Could morality in the apocalypse really sink to such a level? Even Liu Kan, the one who gave her compressed biscuits, was he really a beast? Did he deceive her trust with such tricks just to satisfy his vile intentions? Jiang Xinyu was speechless. She never expected that someone she trusted so much was just a hidden beast. Congratulations on shattering Jiang Xinyu's hope, malicious value plus 500. Congratulations on stealing Jiang Xinyu, malicious value plus 2000. Liu Kan smirked, lifting Jiang Xinyu's chin. Jiang Xinyu, how do you plan to repay me? Congratulations on successfully humiliating Jiang Xinyu, malicious value plus 200. Looking at Liu Chen's unabashedly lewd gaze, Jiang Xinyu turned her head away. I misjudged you. I never thought of seeking help from scum like you. Jiang Xinyu smiled bitterly. Liu Kan, give up. I am not a frivolous woman, nor will I succumb to anyone's coercion. If you force me, I will die. Jiang Xinyu's words suddenly stopped as she stared blankly at the latte that appeared in Liu Chen's hand out of nowhere. Just as she doubted her eyes, Liu Kan produced a box of octopus balls, steaming with a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Xinyu's eyes widened. What? Was she seeing things? This. Liu Kan sat on the sofa quietly with the snacks, and Jiang Xinyu finally noticed how comfortable and clean Liu Chen's home was. Why did it not feel like an ordinary apartment but more like a high-end club? Where were the technicians? Astonished by the scene before her, suddenly, two beautiful women walked out of the room one after another. Damn, were there really technicians here? Liu Kan? What's going on? Jiang Xinyu couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be the apocalypse? Why did Liu Kan seem like he was on vacation? Hello. Liu Yun greeted Jiang Xinyu politely, who seemed a bit shy. But Li Yumin pursed her lips. Dressed like this, who was she trying to impress? Seeing the two completely different looks, Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but glance at herself. She was wearing a bikini just for a photo shoot,
but unexpectedly ended up here after escaping and being kidnapped by Liu Ken.
And now, she was being looked down upon by this unfamiliar woman? What strength did she have? Jiang Xinyu sneered. Wasn't she just a cheap woman conquered by scum like Liu Ken? What was there to be proud of?
After Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun finished freshening up, they joined Liu Ken, who bought 2 more servings of latte and octopus balls. It was indeed surprising that bullying them after being captured could earn 2,000 malicious points at once.
Liu Ken conjured food out of thin air again. This time, Jiang Xinyu saw it clearly. Liu Ken was definitely grabbing food from the air, and it was steaming hot, looking freshly made. Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun naturally took their breakfast. Then, Li Yumin leaned towards Liu Ken. Liu Ken, did you forget to tie us up? Seeing this, Lu Yunyun obediently followed Li Yumin's lead.
Jiang Xinyu's worldview shattered.
What? They voluntarily asked to be kidnapped? Oh my, what is happening in this world? Hey, were you also kidnapped by Liu Ken? Let's take him down together and escape.
The 2 women were stunned.
Li Yumin looked at Jiang Xinyu as if she were an idiot. You are a bit slow. Congratulations on successfully humiliating Jiang Xinyu, malicious value plus 200, huh?
No, this must be that. Yes, that effect of falling in love with the kidnapper. Yes, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. They must have been abused by Liu Chen, that's why they are so obedient to him for a little favor.
Jiang Xinyu watched them naturally sitting beside Liu Chen, enjoying the takoyaki with relish, couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
She didn't have any food at home, and the only thing she had to eat all day yesterday was the compressed biscuit Liu Chen gave her.
How long has it been since she last saw such hot and delicious food? Can this really be considered a small favor?
Being able to wake up in the morning and have ready-made delicious food to eat. No, she can't think like this.
Liu Chen is a criminal, a kidnapper.
How could a lovely, charming girl like her be swayed by someone like Liu Chen?
A kidnapper.
But, Liu Chen is indeed handsome, and the environment in the room is so good, and he can conjure up food at will, and so on.
Jiang Xinyu quickly pushed out the thoughts that shouldn't be in her mind. Liu Chen is a murderer, a kidnapper, a maniac. You haven't answered yet, Liu Chen. Li Yumin enjoyed the food while showing an extremely happy expression. There are so many octopuses in these takoyaki, this is extraordinary. Aren't you already listening to me very well? Why would I need to tie you up? The 2 women looked pleasantly surprised, yet somewhat inexplicably disappointed.
They were surprised that Liu Chen actually acknowledged them, but disappointed that being tied up by Liu Chen was actually kind of enjoyable.
What about her? She doesn't seem to appreciate it. Li Yumin didn't even turn his head, just casually said this, then stuffed another takoyaki into his mouth. Jiang Xinyu was furious. Doesn't appreciate it? She was kidnapped and didn't surrender, and she's being told she doesn't appreciate it? Isn't she loyal? Isn't she a martyr? Hey, what do you mean?
I'm not like you cheap girls, you slut. Jiang Xinyu wanted to spit at Li Yumin, but seeing how clean the floor was, she hesitated.
How can a scumbag's place be so comfortable? Why can't she have enough to eat and warm clothes at home? This is so unfair. Li Yumin also got angry. TSK, you dare to call yourself a good girl dressed like this?
Jiang Xinyu couldn't argue back. Indeed, no good girl would come to another man's house in a bikini in sub-zero temperatures, but she had her reasons. Jiang Xinyu sat down at the dining table, feeling sulky.
So far, Liu Chen hasn't done anything out of line, just having breakfast, so why kidnap her?
Thinking about it, Jiang Xinyu licked her lips again, the fragrance wafted over, and she was so hungry.
Gurgle.
Congratulations on arousing Jiang Xinyu's shame, malicious value plus 200. Jiang Xinyu looked at her flat stomach making noises, feeling a bit embarrassed. When she's hungry to a certain extent, anything edible becomes incredibly delicious. Let alone something that's already delicious, the temptation is simply irresistible.
Congratulations on making Jiang Xinyu difficult to speak, malicious value plus 300, difficult to speak? Liu Chen smiled slightly, thinking she's too embarrassed to say she wants to eat? Then I'll have to turn up the heat. With a warm smile, Liu Chen looked at the sulking Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu, what do you want to eat? Jiang Xinyu suddenly raised her head. Liu Chen wants to feed her? Treating a captive, it seems that although Liu Chen is scum, he belongs to the slightly better batch of scum. Suddenly, Liu Chen seemed quite handsome and not that bad. And she gets to choose. Me? I get to choose? I want braised noodles. Pork braised noodles, that's what we have for breakfast in my hometown. Liu Chen nodded, pondered. That's a good idea. Then he bought 3 bowls of braised noodles from the mall. Here, not full yet, right? Jiang Xinyu watched in disbelief as Liu Chen handed the braised noodles to the 2 women, and then ate the last bowl himself. Liu Chen, you're just a living beast. Congratulations on breaking through Jung Sinyu's defense successfully, malicious value plus 500. Lu Chen looked at Jung Sinyu. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to eat too? You should have said so earlier. Lu Chen picked up a bowl, walked to the table where Jung Sinyu was sitting, lifted a steaming bowl of braised noodles, and let it cool down a bit. Jung Sinyu's pretty face blushed red with embarrassment. Damn it! She wouldn't succumb to this. She wouldn't succumb to this. Her mind was filled with thoughts of rejecting Lu Chen's attempt to feed her, but her body betrayed her by opening her mouth eagerly. Lu Chen teasingly slid the noodles across Jung Sinyu's nose. She watched with desire in her eyes as her neck stretched forward, trying to devour it. Then, Jung Sinyu watched in disbelief as Lu Chen fed her the noodles. Congratulations on successfully teasing Jung Sinyu. Malicious value plus 300. Lu Chen. You beast. You're not human. She finally understood that Lu Chen only asked her what she wanted to eat to tempt her. Aren't you determined not to give in? Why is your mouth so big? Lu Chen continued slurping the noodles. Jung Sinyu wanted to cry. Lu Chen was too much. Even though she could resist, with Lu Chen's provocation, her whole body resisted, telling her that she could give up anything except this mouthful of noodles. The tantalizing aroma lingered around her nose, driving her crazy with hunger, saliva uncontrollably pooling in her mouth. She needed a plan. Lu Chen, if you let me eat, I'll tell you something crucial about your life. Lu Chen remained unfazed, continuing to eat, expecting her to comply before revealing the information naturally. There was no need to rush. Oh, Lu Chen, you're heartless. It's really important. I'm not joking. Lu Chen defiantly took a big mouthful of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth. Congratulations on pressuring Jung Sinyu. Malicious value plus 300. Jung Sinyu gritted her teeth. Why was Lu Chen so stubborn? Did she have to grovel before he would be satisfied? Watching the noodles quickly disappear from Lu Chen's bowl, Jung Sinyu was getting desperate. Every second of compliance felt like her heart was bleeding. Couldn't Lu Chen eat slower? Don't. Lu Chen, I'm really hungry, please stop eating. Jung Sinyu's tone was almost pleading, but Lu Chen remained unmoved, the noodles almost finished. Congratulations on forcing Jung Sinyu to comply. Malicious value plus 1000. Lu Chen, I'll do anything you want, just stop eating. Leave me a bite. Jung Sinyu raised her voice, but Lu Chen continued eating heartily. Congratulations on making Jung Sinyu break down. Malicious value plus 1000. Jung Sinyu's delicate body trembled slightly as she watched Lu Chen lift the last bite of noodles, finally looking at her. She was so hungry that her mind was no longer under control. Do you want to eat? Jung Sinyu nodded frantically. Lu Chen slurped up the last bite of noodles and licked the bowl clean. Jung Sinyu felt defeated, clutching her chest, almost breathless. Congratulations on making Jung Sinyu break down. Malicious value plus 1,500. Lu Chen chuckled, satisfied with his accomplishment. Then he gave her a strange look. What? You don't want to eat what's in my bowl, do you? Tears streamed down Jung Sinyu's face as she nodded. Willing to eat anything, just let her have some. Congratulations on breaking through Jung Sinyu's psychological defenses. Malicious value plus 3,000. Ha ha ha, Jung Sinyu was really something, almost suicidal over a bowl of noodles. She was the only one reacting so dramatically, right? Lu Chen put away his teasing demeanor towards Jung Sinyu, as she had something important to say and he couldn't delay any longer. While Jung Sinyu was sobbing in despair, Lu Chen bought another bowl of noodles and waved it in front of her. Without hesitation, Jung Sinyu burst into tears and said, Lu Chen, you're my savior. She then began to devour the noodles greedily. In just 2 minutes, she finished the whole bowl, then looked pitifully at Lu Chen. More? Jung Sinyu nodded. Are you sure you want more braised noodles? There will be something even tastier later, like lobster and abalone. I'm afraid you won't have an appetite then. Jung Sinyu was speechless. She thought braised noodles were the limit, but poverty had limited her imagination. If she was kidnapped, so be it. Being Lu Chen's exclusive cosplayer wasn't so bad. Lu Chen became serious. So, tell me what happened. Jung Sinyu licked her lips clean, still full of meaning as she said, I told you too, today is the day I shoot my work, so I dressed up early in the morning like this, wanting to go out and find a background for photos, so I went up a few floors. But not long after I started shooting, I heard screams from downstairs. I didn't dare to go down, so I hid in the corridor for a while until the noise subsided before daring to go back to look. What I found was that the door to the entire 9th floor of my house had been broken open. The place was a mess, there were bloodstains, and most importantly, there was no one there. Then I came to find you, and ended up being kidnapped by you. 9th floor? No one left? Robbed and murdered to cover it up, or taken back as food.
The day had indeed come, and Jiang Xinyu was truly lucky to have escaped a disaster like this, even though she had jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, but how could the doors in this neighborhood, all being anti-theft doors, be easily breached? Lu Chen asked himself. He didn't have the ability to break through an anti-theft door, at least requiring a third-level physical enhancement. How was the anti-theft door broken open? Jiang Xinyu thought for a moment. I only saw heavy knife marks on the door, as if the anti-theft door had been split open by a sharp axe. Jiang Xinyu's face also looked serious. If doors could be broken open by violence, then the whole neighborhood was not safe. The reason she came to find Lu Chen was twofold: trust and Lu Chen's own considerable strength. Fan Yojie? They got the snowballs. If we're talking about who has the ability to break down doors by force, I can only think of Fan Yojie and his gang. Lu Chen shook his head, never expecting that yesterday they were still receiving refugees, and today such a thing happened. It was the end of the world. Who the hell had the leisure to be a saint? The mutual aid group was just a joke. Fan Yojie's real goal was to loot the entire neighborhood. Indeed, ambitions could not be hidden. So what do we do now? Jiang Xinyu looked worried. Are you talking about the residents? Or us? Of course, us. Who has time to worry about others now? And Lu Chen, you are probably Fan Yojie's #1 enemy. If I were Fan Yojie and wanted to rule the neighborhood, since I couldn't win you over, I would eliminate you first. Lu Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that Jiang Xinyu was not stupid. He had previously thought she had a saintly heart, but now it seemed that she was only calm because the war hadn't reached her yet. When her own safety was at stake, she would behave. Hearing these words, Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun couldn't sit still either. This was unacceptable. They had finally settled down to enjoy a peaceful life, and now they were being targeted? The two women also walked up, looking worried. Lu Chen. Drip, drip, drip. The alarm sounded. The women in the room were all startled. Lu Chen also furrowed his brow and immediately activated his sensing ability, which spread to the staircase, where he saw familiar figures, Fan Yojie and the scar-faced man. There were only two of them, but what was strange was that the light in their dantians was twice as bright as yesterday. How many snowballs had they consumed? And they had only found 2 snowballs, right? How come the effect was so good? Without much time to think, Fan Yojie and the scar-faced man were already standing at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was very light, but Lu Chen heard it very clearly. Who is it? Fan Yojie's voice, which sounded like a salesman, came in a friendly tone. Lu Chen, do you remember me? I'm Fan Yojie. We met yesterday, and I still want to invite you to join us. Ha! Lu Chen sneered. It was indeed the right decision to upgrade the house in advance. Fan Yojie didn't intend to have a good conversation with him. At the door, the scar-faced man's face was full of a sinister smile. His thick arms had already transformed into a bone-white large knife, looking like the style of a one-hit kill in an online game. Presumably this was the weapon used to break down the door? Lu Chen responded coldly. Fan Yojie, as I said before, I prefer to be alone. The friendly voice came again. Then, please hand over the 9th floor resident hidden in your house. She shouldn't be running around. Jiang Xinyu trembled in fear, almost pleadingly looking at Lu Chen. She didn't want to die. Fan Yojie wanted to quietly carry out a massacre, or perhaps he didn't want to expose himself so soon? They were looking for Jiang Xinyu just to prevent their crimes from being revealed. Truly despicable. As expected, there were already many of Fan Yojie's informants in this building, able to accurately know that Jiang Xinyu had come to his place, meaning there were informants on the same floor as well. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Tears suddenly welled up in Jiang Xinyu's eyes, her whole body falling into Lu Chen's arms, trembling as she sobbed silently. Congratulations on making Jiang Xinyu feel extremely guilty. Malicious value plus 5,000. Lu Chen, this is your fault. Someone saw her entering your room. With that, the scar-faced man next to Fan Yojie, bound by his side, raised his arm transformed into a large knife and fiercely stabbed the door with a punching motion. Thud. A muffled sound rang out, but the security door remained unscathed. The scar-faced man was stunned for a few seconds, then struck again, the large knife trembling slightly, but the door remained intact. Fan Yojie was also somewhat surprised. He touched the door with his hand and instantly felt that the material was clearly different from that of other residents. Lu Chen's home had been reinforced. You're quite rude, Fan Yojie. Oh no, it's your companion, Scarface. Congratulations on successfully provoking Zhou Yuli. Malicious value plus 100. Lu Chen watched Fan Yojie at the door suddenly dazed, then began to look around, searching for surveillance. Scarface, feeling provoked, swung his arm again, but was once again repelled upon contact with the door. He stubbornly tried other angles, even striking the wall, but to no avail. Lu Chen's suspended heart finally relaxed, thinking, so this is the extent of its power.
thought it was something impressive. Nevertheless, since they had come, he couldn't let them leave without paying a toll. Lu Chen opened the system store, bought some needles and tetanus knives, thinking it would be embarrassing if they easily went back. A malicious idea formed in his mind. Lu Chen, be careful. Jiang Xinyu emerged from Lu Chen's embrace, feeling extremely guilty, thinking Lu Chen would hand her over to save himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was willing to confront Fan Yojie for her sake, even though she had just insulted him and thought of him as a beast. Now, Lu Chen was her knight in shining armor. Even if Lu Chen faced danger in the future, she would stand in front of him first. Lu Chen, from now on, I'll be your cosplayer, I'll only update for you to see. Don't mess around, we're in a fight. Lu Chen brushed off Jiang Xinyu's words that disturbed his mind and focused. The house had been renovated, with bulletproof glass that could be opened and closed at about 2.5 meters high on the wall, serving as an observation deck and sniper point, quite convenient. Lu Chen stood at a high point, looking through the glass. Hey, look here. Fan Yojie and Zhou Yuli looked up. Lu Chen was holding a kitchen knife, waving and smiling. Stupid, if the door won't open, break the glass. Then we can come in. Congratulations on successfully mocking Zhou Yuli, malicious value plus 200. Zhou Yuli was furious. He had followed Fan Yojie's instructions not to say a word, but now Lu Chen was insulting them. How could he not be angry? He erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it. Lu Chen, if you wanna die, I'll grant your wish. You cowardly turtle, hiding at home. I'll kill you. With that, Zhou Yuli leaped high, unbelievably jumping 2 meters, his face full of anger as he tried to shatter the glass with a powerful strike to kill Lu Chen hiding behind it. But Lu Chen didn't dodge, watching the huge blade approach. Then with a bang, he was once again repelled. Then he revealed a mocking smile. Hee, call you stupid, and you really fall for it. Zhou Yuli was stunned. As soon as he landed, he realized something was wrong. A scream echoed, and Zhou Yuli fell to the ground, clutching his foot and screaming wildly. Ouch! There's a thorn. Something pricked my foot. Congratulations on successfully humiliating Zhou Yuli, malicious value plus 100. Congratulations on lightly injuring Zhou Yuli successfully, malicious value plus 1000. Lu Chen had hidden needles using object control magic at the spot where Zhou Yuli landed after jumping. Although some were broken and didn't pierce through, according to the detection, for needles had indeed pierced the soles of Zhou Yuli's feet, with some even buried entirely in the flesh. Lu Chen didn't stop there. With a thought, he opened the glass of the lookout tower and smirked, swinging 2 kitchen knives towards vital parts of Zhou Yuli. Helpless on the ground, Zhou Yuli finally noticed the incoming knives, but it was too late to dodge. Fan Yojie beside him acted swiftly, deflecting one knife with a punch, but the next one struck viciously between Zhou Yuli's legs. The latter looked incredulous, confused, and in pain. He hastily pulled his pants and felt it was still there. But it hurt, definitely a hit. Congratulations on Zhou Yuli's successful sterilization, malicious value plus 10,000. Congratulations on giving Zhou Yuli tetanus successfully, malicious value plus 3,000. Zhou Yuli wailed in agony. The more he struggled, the more he felt the tearing pain, the more he tore, the more blood flowed. Zhou Yuli stared at the blood pool on the ground, his whole body trembling in despair. Lu Chen, I curse you to death. I swear, I will kill you. Ah, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Dude, are you still hanging in there? Lu Chen closed the window, laughing maniacally, while Zhou Yuli sobbed uncontrollably, realizing he was going to be a eunuch in modern times. Lu Chen brandished the kitchen knife again. Zhou Yuli's abilities were clear now, but Fan Yojie hadn't used his yet. Since there was an opportunity, he naturally wanted to test it out. Lu Chen threw the knife again, synchronizing with the flying needles. Fan Yojie's expression hardened as he swiftly dodged, his body agile despite its bulk, relying solely on martial arts without using any special abilities. Lu Chen frowned, impressed by Fan Yojie's agility. Fan Yojie also looked serious. Lu Chen was indeed stronger than expected. The kitchen knife from earlier was imbued with powerful energy, incredibly fast, making it hard for Zhou Yuli to evade. Fan Yojie swallowed nervously, observing Lu Chen's movements. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain at the moment, but if they went back and upgraded their abilities, Lu Chen would no longer be a threat. However, the real challenge was the house itself, with its formidable defenses that even Zhou Yuli couldn't breach. Yet, a few seconds later, Fan Yojie smirked slyly, his voice as clear as ever. Lu Chen, don't get too cocky. I will wipe out the entire neighborhood, then wait for you to come out and see who has more resources. Fan Yojie grabbed Zhou Yuli, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Stop howling, go back and see if Snowball can heal you. It's embarrassing. Zhou Yuli snapped out of it. Right. Snowball, Snowball. Quick, I need to go back.
Clutching his injured leg, he urgently wanted to go downstairs. It seemed there was hope for healing with Snowball.
But isn't Snowball only for treating illnesses? Can it heal this kind of injury too? That would be a crucial healing item, right? Oh well, forget it. I'll check the forums later to see if anyone replied. And Fan Yojie wants to compare resources with me? Seriously? Can the entire neighborhood combined be wealthier than me? What a joke. Lu Chen didn't rush to inform Fan Yojie. With a phone now, he could just play some videos to keep Fan Yojie in check. As long as they stayed indoors, they were safe, but unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill his promise to Lu Yenmei or kill Grandpa Li. Lu Chen watched the two go downstairs and then sat back down. Three women eagerly awaited, as if Lu Chen had effortlessly dealt with the intruders. This strengthened their determination to stay by Lu Chen's side. Jiang Xinyu also completely changed her view of Lu Chen. What a remarkable man he was. She had misunderstood Lu Chen too deeply. How could Lu Chen be a kidnapper? This was clearly a matter of style. Why didn't Lu Chen tie up Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun? Of course, that meant Lu Chen preferred her. Such a good thing was only for her to enjoy. Jiang Xinyu, with tears in her eyes, said, Lu Chen, I misunderstood you. From now on, I am yours. Lu Chen swallowed and felt overwhelmed. A girl in a bikini with a great figure, sweet face, and explosive strength had spoken to him like this several times. He could barely control himself. It seemed that tonight was destined to be a bloody affair. However, before that, there were some things to do, and dealing with Fan Yojie couldn't be taken lightly. A little strategy was needed. First, he needed to accumulate a lot of evil points. Lu Chen purchased a large amount of gourmet food from the system store, Australian lobsters, black abalones, top-grade Buddha jumps over the wall, king crabs, and for the main course, crab roe noodles, only choosing the expensive ones. The table was filled with delicious food, costing 1,800 evil points, outrageously extravagant. Even Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun, who were accustomed to delicacies, were surprised. What was happening today? Was it a special occasion? Their reactions made Jiang Xinyu unnecessary to mention. These were delicacies that couldn't be enjoyed in the apocalypse, now all laid out before them, as if waiting to be savored. They all stared, their appetites whetted by these top-notch ingredients, saliva flowing incessantly. Even though they had just eaten a bowl of noodles, they couldn't resist these delicacies. They looked at Lu Chen, eager and impatient. Could they start eating already? Hurry up! Lu Chen calmly opened his phone, clicked on the Flower City Riverside Community Owners Group, and initiated a group video call after a long time. Lu Chen, everyone, it's lunchtime. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse, and residents had very few supplies left. The concept of lunch no longer existed. Having one meal a day was considered fortunate. Therefore, many people were interested in Lu Chen's video call. Were they hallucinating from hunger? Just the thought that even someone like Lu Chen, known for being ruthless, was starving and delirious made them feel less hungry. However, as soon as they joined the call, the residents were stunned. These were all ingredients from dreams. Why were they appearing in the video? Wait, maybe they were the ones hallucinating? Were they seeing things? Hey, am I seeing lobsters, abalones, Buddha jumps over the wall, king crabs, and noodles, or am I going crazy? Damn, are you seeing the same things? This can't be real, right? Could it be that we're having the same hallucination? It can't possibly be real, can it? Damn it, can videos be edited? I work in the internet industry, and I guarantee this is edited. Look at the mist around the Buddha jumps over the wall, it's clearly computer generated. And that black abalone, there's even a sweet center, no one could afford that even before the apocalypse. Then, a pair of hands reached into the screen, scooping up a bowl of thick soup from the steaming Buddha jumps over the wall, with sea cucumber, fish maw, and pieces of black abalone. Please tell me this is fake. The person who had claimed the video was edited was now completely shattered. Congratulations on successfully breaking someone down. Evil points plus 1,000. Congratulations on successfully breaking someone's defense. Evil points plus 500. Congratulations on successfully breaking someone's defense. Evil points plus 500. Lu Chen enjoyed his meal, set his phone aside, and let all the dishes be in full view. The group chat went crazy, with each new person entering expressing doubts about Lu Chen's authenticity. This had to be fake. But then they saw Lu Chen take a big bite and start earning gold coins. Holy crap! Lu Chen, I am your long-lost son, can I stay at your place? I've never begged anyone in my life, but Lu Chen, I'm begging you now, I'm kneeling down, can you give me the kitchen waste? What kind of mother are you? Are you also competing with me for Lu Chen's garbage? Go to hell, from today onwards, I'll be in charge of the dogs eating leftovers in front of Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen ate while listening to the continuous voice coming from the system. Every person entering the video would definitely earn 500 or 1,000 gold coins. The malice value kept rising, with a total of 370 members in the homeowner group. A conservative estimate would be that 70 had died, leaving around 300 people, so with 251 people here, that was close to a staggering 190,000 malice value. From the residents' initial doubts to the sour smell overflowing the screen, to erupting into curses, then fighting for the chance to be a dog, the number of viewers kept increasing. Friend requests flooded in for Lu Chen. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the action, even if it was just a bit of residue. Some women with a bit of charm took the initiative to send photos, trying to seduce, hoping to exchange their bodies for food. As long as they still had some value, they were eager to send themselves to Lu Chen's house, just hoping for a bite to eat. Meanwhile, the three beautiful women at the dining table ate without a care in the world. What they couldn't eat before the apocalypse, they could now eat freely. They could easily consume what would have cost 50 to 60,000 before the apocalypse. This was the benefit of choosing the right person. Lu Chen was like a living godfather. With him, they could truly make wishes come true. Jiang Xinyu finally understood why the two women didn't compete or fight to be by Lu Chen's side. She had made up her mind, she would stick with Lu Chen. Where else could she find a Prince Charming in this post-apocalyptic world? Lu Chen, I love you to death. As the meal ended, cries and wails filled the group chat, with people selling their fathers, mothers, and wives left and right. Lu Chen paid no attention. He had achieved his goal of earning malice value. He had earned 200,000 malice value from that meal alone, adding to the previous 50,000, totaling 250,000 malice value. He had never been this wealthy before. He finally understood what it felt like to not care about money. He was actually very interested in spending it. Lu Chen immediately opened the store and went to the section on abilities. Level 3 Physique Enhancement grants the body the ability to withstand extreme conditions, remain free from illness, and maintain all functions at their peak. Upon successful purchase, Lu Chen could feel a surge of strange energy filling his body, sensing a powerful heart pumping blood throughout his body, making every muscle and fiber feel incredibly comfortable. The limits of human potential were quite terrifying. Under normal circumstances, the human body would restrict individuals from exerting too much force to protect itself. However, in extreme danger, this state could be broken, and a surge of adrenaline would grant temporary superhuman strength. But Lu Chen could feel that he was maintaining this miraculous state continuously. After purchasing the Level 4 Physique Enhancement, for 20,000 malice value, Lu Chen checked his malice value reserves. It was enough, but he still couldn't buy it. He tried to select the Level 4 Physique Enhancement, but received a system prompt. Please be patient for the next stage. Lu Chen was puzzled. The next stage? Did it mean his system could still upgrade? Or had he not triggered some crucial event yet? Unable to figure it out, Lu Chen decided to set it aside. After all, there was no rushing it. When the time came, the restrictions would naturally be lifted. Lu Chen also upgraded to Level 3 Detection Technique. Now, the detection range extended to a radius of 150 meters, covering the entire building of 25 floors. Similarly, the Level 4 Detection Technique appeared, but he still couldn't purchase it, with the message displaying, "Please be patient for the next stage." It seemed that Level 3 abilities were the current limit, which was sufficient for now. Combat Skin Level 3 Super Hearing Level 2 Control Object Skill Level 2 Cold Resistance Level 2 Agility Level 2 Lu Chen upgraded all the abilities he possessed, instantly consuming 190,000 malice points, leaving him with 60,000 malice points. The remaining would serve as backup malice points. Lu Chen closed the shop, walked into the bedroom, and had another important task to deal with Fan Yojia, which was to infiltrate Fan Yojia's inner circle. Lu Chen took out the snowball hidden in the bedside table, still emitting a cold aura, just like when he dug it up. It was time to use it now. Lu Chen opened his phone and messaged Huang Jiejun privately. Lu Chen, Huang Jiejun, I need to ask you for a favor. The reward is the snowball and 10 days worth of food for you and your 4 brothers. Lu Chen got straight to the point, confirming that no one could resist the temptation, whether it was the snowball or the recent food broadcast content, they all had great allure to the residents here. It was too easy to buy someone's loyalty with these things. Lu Chen also activated his abilities. Huang Jiejun's residence was on the 25th floor, where he and his 3 brothers rented the entire floor. As expected, Huang Jiejun quickly replied upon receiving the message. Leader of the Huang Mao gang on Donglin Street, Lu Chen, whatever difficulties you have, just say it, we will help without hesitation. Huang Jiejun's hands trembled as he typed. 10 days worth of food for 4 brothers? How much food was that? They had been frequently out before the apocalypse, and there wasn't much food stored at home.
They could barely survive until today thanks to Lu Chen killing Wang Ahua, allowing them to benefit. They owed a debt of gratitude to Lu Chen, who they followed on the streets, worshipping Guan Eryi, emphasizing loyalty. Since they owed Lu Chen a favor, even if Lu Chen didn't ask, when faced with real danger, they would not hesitate to take a blow for him, especially now that he asked. And with such a generous reward, there was no reason to refuse.
Lu Chen nodded at Huang Jejun's response, confirming that Huang Jejun was indeed a trustworthy person. Lu Chen replied, I need you to join Fan Youjie's mutual aid group and pass on messages for me. Although he could directly observe Fan Youjie with level 3 detection skill, he couldn't watch Fan Youjie's actions all day long. He needed a spy. In his field of vision, Huang Jejun's throat rolled. Asking him to go undercover was quite dangerous. If Fan Youjie was a ruthless person, he might lose his life. But Huang Jejun just silently tapped his phone. Leader of the Huang Mao gang on Donglin Street. Okay. Lu Chen, come around midnight, and I will leave the supplies at the door. Without asking for reasons, Huang Jejun immediately agreed. Lu Chen put away his phone. He scheduled the meeting for midnight to avoid Fan Youjie's surveillance. Before Huang Jejun arrived, he needed to clear out Fan Youjie's spies on this floor, otherwise, Huang Jejun's visit for supplies would expose the undercover operation, putting the spy at risk. Lu Chen had already identified the person who needed to be eliminated, the first resident near the corridor, a cannibal. If he guessed correctly, that person was Fan Youjie's reward. Lu Chen didn't care much, but this person couldn't withstand detection. Since a while ago, he had been staring at the floor's surveillance footage on the computer screen, indicating the presence of monitoring devices. Upon further inspection, a human leg was found in his refrigerator, with nothing else inside, clearly indicating cannibalism. Lu Chen grinned wickedly, planning to use him to intimidate those who dared to join Fan Youjie. Buddy, although it's not easy for you to stay alive, it's not a big deal to eat human flesh to survive. But, I don't have the blessing of a good life from heaven. Since life is so difficult, I'll just send you to meet the king of hell. Who told you to see things you shouldn't see? Can Jiang Xinyu be someone you can see? Lu Chen walked out of the room very naturally. The three women were shocked, truly worried that Lu Chen might encounter something unfortunate outside. After all, if Lu Chen died, they wouldn't be any different from dead. At this critical moment when the enemy had just arrived, everyone was on edge, not wanting Lu Chen to go out. Lu Chen saw the worry in their eyes and turned back, saying, Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Seeing that Lu Chen had made up his mind, they couldn't say anything more and could only silently pray for Lu Chen. But Lu Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Judging from their current strength, at least Zhou Yuli posed no real threat, and Fan Youjie's abilities were limited. Lu Chen didn't know what his ability was, but his light sphere wasn't much stronger than Zhou Yuli's. As long as it wasn't a very powerful ability, there wasn't much of a threat. This was also thanks to the large amount of evil value he had just earned, which at least doubled his combat power. Even if he faced them head-on, Lu Chen was 99% sure he could handle both of them, but he didn't want to risk that 1%, and both of them had a lot of evil value that could be extracted. The more calm and rational someone like Fan Youjie was, the more they would collapse when their defenses were broken, and the more evil value would be triggered. So he had to have fun playing with Fan Youjie and not waste his value. Lu Chen activated his detection ability, and sure enough, the man noticed him and was texting on his phone, most likely informing Fan Youjie. But his typing hand was getting slower, and his expression grew more serious as he looked at the computer screen. Damn, why are you stopping in front of my house? Lu Chen teased, lightly knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The man inside trembled in fear, stiffening and turning his head to look at the door. Discovered? That's impossible. Those were all pinhole cameras, how could he be exposed? Lu Chen couldn't possibly know. Yes, what he did was seamless, and he had no connection to Lu Chen. Not even a word spoken between them before the apocalypse. He kept reassuring himself, staring at the computer screen, praying for Lu Chen to leave quickly. Hurry, there's no one inside. Please, Lu Chen, I beg you. He had watched the whole process of Zhou Yuli and Fan Youjie being defeated just now. How could he not know that Lu Chen was tough to deal with? He only hoped this plague god would leave quickly. But what he didn't expect was Lu Chen suddenly locking eyes with him. A chilling sense of horror washed over him, and the man began to fidget nervously. Lu Chen smiled and waved at the camera. Could you please open the door? Congratulations on triggering Li Sanxian sphere, evil value plus 300. The man fell off his chair in fright, his face filled with dread, muttering incessantly, Damn it, why? Why can you see? Knock, knock, knock. This time the knocking sounded lighter, but it echoed like a death knell, almost making him lose control of his bladder as he leaned against the edge of the bed. Until the knocking sounded again, he knew he couldn't avoid it, so he quickly came to the door, pretending to be calm. Who is it? I'm sleeping. Lu Chen replied warmly, Li Sanxian, it's me, Fan Yojie, here to bring you some human flesh. Congratulations on triggering Li Sanxian's intense fear, evil value plus 500. The latter's whole body broke out in goosebumps upon hearing the voice, his eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? How did Lu Chen know his name? He had never exposed himself to Lu Chen, not even online, he only monitored the floor, so how did Lu Chen know him? And according to Lu Chen, he even knew his relationship with Fan Yojie? And knew that Fan Yojie was bringing him human flesh? A ludicrous idea popped into his mind. Was it something Fan Yojie said? No, Fan Yojie and Lu Chen were enemies. And he still had a use, who else would monitor Lu Chen if he was gone? But how could this be possible? Only Fan Yojie knows his information. Li San held his hands trembling and took out his phone, trying to call Fan Yojie to ask what was going on. But the call was hung up after just 3 seconds. In an instant, Li San's mind went numb. This is not the time to not answer the phone. Damn it, bastard. Li San threw away his phone, his eyes fierce as he stared at the door, deciding not to pretend anymore. Lu Chen, you don't need to show off here. Even if you know, so what? I am Fan Yojie's man, and I will never come out. Lu Chen smiled lightly, disdainfully saying, Bro, don't you think I can't open the door? Li San's expression froze instantly. Congratulations on evoking Li San's strong fear. Malicious value plus 500. With that, Lu Chen threw a punch with force, and the fist hit the security door head-on, making a deafening sound like a blacksmith's forge, resounding. Bang! The thick security door was instantly marked with a fist imprint. Li San stared in shock at the fist suddenly appearing on the door. Fearful, he sat on the ground, his hands trembling to support his body. Is this still an iron door? Why does it look like chocolate in Lu Chen's hands? Li San burst into tears instantly. All his reliance came from the safety inside the house. But Lu Chen was different, he was like a ghost, unavoidable. Congratulations on making Li San feel the terror of life-threatening. Malicious value plus 1000. Li San stared dumbfounded at the fist imprint on the door, frantically grabbed his phone, and kept dialing Fan Yojie's number, sending messages to him. Luckily, this time it connected. Hello? Fan Yojie. Lu Chen is coming to kill me. Hurry and kill him, he's right at my doorstep. Li San urged with a trembling voice. However, Lu Chen's second punch directly smashed the security door. Li San, holding his phone, involuntarily shifted his gaze, his face pale with fear. Hello. You hold Lu Chen, I'll be there soon. Beep beep beep. Li San turned his head dazedly towards the phone. Who? Hold Lu Chen? Ha ha. Congratulations on arousing Li San's despair. Malicious value plus 1000. Lu Chen lightly flicked his wrist, walking towards the collapsed Li San on the ground. I thought I could punch through the security door, didn't expect it to collapse. Lu Chen, big brother, I was wrong. What information do you want? I know a lot, Fan Yojie trusts me a lot. Li San's voice trembled, pleading continuously, but still shakily crawled away from Lu Chen. Lu Chen stroked his chin. Oh, information? I am actually interested. Why don't you tell me, and I'll decide whether to kill you. Li San was stunned. A turning point? But if he really spoke, wouldn't Fan Yojie kill him again? No, now is not the time to think about that. Lu Chen is right in front of him, first save his life. Lu Chen, Fan Yojie can transform, I accidentally saw it, although only a glimpse, but that is definitely not human. Lu Chen frowned. Transform? Snowball can give such abilities, that's unexpected. Well, the information is quite good. Rest assured, I will never tell Fan Yojie that you said these things. Li San was delighted, instantly smiling, wanting to kowtow to Lu Chen. Just as his head moved forward, he saw Lu Chen's toe, bang. Li San flew out like a deflated ball, hitting the wall heavily, his nasal bone shattered into pieces, feeling limp without the presence of his nose. Congratulations on successfully injuring Li San. Malicious value plus 2000. Li San looked up incredulously, staring at Lu Chen in confusion. Didn't he say he was satisfied? Why did he still strike? Ah! After waiting for 3 or 4 seconds, the excruciating pain in his nose finally came. Li San screamed hoarsely, but the more he screamed, the more intense the pain in his nose became. Damn it! Lu Chen is simply inhuman. Lu Chen, what the hell are you doing? I told you the information. Yes, I didn't kill you, did I? If I don't hit you, Fan Yojie will see that there's nothing wrong with you. Shouldn't I start doubting you? Lu Chen looked serious, and what he said made sense. Congratulations on successfully fooling Li Sanxian, malicious value plus 1000. Li Sanxian suddenly realized, damn, he was so nervous that he even forgot about this. Lu Chen was indeed meticulous. How could he deceive Fan Yojie without getting hurt? Enduring the pain, Li Sanxian smiled and said, "Thank you." Bang! Li Sanxian was kicked in the face again, a strong dizziness accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking, and another scream ensued. Congratulations on successfully deceiving Li Sanxian, malicious value plus 2000. With his cheekbones shattered, Li Sanxian could hardly speak clearly. He just covered his face, looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression, and muttered, "What does this mean?" Lu Chen was speechless. "Damn, bro, you should play dead. Getting injured won't be enough to deceive Fan Yojie." Sighed. Li Sanxian was in so much pain that he almost passed out, but Lu Chen's reminder made him close his eyes. With injuries like this, Fan Yojie shouldn't suspect him anymore, right? Congratulations on successfully fooling Li Sanxian, malicious value plus 1000. Lu Chen couldn't hold back his laughter, kicked again, and Li Sanxian, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was hit in the stomach and flew backward. "Where did you get this trust, Li Sanxian? Do I look like a good person?" Lu Chen even doubted if he was too kind-hearted. Congratulations on injuring Li Sanxian, malicious value plus 2000. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Sanxian, in agony, clutched his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood. "What the hell are you doing this time?" Suppressing a laugh, Lu Chen said, "I can't make up any more excuses this time." Li Sanxian was stunned, unable to make up any more excuses. It dawned on him, his eyes filled with resentment. Lu Chen was fooling him. Realized it? "You're so stupid that you'll end up dead in Fan Yojie's hands. I might as well kill you quickly." Li Sanxian was even more confused. Quickly? What kind of quick death was this? Beating him like this and calling it a quick death? It was worse than being treated like an animal. "You!" Li Sanxian defiantly roared, anger overpowering even his fear. Lu Chen showed no mercy and crushed Li Sanxian's skull with a kick. Li Sanxian died, malicious value plus 10,000. Lu Chen turned and left. According to his detection technique, Fan Yojie didn't even move upon hearing Li Sanxian's plea. It seemed he had no interest in Li Sanxian at all. Back in the room, he saw three women staring eagerly at the door. Lu Chen smiled, quite a sight. Who would have dared to imagine such a scene before? Enjoying the attention, he lay down on the sofa. He opened the global forum. He had just received a reply. Lu Chen clicked on it, and it was a comment from the Japanese IP swordswoman in the comments section. "Swordswoman, IP, Japan, are you still alive, boy from Hua country?" Boy? Lu Chen was surprised by her words, and this account even received a friend request from her. Lu Chen accepted it. The swordswoman was shown as online. Lu Chen, hello. Swordswoman, IP, Japan, hello, this is really unexpected. After all this time, I thought you were already dead. Swordswoman, IP, Japan, if you want to ask about the snowball, I have some research results. I summarized some authoritative forum content. Getting straight to the point, why was this person so eager to help? If we weren't separated by the sea, I would suspect you were up to something. Lu Chen, wait, why are you so enthusiastic about helping me? Swordswoman, IP, Japan, huh? With the global disaster now, shouldn't we help each other? Lu Chen frowned, feeling incredulous. What kind of post-apocalyptic environment had this person experienced? People who talk about helping each other like this should have already died out in the apocalypse. Oh well. Being willing to help is more important than anything. Lu Chen, alright, thank you. Sword Girl, IP, Japan. I have investigated many forums about snowballs, and there is a consensus in these studies that the dead will turn into these special snowballs in the snow. Lu Chen read word by word, his pupils shrinking slightly. He had never thought about this before. If Lin Shan was brought back and eaten, it was understandable why she disappeared. But what about Wang Ahua? Only Fan Yojie and the others had the ability to drag a dead person back from deep inside. But why would they go to such lengths to bring back a corpse? If it was for human flesh, they could just kill someone in the neighborhood directly. This way was both laborious and meaningless. In this instant, many things became clear to him. If an absurd explanation matched all the facts, should he choose to believe it? Or not? Anyway, he chose to believe. Lin Shan, Wang Ahua, were they eaten? Possibly, but it was more likely that they turned into snowballs and were eaten. The snowball that Uncle Li happened to encounter while shoveling snow outside the door was Lin Shan, who died at the doorstep. Wang Ahua disappeared the next day, and Fan Yojie found 2 snowballs that same day. Even Fan Yojie's purpose in enticing people to join their group was also for this. Lu Chen smiled faintly. No wonder the light in their dantian brightened so much overnight. It turned out they were turning residents into experience points. They had long discovered the secret, so they killed people in secret, quietly made snowballs, and when they felt powerful enough, they came to clean up the obstacles. Uncle Li was not a threat, so it was just me left, right?
Sword Girl, IP, Japan. Moreover, besides dead people turning into snowballs, snowballs also fall from the sky. They may look the same, but their effects are completely different. Sword Girl, IP, Japan. Snowballs formed from dead people can heal injuries, increase strength, or life force, while snowballs falling from the sky can bestow people with extraordinary powers.
Sword Girl, IP, Japan. And it seems that these powers can even be enhanced by ordinary snowballs.
Lu Chen stared at the screen for a long time, then typed a reply. Thank you very much, this is very helpful to me. This Sword Girl was a great help. Snowballs were quite mysterious at first, but now he completely understood. Presumably, what Fan Yojia accidentally obtained was the snowball that fell from the sky. Later, he slowly discovered the fact that people who died in the snow could turn into snowballs. He began to deceive people to come to him under the guise of a mutual aid group, keeping those who could be of use to him and either killing or turning into snowballs those who were useless, as their nourishment.
Damn, Fan Yojia was really wicked.
Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, the other party sent another message.
Sword Girl, IP, Japan. What's your name? Lu Chen was stunned. Why did this person ask for his name?
They had no connection whatsoever.
Could they still meet offline in the end times?
Despite this, Lu Chen still sent a message. Lu Chen, Sword Girl, IP, Japan. I'm Shigong Xiaochuan.
If the world hasn't gone bad, you should come and thank me. He.
This girl was quite interesting.
Lu Chen clicked on her profile, which contained many photos of dojos and their training.
After flipping through for a long time, he finally saw a selfie. However, to his surprise, although her online name was Sword Girl, she appeared to be in her 30s or 40s. She was a true mature woman, and she seemed very affectionate with her husband. However, her appearance was quite remarkable, wearing a simple training outfit from the dojo, but her curves were hard to hide, especially the outrageous size of her chest. The sway of her sword
was simply explosively seductive.
Lu Chen's perspective changed.
Well, if the world hadn't gone bad, he could discuss ambitious plans with this auntie.
Lu Chen swallowed and then scrolled through the photos of this Shigong Xiaochuan.
Jiang Xinyu covered her eyes. Hey. Lu Chen. Congratulations on successfully bullying Jiang Xinyu for the first time.
Malicious value plus 5,000.
Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yumin.
Malicious value plus 2,000.
Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Lu Yunyun.
Malicious value plus 2,000.
Night fell.
Lu Chen bought 50 packs of various pre-made dishes, along with rice and 50 packs of different flavored instant noodles. Although these pre-made dishes were despised before the apocalypse, they were now treasures in this new world, especially since they were frequently used by takeout businesses. In other words, this marked a significant leap from eating instant noodles to having takeout. Lu Chen placed these items outside the door, along with a snowball, before closing the door.
Since he chose to trust the Huang family army, he couldn't mistreat them.
Activating his detection ability, Huang family army quickly arrived with 3 others to quietly take away the food.
Lu Chen then shifted his gaze to the 8th floor, where Fan Yojie resided.
Each house on the 8th floor housed at least 3 people, all of whom appeared to be unsavory characters with menacing looks. These were Fan Yojie's true teammates. After a brief search, Lu Chen found numerous human limbs in the refrigerator, indicating that cannibalism was a common practice.
Lu Chen then focused on Fan Yojie's residence.
To his surprise, Fan Yojie was doing quite well. Lu Chen spotted an old acquaintance, Lu Jingnan, who not only survived but even had his leg injury healed, likely due to consuming the snowball. However, Zhou Yuli wasn't as fortunate.
Damn it, be more decisive.
Zhou Yuli roared from his hospital bed, with 3 bloody needles pulled out from the foot of his bed. Lu Jingnan used tweezers and a scalpel to help Zhou Yuli remove the needles.
Lu Chen understood what had happened at a glance.
Zhou Yuli returned home, consumed the snowball to save his life, and inadvertently healed the wound on the sole of his foot. The holes left by the needles disappeared, but the needles remained inside, posing another problem.
Without the wound, how could they locate the position of the silver needles in the sole of the foot?
It was impossible to know, only through pressing and feeling the needle's location, then performing surgery to remove it.
The process was excruciating, evident from Zhou Yuli's expression.
It dragged on until the early hours of the morning, with only 3 needles removed, and constant pressing on the sole of his foot, causing unbearable pain and profuse sweating. Zhou Yuli gritted his teeth, with over 20 incisions on the sole of his foot, yet he still felt as if it were filled with needles, the pain unbearable. Cutting flesh with a scalpel, needles piercing bones, the pain reaching the nerves. It was more torturous than being drawn and quartered. Slowly cutting the flesh was one thing, but with needles grinding against bones inside, it was truly a form of torture. Lu Jingnan was also stiff, holding a small surgical knife and tweezers, spending the entire afternoon on these feet, as the needles were so densely packed, making it difficult to locate them. The needles were like invisible intangible whiskers. The moment they were pulled out brought relief, but the process of extraction was akin to forcing one to consider amputating the foot. Lu Jingnan gritted his teeth and continued to make incisions on Zhou Yuli's foot, searching for traces of the needles in the bloody sole. It was a sight that made onlookers unable to focus. Suddenly, Lu Jingnan exclaimed, "Found one." Zhou Yuli clenched the edge of the bed. Lacking professional tweezers, they had to make do with eyebrow tweezers, which were 3 to 4 millimeters wide, using this to insert into the wound and extract the needle. Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch. Zhou Yuli must have resented him deeply. Ah! Lu Jingnan clung to the edge of the bed, his features contorted, his teeth almost shattered. As the tweezers gripped the needle, some flesh was also pulled out, leaving Zhou Yuli's foot looking devoid of any healthy flesh, all rotten. Zhou Yuli screamed in agony, as Lu Jingnan pulled out the needle in one go. Drip! The fourth needle came out, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. However, there were still 7 or 8 needles left in the sole of his foot. Lu Jingnan wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued the procedure. Lu Chen averted his gaze, Fan Yajia's expression dark, sitting on the sofa. Perhaps he didn't feel like sleeping? Zhou Yuli didn't let up on his howling all afternoon because of Lu Chen's little trick. "You're really disgusting, Lu Chen. You like to slowly torture people to death. Well, get ready to die because of your arrogance." Fan Yojie, even in anger, didn't show much emotion. Lu Chen didn't care. Arrogant? Maybe. Indeed, there was a chance to easily kill Zhou Yuli directly, just by adjusting the direction of the kitchen knife and chopping off Zhou Yuli's head to kill him effortlessly. However, what about the malice value if he killed him so easily? To Lu Chen, people were commodities. As long as there were people around, the malice value could be continuously obtained, but it was clear that the people in the neighborhood were limited, so killing a person easily was equivalent to wasting resources. Besides, where did the confidence come from? Kill him? Ridiculous. Fan Yojie suddenly got up, ignoring Zhou Yuli's continued wailing, and walked from the living room to a small room. Inside were close to 10 people, all bound with cloth over their mouths and hands, unable to move or make a sound, only huddling in fear, trying to find some sense of security. Among them, Lu Chen saw a familiar figure, Lu Jingnan's ex-girlfriend, barely clinging to life in a corner, her eyes revealing her despair. Lu Chen remembered that these two had signed up together for Fan Yajie's mutual aid group, but their situations seemed worlds apart. Well, she was just a woman of no value, right? Most of the people locked up here were women and the elderly. In Fan Yajie's eyes, they had no value, so they could only be squeezed for their own value. The young and meaty ones were used as food, while the old and frail ones were used as ingredients to make snowballs. "Everyone," Fan Yojie said with a sad face, "I'm sorry, the mutual aid group has encountered a big problem, and it's time for you to sacrifice yourselves." The people in the room looked terrified, watching this burly man. Sacrifice? Become food? They kept whimpering, only able to make some resistance sounds through their throats, some just cowering in a corner trembling. Don't kill us. Ha ha. Don't worry, it will be over soon." Fan Yojie completely ignored their wishes, grabbed the woman who spoke first, held her by the hair, looked at her face, shook his head slightly. "Where have all the beauties in this neighborhood gone?" Fan Yojie, helpless, as if dragging a corpse, pulled the woman out of the room. The others watched in horror, unable to make a sound, only shedding tears. Mutual aid group? Just a joke, a facade. Fan Yojie had resources, but those resources were for the members who believed in the mutual aid group. Who can save us? Lu Chen looked at the room full of people, a strong sense of déjà vu, somewhat like those who were deceived into going to Myanmar, but, well, good luck to you all. The only person capable of saving you is probably me, but sorry. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, but damn it, I don't. Some people in the apocalypse, even if they barely survive, are burdens, can't do anything except eat. Who's to blame? Who told you that you couldn't be as pretty as them? Lu Chen continued to observe Fan Yajie's movements. He grabbed the woman's hair, her face contorted in pain, but what was more fatal was that she had already been dragged to the window. Lu Chen frowned at the scene. Fan Yojie opened the window, disregarding the woman's struggles and screams, and threw her out of the window, dropping straight into the snow from the 9th floor. What is this? Making snowballs? Lu Chen immediately shifted his gaze further away. Below the window where Fan Yojie dropped the woman was the former neighborhood's garbage dump, which naturally became a corner of the neighborhood where no one paid attention to, as it had accumulated a lot of garbage thrown from high places. Lu Chen's gaze followed the woman's fall. The snow here had been compacted by people. This place was indeed secluded enough. It seemed that Fan Yojie made snowballs here. Lu Chen smiled slightly, a plan forming in his mind.
What if he were to snatch the snowballs Fan Yojie made before anyone else?
Turning his gaze back, Fan Yojie was still throwing people downstairs.
In a moment, there were 7 or 8 people piled up there.
Without the chance to huddle together for warmth, the first person to fall would not be injured due to the cushioning effect of the snow, but the next person would be smashed to death on the spot. So now, all lying there were corpses, looking quite gruesome in their varied ways of death. After pondering for a while, Lu Chen figured out that the plan to snatch was feasible, but it wouldn't be easy to take away the snowballs before Fan Yojie.
Who knew when these corpses would turn into snowballs?
It would be too exhausting to stay up all night guarding them with abilities. Therefore, the best way was to directly move the bodies and hide them elsewhere.
It was going to be a long night.
Late at night, there was no movement in Fan Yojie's house.
Zhou Yali hadn't finished pulling out the thorn under his foot, but he didn't want to continue either.
He endured the intense pain, closed his eyes, and finally fell asleep after tossing and turning for a while.
Lu Chen checked the time, it was 3 in the morning, and the pile of bodies downstairs was already covered in snow. He quietly got up, left the room, and a light lit up in the dark corridor. Following Lu Chen's footsteps, the nighttime temperature had noticeably dropped a lot, but Lu Chen had a second-level cold resistance, so the low temperature was not a concern.
Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the pile of dead bodies. He used his foot to sweep away the snow. These bodies were already stiff from the cold, pale, with blood frozen inside. Lu Chen bought a bucket of water from the store, poured it over the bodies, and soon the water froze, connecting the bodies together.
Lu Chen took them all away. He also left a wooden sign with a line of words, "The adjacent Lu Chen did not steal." He wondered if Fan Yojie would be alerted by this. After completing these tasks, Lu Chen left with the bodies. Next, he had to do a good deed.
Fan Yojie had killed so many people, but so far, there had been no uproar in the homeowner group. Those who came here either submitted or died, and no one knew what he had done. Of course, he couldn't let him continue deceiving. It wasn't to protect the residents, just didn't want Fan Yojie to continue getting snowballs, and incidentally, to give him some trouble.
Lu Chen arrived on the first floor, at that familiar place, the residence of Lu Yanmei and Grandpa Li.
Lu Chen activated his detection ability, and the two were sleeping peacefully inside. It seemed their fear wasn't deep in their bones, as they were sleeping so soundly.
How could this be? Lu Chen didn't hold back. With just one punch, the security door fell down. The two inside the room instantly woke up at the noise. Who the hell is trespassing in the cadre's house? Don't you want to live?
Lu Yanmei's cursing came from inside the room, and Grandpa Li also woke up, putting on his slippers. Damn it, last time Lu Chen ambushed me, this time I'm prepared, see who dares to touch me. Grandpa Li's words were quite comical because his jaw had been broken by Lu Chen last time, and now it was bandaged, keeping his jaw in place, unable to move. Lu Chen stood silently as the room door was pushed open.
Lu Yanmei pointed at the door and cursed, "Do you know you're breaking the law?
Trespassing into a private residence."
Lu Yanmei saw the security door on the ground and was stunned. "You actually... My door. Damn it, you bastard broke in? How are we going to live in the future? You have to give up the house. We live here."
Looking at the person at the door, Lu Yanmei couldn't see his face, but she kept spewing words.
Lu Chen could only blandly say, "TSK. Auntie, it's only been a day, and your condition has worsened?"
Lu Yanmei heard the voice and froze on the spot.
This voice?
She looked up and vaguely recognized the familiar silhouette, Lu Chen.
As Lu Yanmei saw him clearly, she collapsed to the ground. Why was Lu Chen here? Grandpa Li angrily rushed forward. "You scoundrel, last time you ambushed me, can you succeed this time?" Grandpa Li held a wooden stick and swung it down.
But the sound of the stick hitting the floor was clear. Where was Lu Chen?
Grandpa Li's back was covered in cold sweat. Lu Chen's speed was too fast.
Lu Chen was by Uncle Li's side, lightly kicking, crack, the sound of bones shattering crisply. Uncle Li instantly howled in pain, unable to stand as his shin bone was kicked and couldn't support his body.
Lu Yanmei felt instant despair, immediately kneeling on the ground, wailing, "Lu Chen, I won't say anything, I'm cured."
Congratulations on severely injuring Li Fuchuan successfully, malicious value plus 2000. Congratulations on making Lu Yanmei desperate, malicious value plus 2000. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "Auntie, if you're sick, we'll treat it.
We can't be careless about this illness.
You've done so much for our community, as a member, how can I mistreat you?"
Lu Chen ignored the wails of Uncle Li under his feet, bypassed Lu Yanmei, and went to their bedroom.
The old man was so kind, still using traditional spittoons and chamber pots.
Are they kept specifically for me to use? What a little glutton.
Lu Yanmei realized something. Without any hesitation, she shakily got up and tried to run outside, but Lu Chen didn't give her a chance at all. After just a few steps, Lu Yanmei knelt down on the ground. An axe struck accurately at her knee joint, cutting the tendons on her thigh, leaving her writhing on the ground, howling, but her mouth was quickly covered. As Lu Chun used his control over objects, he approached Uncle Lee and broke his other foot. Congratulations on severely injuring Lu Yenmei successfully, malicious value plus 2000. Congratulations on severely injuring Li Fuchuan successfully, malicious value plus 2000. Congratulations on making Lu Yenmei desperate, malicious value plus 2000. Soon, both of them lost all ability to move, consciousness slipping into unconsciousness.
Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted.
Then, Lu Chen went to a conspicuous spot in the 8th floor staircase and corridor, placing the bodies of the two there. With Lu Yenmei's blood, he shakily wrote on the wall, "The mutual aid group is a huge lie, the murder gang is the true face."
Phew, that feels good.
Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The bloodstains of the two people flowed from the 1st floor to the 8th floor, painting a tragic story. The two elderly people were cruelly tortured at home by Fan Yojie for no reason. In their dying moments, they climbed to the 8th floor in misery, using their own blood to accuse Fan Yojie of his murderous acts, just to prevent others in the community from falling victim to him.
How tragic.
Indeed, some people's contributions to the community are greater even in death.
Lu Chen smiled, regardless of whether these residents believed it or not. Once they started suspecting Fan Yojie, he wouldn't be able to hide. On his way back, Lu Chen received a system prompt. Congratulations on causing the death of Lu Yenmei, malicious value plus 10,000. Congratulations on causing the death of Li Fuchuan, malicious value plus 20,000. Lu Chen was stunned. Why did he gain 20,000 malicious value? Could it be because he ate the snowballs? The next day, Lu Chen woke up in the afternoon. After leisurely washing up and coming out, the three girls were sitting on the sofa eating snacks and watching TV dramas. Li Yuman complained, "Lu Chen, why did you wake up so late? We're starving." Looking at the scattered snack wrappers on the floor, Lu Chen was speechless, realizing he had been so busy dealing with Fan Yojie that he forgot about them, right? Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Lu Yunyun obediently got up to tidy up the wrappers. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved, walked to the sofa, and patted Lu Yunyun's head. "What do you want to eat?" Lu Yunyun blushed and shyly smiled. "Can we have roast goose?" Lu Chen bought 2 roast geese, steaming hot and glossy with oil, paired with plum sauce, quite tempting. While eating, Lu Chen checked his phone, which was already flooded with messages, and people were still arguing about the incident. Huadu Jiangnan Community Owners Group, Lu Yi, at Fan Yojie, come out and explain. Why have all the people who went to the mutual aid group disappeared? Is it because of you? Damn, do we even need to think about it? Lu Yenmei and Uncle Li sacrificed their lives to warn us. I knew something was wrong. Fan Yojie is not a good person. Ruan Ruanjiangjiang, what are you guys talking about? I was planning to join Fan Yojie today. What do you mean he's not a good person? What did he do? A person with a cute profile picture is still clueless. Image, look at this. The person who went to find snow dumplings this morning passed by the 8th floor and took a picture. Fan Yojie is simply inhuman. Lu Chen smiled faintly, the image showing Lu Yenmei and Li Fuchuan in a tragic state. Fan Yojie indeed is not human. However, cursing is not the solution. Will Fan Yojie come for revenge? Ruan sauce, damn. Good thing I didn't go, scared me to death. Ruan sauce, turns out being beautiful saved me. I was actually thinking of joining Fan Yojie yesterday. If it wasn't for me being too beautiful and worried about Fan Yojie having other intentions. TSK, luckily I didn't go. Lu Chen looked a bit puzzled at this obscure text and decided to check her friend's circle to see how beautiful she was. Then, a bloated, heavily made-up woman appeared on the screen, almost making Lu Chen vomit the roast goose leg in her mouth. Damn, wishing for a pair of eyes that had never seen a photo before. Truly disgusting. Lu Chen quickly exited the woman's profile. Oh my. Someone even captured the 9th floor scene. Images. Could this also be Fan Yojie's doing? Are they looting? When was the 9th floor attacked? Can someone from the 10th floor come out and speak? The images showed the mess on the 9th floor, with traces of ransacking inside. It seems the investigation was thorough. Fan Yojie's mutual aid group was now completely ruined. However, there would still be people joining, like the Huang family army or other desperate individuals, choosing to rely on him for survival through plunder. LVE, what the hell? Security door. What are they looting with such thick steel plates? They can't even open the door. As long as we don't go out, we're absolutely safe, right? The 9th floor was broken into. I live on the 10th floor, and I went down to see this morning. LVE, are you sure? Fan Yojie directly breaking into rob? Can this be tolerated? Aren't we all at risk of being robbed? The residents' fantasy about the mutual aid group was shattered. Now they couldn't accept it at all. There was a bandit in the neighborhood,
and telling them that the bandits could break in at any time and loot their homes. Who could bear that, especially those with food supplies at home, were the most agitated in the group. They were all worried about becoming Fan Yaojia's next target. What should we do? Should we unite? Someone suggested unity, but it was instantly drowned out by other messages. LVE, what about the 3 ruthless people? Mr. Li is dead. Where is Lu Chen? Hurry and let him go kill Fan Yaojia. Otherwise, what will happen to the neighborhood? We'll all be robbed, and none of us will survive. Ruan sauce, yes. Lu Chen is still alive. Let's join forces with him and kill Fan Yaojia together. How can such a neighborhood cancer like him live? At Lu Chen, start a mutual aid group. We'll join you. With us around, Fan Yaojia won't dare to act recklessly. We can help you kill him. Lu Chen was speechless. These people were more calculating than the other. Join me? Help me eliminate Fan Yaojia? Sounds good in words, but in reality, it's all a trap. Just wanting to drain me and then seek my protection, right? Lu Chen was just live streaming eating in the entire neighborhood, and now everyone was eager to come and freeload. Lu Chen, hee hee. Hey, Lu Chen, it's a time of crisis in the neighborhood. You've killed so many people in the neighborhood, and we all didn't hold you accountable. Now that we're facing a real problem, you're backing off? Then give back the lives of those you killed. Ruan sauce, exactly. I've been wanting to say this. Lu Chen has so much food, he should be the one starting a mutual aid group. Eating so well alone is a waste of food. Sharing it with the whole neighborhood is maximizing resource utilization. Ugh. These people are just asking for it. If I have resources, I deserve to share them with you idiots? Fine, I'll indulge you. When you want to kill to earn some evil points, there happens to be someone willing to die. What can I do? Lu Chen, at LVE at Ruan sauce. My home is on the 19th floor, 3rd unit, forming a mutual aid group. You two can come over today, all expenses covered, including safety. Lu Chen, come within 10 minutes, you can catch up to me eating roast goose. Image, LVE, damn, smart people are easy to talk to. Wait for me, Lu Chen. Let's discuss how to deal with Fan Yaojia. Ruan sauce, Lu Chen, love you, I'm coming right away. Save some roast goose for me. I'll sleep with you tonight. You two idiots. Knowing that Fan Yaojia's mutual aid group is a trap, switching to another pit and jumping in again, hurry up and help me earn some evil points. Your messages are disgusting. After Lu Chen posted these sentences, many people in the group immediately started chatting, and the group was flooded with messages. Master Lu Chen, are you serious? Can I come? Hey, Lu Chen, add me too. Lu Chen, I can fight. I can lead the team to fight Fan Yaojia. Look at me. Lu Chen was speechless and turned off his phone. Why does it seem like no one in this community is worth living? They are all so stupid. Lu Chen, are you letting others in again? Lu Yunyun held Lu Chen's arm a bit aggrieved, and Lu Chen was next to her. She saw some chat content. Li Yuman gnawed on a roast goose wing and said indifferently, let them come. Lu Chen is so handsome, it's a waste not to find a few more. She was the least interested in such matters. Anyway, she wasn't a good person either, relying on her beauty to attract attention everywhere. Lu Chen nodded. Li Yumin is right, but entering my house requires approval. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded. Lu Chen left the sofa and went to a higher point on the wall, looking through the window to see a fat woman in the corridor, her body already piled with oil, panting heavily with her hands on her elephant-like round legs. Soon, a second person appeared in the corridor, a man with messy hair and a face full of stubble that looked like it was about to mold, clearly a type that hadn't bathed in months. Oh my god, this time I really did a public service. Lu Chen, open the door and let us in quickly. I'm starving. You haven't eaten that roast goose, have you? You saved the leftovers for me, right? The woman looked up at Lu Chen's face, still out of breath, speaking urgently. Damn, you stupid woman, what do you mean by saving it all for you? Am I not a person? Lu Chen is full, shouldn't it be my turn next? What are you shouting about, woman? The man also looked up. Lu Chen, don't worry. With me here, Fan Yaojia will definitely fall into my hands. You just need to follow my orders. No need to worry about Fan Yaojia. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm. Alright, you two are both rare talents. I welcome you. Do you mind if I hold a welcome ceremony for you? The two were stunned. Lu Chen actually valued them so much? And he wanted to hold a welcome ceremony for them? Truly discerning, Lu Chen. I felt you were not ordinary in the group. Now seeing you, Lu Chen, you're quite impressive. Well, although it's a bit disappointing, not up to my standards, but if you let me eat roast goose, this girl can let you hold her hand. But any other inappropriate behavior is not allowed. Lu Chen took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, insulted by this flying pig, almost couldn't hold back. Then Lu Chen bought some candles from the system store. Since it was a welcome ceremony, of course, a cake was needed. How much do these two weigh together?
Lu Chen grinned. I've prepared a 250-kilogram heavy cake for you, hope you like it.
The two were stunned, then their mouths curved up, delighted. Such a big cake.
How many days would it take to finish it? I'm already 190 kilograms. Lu Chen, you're being stingy. Can't the welcome for me use a cake twice as big?
The woman's mouth was crooked with a smile, but she was still gesturing, hoping Lu Chen would make the cake bigger.
Damn, you stupid woman, Lu Chen obviously doesn't have the ability to make it that big. Oh my, and also, Lu Chen, not to criticize you, but if you're going to do it, find an auspicious number, like 666 gene, 888 gene, anything but 250, it makes you look stupid. Well, sorry, the cake is already made, can't change its weight now. Lu Chen held candles, carrying a long knife. He opened the door. Both peered inside. TSK TSK TSK. Extravagant. Lu Chen actually lived such a life with them? The woman saw the roast goose on the table glistening with oil. The man saw three stunning beauties. Both were mesmerized. They paid no attention to Lu Chen, muttering to themselves, "Hey, Lu Chen, you're going too far. Didn't you save the roast goose for me?
Who are these people?
Get them out. They're eating the roast goose. Hey, Lu Chen,
are these your sisters?
Can I share a room with them? Or I can take them out to stay, they like my type." Lu Chen chuckled. "Alright, let's cut the cake first, we'll talk about other things later."
Lu Chen leisurely lit the candles, but the two were already impatient, eager to go in, so they snatched the candles and helped light them. Together, they finally lit all the candles, holding them in their hands.
"Where's the cake, Lu Chen?" "Yeah, these candles are hot. Bring the cake quickly." Lu Chen smiled faintly, raising the long knife. "Let's start cutting the cake now." The woman curiously watched the knife in Lu Chen's hand, asking, "Is this for cutting the cake?" Lu Chen nodded. Click.
The woman's chubby hand holding the candle fell to the ground. Blood gushed instantly, staining the floor red. In that moment, the woman didn't react. She stared blankly at her bare wrist, blood spurting out. Then she stared dumbfounded at the knife in Lu Chen's hand.
"Not cutting the cake?" Lu Chen struck again. The woman's other hand fell.
Her pupils shrank suddenly, her expression changing from confusion to agony in an instant. Wailing in anguish, she looked at her bald hands and screamed, "Ah!
Lu Chen, what are you doing? How dare you?"
She helplessly looked at the bleeding wound, blood splattering in her mouth, the bitter taste of iron. The man also woke up at this moment, watching the woman on the ground screaming in pain, eyes wide open, about to drop the candle in his hand, but only heard a swoosh. Thud! His palm hit the ground, crimson blood gushed out, an involuntary fearful roar from his throat, just about to cover the wound with his other hand, only to find that hand's palm was also gone. His bare hands gestured in the air twice, seemingly searching for his own palm. "Congratulations on injuring two people, malicious value plus 4,000. The man hugged his hands, kneeling on the ground, watching his bleeding palm, crying out, trying to put it back. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Lu Chen flicked the blood off the knife, smiling. "Don't rush, how many cuts do we need for a welcome cake? I think a 250-kilogram cake should be cut into at least 250 pieces, right? This is only the fourth cut for your welcome, don't kneel yet." Just as Lu Chen's words fell, an angry cry from the woman came. "Lu Chen, you bastard! You can't handle a woman like me, you're just jealous of how beautiful I am. You scum! You despicable creature! Mom, my hand is gone, give me another one, sob sob sob." Lu Chen shrugged. "Well, I really have no interest in getting a sow like you, look." Lu Chen stepped on the woman's severed arm, instantly squeezing out the yellow-white fat from the stump. The woman screamed again, even turning on the sensor lights of several floors. "But it's a pity, a sow gives birth to 18 piglets, someone like you can only be sold for pork." The woman cried out in despair, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't free her wrist from Lu Chen's tight grip. "You're talking nonsense. I'm a beauty. The little X book says I'm a beauty. I'm just slightly chubby, and you men all like slightly chubby women." "Wah!" Lu Chen chuckled. "Huh, let me tell you something. People nowadays prefer lean meat, someone like you won't fetch a good price." The woman completely broke down, burying her head in the ground and wailing. "Congratulations on shattering self-esteem, malicious value plus 5,000. Lu Chen turned to the man. "And you, my strategist, any good ideas in this situation?" "Damn it! Lu Chen, you deserve to be killed by Fan Yojie, he will toy with you to death. Without me, what do you have to compete with Fan Yojie? You've cut off the hands of the only person Fan Yojie fears. You hopeless fool." Lu Chen clapped his hands. "Oh, impressive. Falling for the tricks of a fool like me, yet still feeling superior?
Your confidence is something I need to learn for a lifetime. You beast, Lu Chen. How dare you deceive me?
No, I wasn't fooled. I anticipated this long ago. It was all part of my plan.
Oh, did you plan on dying today?
The two men with severed hands collapsed to the ground, hearing Lu Chen's words as if they were hearing the toll of a funeral bell.
Lu Chen was going to kill them?
Hey,
Lu Chen!
I advise you to drop the knife. It's serious if I die. Fan Yojie, yes, I belong to Fan Yojie. He will use any means to kill you. The man panicked, his mouth starting to tremble.
Lu Chen sneered, haha, is this the strategist's plan? Brilliant, I almost thought you were joking.
Everything I said is true, don't take it lightly. Fan Yojie is my big brother, he will never let you go. If you don't kill me, I can also make sure he won't kill you.
Lu Chen nodded, right, Fan Yojie is indeed my blood brother, you do know that, right?
The man stood there dumbfounded.
You're in cahoots? You and Fan Yojie are in cahoots? TSK.
Your intelligence, you must have been sheltered. Congratulations on shattering self-esteem, malicious value plus 5,000. Well, no need to waste too many words on these two idiots. Lu Chen raised his hand and the knife fell, left foot, right foot, in slow motion. The heart-wrenching screams and cries of agony even attracted the neighbors next door, who stared in shock as Lu Chen chopped off the limbs of the two individuals one by one. The system prompts echoed incessantly in Lu Chen's mind. Before long, the two men were chopped into unconsciousness, unable to scream or generate any more malicious value. Lu Chen shrugged, probably around 30 strikes, the fat woman endured 20 strikes on her own, and the two of them passed out. Since they were of no value anymore, they might as well die. Lu Chen severed the necks of the two individuals with a single stroke. Congratulations on killing two individuals, malicious value plus 20,000. Lu Chen turned to the neighbor man watching the scene, shouting, hey, clean this up, or I'll come over to your place later. The man's scalp tingled with fear, nodding and bowing hastily, yes, Lu Chen, sir. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, returned to the house, and resumed eating roast goose. Li Yumin handed him a plump roast goose leg. Lu Chen, you're too cruel.
In fact, all three women had witnessed Lu Chen's actions before.
Li Yumin had seen Lu Chen fight Lin Shan, Lu Yunyun had seen Lu Chen chop Lu Jingnan, and Zhang Xinyu had seen Lu Chen discipline Lu Yanmei. Each time was quite brutal, so their tolerance level was already quite high. But this time, seeing Lu Chen make a bloody mess at the doorstep, was a bit frightening.
Is that so? Li Yumin nodded, yes, luckily I'm well behaved and don't make you angry, or I might end up dismembered too, right? Lu Chen pinched Li Yumin's delicate chin, have you forgotten how you scolded me when you first arrived?
Li Yumin blushed, she almost forgot, she had treated Lu Chen like a loser when she first arrived, then why didn't you kill me? If you were 400 pounds, I would have killed you.
Li Yumin shyly hugged Lu Chen's arm, luckily, I'm pretty.
The feeling when a beauty said this sentence was completely different, and Lu Chen was quite pleased. So, it's not that the little fairy can't forgive, it's her waistline that is unforgivable. In general, when killing someone, the white knife goes in and the red knife comes out. But when killing this woman, the white knife goes in and the oil knife comes out. The oil stuck on the knife couldn't be washed off even with detergent. Lu Chen had just sat down for a short while when drip, drip, drip. His phone rang. Lu Chen opened his phone, and the screams from earlier attracted many curious people from other floors, who witnessed the scene and posted the photos in the group.
Image, Lu Chen is awesome.
These two fools deserve to die. Speaking without using their brains, Lu Chen did well.
You were just fighting to join Lu Chen's mutual aid group earlier, now seeing this outcome? Are you still going?
Damn, who is treating Mr.
Lu Chen like a fool? Even if he has food that he can't finish, why should he give it to you for free? The atmosphere in the group instantly became much more comfortable. Indeed, a few bad apples spoil the whole barrel. Most of the people silently observing from behind were more rational, although it's also possible that those foolish people who saw the situation didn't dare to speak up. Next, Lu Chen saw a familiar message. Fan Yojie, recruiting members for the mutual aid group, including food, accommodation, and safety, only 5 spots available per day, first come first served. I'll go. Does Fan Yojie not read messages? Or is he a robot that advertises on time? He's really a bandit, who would still go.
Just as this message was sent out, it was immediately contradicted.
Head of the Wang Mao gang from the East Street, I want to join. Fan Yojie, come directly to the 8th floor. What's going on? At head of the Wang Mao gang from the East Street, that's a bandit, bro. Aren't you going to your death? No one answered.
Lu Chen looked at the screen, of course, the Wang Mao gang was not going to their death. At this time, only a certain type of person would join Fan Yojie, of course, it's a bandit. Someone valuable, who can be of use to Fan Yojie and agrees with his methods.
These people are few, but they exist. And this is a perfect time to gain Fan Yojia's trust. The Huangmao gang needs to smoothly integrate into Fan Yojia's trust and obtain information about his abilities. Lu Chen wanted to eliminate even the 1% chance of losing. He activated his ability detection, followed the Huangmao gang. This operation was still very important, so Lu Chen chose to observe the situation. Before long, the Huangmao gang arrived at the 8th floor, Fan Yojia's residence. The whole floor was quite silent, but there was a sense of solemn killing in the air, perhaps because too many people had died there. The Huangmao gang passed through the messy corridor and arrived at Fan Yojia's door, calmly knocking. "Is Fan Yojia here? I'm here to join the mutual aid group." Not long after, a burly yet elegant man walked out. "Oh, welcome." Fan Yojia's rational appearance surprised the Huangmao gang. He stepped into the room. Even though it was daytime, it seemed dim inside, and the smell of blood was easily detected, a scent left by long-term blood soaking. Suddenly, a scream came from the left side of the Huangmao gang. Looking over, a scar-faced man was lying on a low bed screaming. The Huangmao gang shifted their gaze back to Fan Yojia, who had already sat back on the sofa, and slowly said, "I'm not here to ask for food, nor am I here to die. I want to be one of you." Fan Yojia's mouth slightly curved up, then his eyes narrowed. "Kid, you've got guts, but how can you be sure I'll accept you?" The Huangmao gang smiled faintly, raised his hand, mimicking a gun gesture. "You will need me." Bang! A high-pressure airflow sounded in the air. A projectile visible under the dim light hit the wooden table, leaving a bottle cap-sized circular cut on the surface. Fan Yojia looked at the table, then at Huang Jejun's hand, unable to hide his smile. Not only did he possess extraordinary abilities, but he was also quite skilled with them. Fan Yojia's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Huang Jejun, as if he were looking at a piece of uncut jade. His ability was truly remarkable. Being able to cut a wooden table with such precision was no small feat. It was as powerful as a handgun. In the territory of Huagua, obtaining a gun was almost impossible, making Huang Jejun's ability even more precious. Of course, the most important thing was that Huang Jejun had the potential to break through the defenses of the Lu Chen family. Fan Yojia smiled, feeling that there was always a way out. He had initially planned to wear down Lu Chen through attrition, but now, unexpectedly, Huang Jejun had appeared, making the situation much more interesting. Fan Yojia's eyes gleamed with a red light. "Huang Jejun, perhaps you are not aware that your acquired ability can be enhanced. This requires consuming a lot of snow dumplings, which you may find hard to come by. However, I can provide them for you. All you need to do is pledge your loyalty, and you will gain unparalleled power." Huang Jejun nodded. "You are right. I need to prove my loyalty. But before that, shouldn't you prove why you should lead us? No one wants a leader who is all talk and no action, right?" Upon hearing Huang Jejun's sharp words, Fan Yojia's face turned cold for a moment, but soon he burst into laughter. "You are quite bold. I must show you what I am capable of." Fan Yojia's burly figure moved swiftly, surprising Huang Jejun. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yojia was only half a meter away. Huang Jejun watched as the fist approached, not making any attempt to defend himself. Instead, he continued to rely on the high-pressure airflow emanating from his fingertips, creating a burst of air that hit Fan Yojia's abdomen, causing blood to splatter. At the same time, he took a punch to the nose and staggered backward. Regaining his composure, Huang Jejun looked at Fan Yojia. The right side of Fan Yojia's abdomen was now exposed, with a wound the size of a bottle cap, the burst of air having torn through 3 millimeters of his flesh. Huang Jejun's expression turned serious. He had been in his fair share of fights before the apocalypse and was known as a skilled street fighter. He could tell that Fan Yojia's agility was the result of professional training. Unlike the regulated boxing matches, Fan Yojia leaned more towards real combat, resorting to lethal moves when necessary. He seemed to have worked as a bodyguard or a hired thug. Wiping away the blood from his nose, Huang Jejun felt a sense of dread. If Fan Yojia had unleashed that punch without holding back, he would have likely been knocked out. "Impressive. I concede," Huang Jejun admitted sincerely. Fan Yojia, however, seemed unfazed, as if the wound was of little concern to him. In fact, when Huang Jejun looked again, the wound on Fan Yojia's abdomen had miraculously disappeared, leaving only tattered clothing as evidence of the impact. "Is this rapid healing? Is this your ability?" Fan Yojia smiled knowingly and shook his head. "That is just one aspect of my ability. But you are quite courageous. Shouldn't a normal person defend or dodge when they see a fist coming at them? Your strategy of abandoning defense and retaliating directly is quite uncommon." Huang Jejun remained silent. This was a fighting style honed in different circumstances. Street brawls were not about strength. The power gap between a group of mediocre fighters was not significant.
It was about who was more reckless, who was willing to go to greater lengths.
Huang Jejun was accustomed to this exchange of blows for blows.
Hey, kid, Zhou Yuli, lying on the bed, pushed Lu Jingnan aside and looked at Huang Jejun. He had been paying close attention to the situation here. There were only a few people who could catch Fan Youjia's eye. Apart from him, there were only Lu Jingnan and Huang Jejun left. Obviously, Huang Jejun was highly appreciated now, while he had suffered a setback under Lu Chen's command. When Huang Jejun turned around, he remembered that there was still someone lying beside him. My name is Zhou Yuli, the deputy of the Mutual Aid Group.
Do you want to see if I am qualified?
Huang Jejun smiled and shook his head. Forget it, I don't have the ability to recover, my nosebleed hasn't stopped yet.
Lu Chen silently withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Huang Jejun was integrating quickly.
Lu Chen casually selected an old movie to play, but his mind was elsewhere. In such a short time, Huang Jejun had already probed into Fan Youjia's abilities a lot. Self-healing, combined with what Fan Youjia's informant had said before, that Fan Youjia could transform, it seemed that Fan Youjia's ability was probably some kind of beastification ability. Moreover, the claim that eating snow dumplings could enhance abilities had also been confirmed by Fan Youjia. It seemed better to deal with Fan Youjia sooner rather than later, as the longer it dragged on, the stronger his abilities would become. However, it wouldn't be as easy for Fan Youjia to obtain snow dumplings next time. He would need to take the initiative to go to the community and directly snatch people. Just like the massacre of the residents on the 9th floor, they had to continue killing.
That would give me another opportunity.
Lu Chen smiled faintly. Whether people lived or died had little to do with him, but it was clear that if they were to rob other floors, both Fan Youjia and Zhou Yuli would leave the 8th floor.
Wouldn't that be a chance to steal from their homes?
Although the 8th floor didn't have much supplies, there were a lot of people, so if they were all killed, they should be able to earn a lot of evil points, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened his phone, and Huang Jejun had already sent a message. Head of the Huang Mao gang on Donglin Street, Lu Chen, Fan Youjia has self-healing abilities, and he is very skilled, do not underestimate him.
Lu Chen, understood, inform me as soon as they rob other floors next time.
Head of the Huang Mao gang on Donglin Street, okay.
Lu Chen closed his phone.
He opened the system store, killed 3 people, and his evil points increased from 60,000 to 130,000.
Money was good. Lu Chen bought dinner without any burden.
The most expensive food in the system store was only about 1,000 evil points. Now he could buy it without any sense of guilt. Just teasing women a bit could earn it back.
Lu Chen looked at the diverse menu.
He had eaten too much seafood recently, so he wanted to change his taste with some mountain delicacies.
Speaking of mountain delicacies, it had to be mushrooms.
Before the apocalypse, Lu Chen had heard of the reputation of wild mushrooms, but never had the chance to try them. Now with the system in hand, he could have them whenever he wanted. Lu Chen ordered wild mushroom stewed chicken pot, the famous stir-fried green hands, and a top-grade matsutake and truffle sashimi combo. He was still choosing when his mouth watered. A table full of mushroom dishes appeared. Jiang Xinyu's eyes lit up again. She ate more in one day than she had in the past 10 days. And she wasn't even hungry. She had no desire to eat before Lu Chen conjured up the food, but now seeing the delicious food in front of her, she couldn't help but salivate. It was too fragrant. The boiling wild mushroom stewed chicken emitted a strong aroma, far from the fresh scent he had expected. The mushroom's fragrance was no less than that of meat, and that special mushroom fragrance made people restless and impatient. Lu Yunyun was eager. She was from Dongguan, and they were very particular about the ingredients for stewing soup. This mushroom soup coincided with Dongguang's emphasis on freshness and naturalness.
Lu Chen, can I start eating?
Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up as she stared at the mushroom soup. Lu Chen smiled. It was the first time he had seen Lu Yunyun make such an expression. It was clear that she really liked this pot of soup. Soon, satisfied sounds filled the living room. Jiang Xinyu lay on the sofa, rubbing her belly, her face full of satisfaction. Lu Chen, why don't we just not confront Fan Youjia? Anyway, they can't get in. We can stay at home and make them jealous. Jiang Xinyu seemed to casually say, but it caught the attention of Li Yumen and Lu Yunyun. They also cared about this matter. Now that Lu Chen and Fan Youjia have a grudge, if anything happens to Lu Chen, then they would really be in trouble.
What? Are you worried that I'll die and not get to eat good food? Jiang Xinyu glared at Lu Chen. Am I that shallow?
Although I find it hard to give up on good food, what I'm more worried about is you dying. Li Yumen nodded. Exactly. How can your 37-degree heart say such cold words?
Can't you see our sincerity?
Lu Chen was helpless.
How can one tell if a stinky nephew is speaking sincerely?
Well, she seems to be wholeheartedly sincere.
However, hiding at home is just a wishful thinking.
Fan Youjia's abilities are evolving, and hiding will eventually lead to the house being breached.
The initiative must not be abandoned.
Lu Chen sighed. Fan Yojie must be dealt with. He won't tolerate anyone threatening him, and this time he couldn't get in, but who knows about the next time.
Are you talking about Snowball?
Jiang Xinyu sighed slightly, as if she had figured something out.
Snowball enhances the body's constitution. Lu Chen is worried that Fan Yujie and the others will rely on Snowball to become stronger before breaking in.
What is Snowball?
Li Yuman looked puzzled at Jiang Xinyu.
Jiang Xinyu looked at the two with question marks on their faces and explained, "It's something that can fill you up and strengthen your body. I don't know the specifics, I've only seen it from afar."
Jiang Xinyu changed the subject. "You should ask Lu Chen.
He gained his superpowers by eating that thing."
Li Yuman and Lu Yunyun turned curiously. "Lu Chen, is that thing tasty? Is this what you call the essence of the sun and moon?"
"Well,
It seems like there's a big misunderstanding. I haven't eaten any Snowball. If I have to explain, I'm actually considered a chosen one. Are you lying to kids?"
Jiang Xinyu turned her head away.
"Who doesn't know you've eaten Snowball?"
Lu Chen felt inexplicably speechless. "Jiang Xinyu, you might not know, but I could already create things 7 or 8 days ago, and I asked you about Snowball only 3 days ago.
Do I look like I've eaten it?" Jiang Xinyu looked suspicious, then. "And I have no reason to lie to you guys."
Jiang Xinyu pondered for a while, also skeptical about the concept of the chosen one. "Well, let's just believe you for now." Lu Chen changed the subject, "But if you're interested in Snowball, I can get some for you. If these women could also have abilities, maybe they could help me.
But natural Snowball is still very rare, and there are only 3 known ability users in the entire neighborhood. Forget it, for now, let them be good decorations." Lu Chen instantly dismissed the idea. "Really? Isn't Snowball very rare?" Jiang Xinyu was inexplicably excited. "There is a saying that what you can't have when young will haunt you for life." Jiang Xinyu is in a similar situation.
She searched for Snowball for a long time but never even caught a glimpse of it, so she inexplicably yearned for this magical thing.
Lu Chen pondered, "Rare?
In the future, it will be commonplace. After all, the world is not lacking in people. But calling it rare is not wrong. Natural Snowball is indeed rare."
Lu Chen smiled slightly. "It's Fan Yojie's Snowball anyway, might as well take it. However, since Jiang Xinyu wants it so much, let's satisfy her, but of course, it can't be given for free.
It wouldn't be good to encourage her to freeload."
Lu Chen opened the system store and spent a huge sum of 200 evil points to buy a bunny girl cosplay outfit. Lu Chen handed the clothes to Jiang Xinyu. "Leave the Snowball to me. Congratulations on successfully bullying Jiang Xinyu.
Malicious value plus 1000.
Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Lu Yunyun.
Malicious value plus 2000.
Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yuman.
Malicious value plus 2000. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the defense of Fan Yujie.
Malicious value plus 500. Late at night, the sky wasn't very dark. Lu Chen stood in front of the French window, still witnessing the snowfall.
The snow seemed to reflect some artificial light, so the deep night that should have been pitch black didn't appear so dark. Lu Chen felt pleased facing the sudden increase in malicious value.
With his ability to detect anomalies, he could clearly see every move Fan Yojie made. "This is receiving my gift."
Yesterday, Fan Yojie left a body at this time, and today, he retrieved it at the same time. It seemed that the body in the snow would turn into a snowball within 24 hours.
Fan Yojie clenched a wooden sign, feeling deeply humiliated. "Did Lu Chen not steal from next door? You mongrel. Daring to mock me to my face, do you really want to die, Lu Chen?" Fan Yojie gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching with uncontrollable anger. Nearly 10 snowballs, all stolen by Lu Chen, would undoubtedly elevate Lu Chen's strength significantly. So how was the location exposed? Even if it's a mutual aid group, only a few people know where the body is. Fan Yojie squinted. "Have I been betrayed?" Lu Chen, seeing Fan Yojie's gloomy expression, felt greatly satisfied. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ear.
Congratulations on arousing serious suspicion. Malicious value plus 3000.
He. Fan Yojie started suspecting there was a traitor among them?
Unfortunately, he wouldn't suspect Huang Jiejun, who had just joined today and didn't know the hiding place of the body.
This meant the most likely candidates for the traitor were Zhou Yuli and Lu Jingnan. Fan Yojie wouldn't suspect Zhou Yuli, but as for Lu Jingnan, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea, took out his phone, and found Lu Jingnan. He made a voice call.
It didn't take long for Lu Jingnan to answer, his tone unfriendly.
"Lu Chen, are you looking for trouble? Calling me?"
Lu Chen activated his ability to lock onto Lu Jingnan, who was sitting on the bed, his face full of anger.
"Of course not.
I heard you joined the mutual aid group."
"I'm afraid of Fan Yojie. Can you make him spare my life?" Hearing Lu Chen's weakness, Lu Jingnan was stunned, then sarcastically said, "Huh? Lu Chen, you're in trouble too.
When you were seriously injuring me, you should have thought about the consequences, instead of surrendering now.
It's too late. Not only will I not spare you, but Fan Yojie definitely won't either. Why did it feel like a case of the pot calling the kettle black? Fan Yojie really had no vision, even scum like Lu Jingnan was valued by him. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm now Fan Yojie's confidant. Not only have I fully recovered from my injuries, but I've also gained abilities. Guess how I did it? It's all thanks to you, Lu Chen. Fan Yojie targeted me because of my hatred towards you. Ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? You handed me over to Fan Yojie yourself. Get ready to regret it, your family won't last long. Woo woo, I'm so scared. Lu Chen smirked, hung up the phone, and sent a series of messages. Thank you for the information. Fan Yojie had already entered Lu Jingnan's room. He was already angry, just needing to add fuel to the fire lightly, and Lu Jingnan would be seen as the traitor. Lu Jingnan was a bit confused. He didn't understand the message on his phone. He just put the phone aside and quickly got out of bed, respectfully asking, Boss Fan, what's going on? Lu Jingnan noticed Fan Yojie's unusual mood. He wasn't someone who easily showed emotions, but now he seemed very angry. Who were you talking to? Lu Jingnan hesitated, puzzled. Lu Chen suddenly called, asking for mercy, begging you to spare his life. Spare his life? Is that what you intend to do? Fan Yojie's eyes were sinister. You've been quite successful as a traitor, causing me to lose nearly 10 snowballs. I actually believed in your worthless life. Lu Jingnan became even more confused. No, Fan Lauda, what are you talking about? What traitor? Fan Yojie no longer listened to Lu Jingnan's explanation. Suddenly, dark brown hair grew on his right arm, emitting a foul smell. Lu Jingnan's face changed drastically, his speech became unclear. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Fan Lauda, look at the message yourself, I really just received it today. Lu Jingnan hurriedly handed over his phone. Look. Fan Yojie just glanced at the screen, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Are you taking me for a fool, or are you the fool? Lu Jingnan was completely dumbfounded. Only then did he realize the meaning of Lu Chen's words. He had become a traitor? Was Lu Chen framing him? Lu Jingnan was filled with fear and anxiety as he looked at the message. Thank you for your information. His body suddenly began to tremble. Framed. Lu Chen, you bastard. I will kill you. Congratulations on successfully framing Lu Jingnan. Malicious value plus 2000. Lu Jingnan suddenly knelt down, clutching Fan Yojie's thigh. Fan Lauda, you have to believe me. Believe you? Ha, you'd better go die early. Fan Yojie's hairy right hand gradually became thicker, his fingers shortened and claws grew out of his palm. He swung it towards Lu Jingnan, who was trembling in fear and tears, and with a thud, blood splattered, Lu Jingnan turned into a headless corpse, his broken head rolling to the ground, with no chance to resist. Congratulations on killing Lu Jingnan. Malicious value plus 70,000. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. 70,000? Isn't that too much? It seems that the reward for malicious value for killing someone is closely related to snowballs. Uncle Lee ate 1 snowball and was rewarded with 20,000. Lu Jingnan ate 6? He really dared to eat. However, Lu Jingnan actually died without even using his abilities, unable to struggle. Fan Yojie was quite strong, but Lu Chen was increasingly looking forward to how much malicious value he could get for killing him. Zhou Yali stood outside the house, heard the noise, pushed the door open, and saw the walls covered in red and white. What's going on? Fan Yojie's angry expression slightly softened. He is Lu Chen's traitor, informed Lu Chen of our snowball-making location, and yesterday's snowballs were gone. Zhou Yali also widened his eyes. I knew this bastard wasn't a good person. What do we do now? We've used up all our snowballs. Because Lu Chen pierced his foot, he had consumed several snowballs, and the stock at home was almost depleted. The next batch was stolen by Lu Chen. Damn it, this Lu Chen is really asking for it. If it weren't for my carelessness, he would have died long ago, spared his life and still got bitten back. Zhou Yali was full of resentment. In his view, being able to hurt Lu Chen was entirely due to his carelessness. However, Fan Yojie did not reply to Zhou Yali. Lu Chen cannot stay for long. There are too many variables. If he doesn't die, we can't take it slow. Tonight, kill everyone below the 8th floor, turn them all into snowballs. As long as we make the Huang family army's abilities strong enough to break into Lu Chen's house, he will undoubtedly die. Zhou Yali was surprised. Everyone below the 8th floor? Fan Yojie nodded without hesitation. As usual, you and I will break the door, this time bring the Huang family army. Other members block the 8th floor staircase, don't let anyone escape. When all the doors are broken, clear them all at once. Lu Chen heard the plan clearly. Blocking the 8th floor, creating a trapped beast situation, was a good method. The natural cold barrier outside the community, combined with interception inside, even if they escaped,
they would be blocked on the 8th floor. The only way to break the situation was for everyone to act at the same time, while Fan Yojie and Zhou Yali were breaking the door, gathered to break through the 8th floor interception. This was probably Fan Yojie's concern, after all. There were at least 30 people on the 7 floors, while the mutual aid group left on the 8th floor had only about 10 members. There was a good chance of uniting to escape to higher floors. However, Lu Chen did not think these people had the courage. Even if they knew about Fan Yajie's robbery, they would probably just hide at home trembling in fear. Lu Chen sneered, hoping they would delay a bit longer. Lu Chen waited for 10 minutes. Fan Yujie finally set off. "It's time," Lu Chen said calmly as he left. The members of the mutual aid group swarmed out, 13 people blocking the staircase on the 8th floor, each holding various weapons. Most of them were long-handled weapons like mops and brooms. After all, their goal was to block the 8th floor entrance. Long-handled weapons made it difficult for people to approach, coupled with some short knives for intimidation. Securing the checkpoint was almost certain. Lu Chen quickly reached the 9th floor corridor, just a few steps away from the mutual aid group. Lu Chen patiently checked each member of the group to see if they had a light cluster inside them. After a round of inspection, except for 2 people who had a light cluster similar to Uncle Lee's, everyone else was ordinary. And from the situation, those 2 were also the leaders of the mutual aid group. One was a young man, and the other looked like a middle-aged office worker in his 40s, but he was in good shape. The young man whispered, "Hey, isn't Boss Fan's action this time too abrupt?" "Abrupt? What do you mean? Is Boss Fan wrong?" No, you don't understand. This time, it's all the people below the 8th floor. Previously, they only targeted the 1st floor of the 9th floor, making everyone in the community feel threatened. They didn't resist because they still had a glimmer of hope, thinking it wouldn't be their turn to die. This time it's serious, killing so many people at once. The residents won't delude themselves anymore. They will definitely unite and resist. The worst part is Lu Chen will take this opportunity to join them to deal with Boss Fan. And what's left are the residents of the entire 16th floor. For Boss Fan and these ability users, it might not be a big deal, but what about us? Will we be sacrificed in the conflict? We came here to survive, and now, everything is upside down. The middle-aged office worker also furrowed his brow, sighing slightly. "Do you think we will be the sacrificial lambs?" "Yes, especially I don't want a sacrifice for others." "What kind of thing is this?" The young man wanted to continue, but he only heard a sound of a blade piercing flesh. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the middle-aged man who had grown some white hair. He was holding a fruit knife, the handle plunged into his abdomen. The middle-aged man grinned, "Heh, kid, we don't need cowards like you without loyalty." The young man felt the blade turn a full circle in his abdomen, stirring the flesh inside, causing excruciating pain. He let out a desperate scream, but the middle-aged man didn't intend to let him off, continuing to stab the young man under his ribs. Another sound of the blade piercing flesh. "You, old man." The young man couldn't believe it, blood gushing from his abdomen, the sound of his ribs colliding with the blade echoing in his ears, painfully clear. The young man, unwilling, pulled out a dagger from his waist, but even this simple action made him grit his teeth in pain. "You old man, damn it. What did Fan Yojie give you? Are you helping him to die?" He was truly puzzled. Was it that he wasn't loyal enough, or was this old man just too foolish? "Everyone, you've seen it. This is the fate of those who criticize Boss Fan. I hope you all remain as loyal as I am, not like him, squandering Boss Fan's trust." The people holding weapons were sweating profusely, on guard, not daring to speak. They silently watched the middle-aged man with almost manic eyes. Was he going mad from cannibalism? Ha, clown. The young man, pale from blood loss, lay on the ground, knowing he would die soon from bleeding, but his expression was strangely peaceful. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man turned to look at him again. "I said, you deserve to be exploited for a lifetime, eating scraps, working for others, damn well being someone's dog for the rest of your life." The middle-aged man's face flushed, his anger rising. His hand holding the knife trembled slightly. "I should cut out your tongue first." The middle-aged man held a fruit knife and thrust it towards the man's face on the ground again, but this time the expected scene did not appear. Bang! The fruit knife in the man's hand suddenly flew off, and he looked bewilderedly at the direction in which the blade flew. The members of the mutual aid group were also a bit confused, wondering if there was an extra person. The middle-aged man looked back in the direction the knife flew, shouting angrily, "Who?" Lu Chen stopped, smiling sarcastically. "Do you know me?" The man frowned, somewhat dazed as he looked at the newcomer. "Who are you? Not from the mutual aid group, right? Get lost quickly, don't be a hindrance here. If you don't leave in 10 seconds, you'll be dead." "Dude, don't you want to know what the enemy looks like? You're too lenient. I usually give people 3 seconds. "What?"
The middle-aged man doubted if he misheard, staring at Lu Chen wide-eyed. Are you looking for trouble?
The man waved the broom in his hand and stabbed directly at Lu Chen's face. I've eaten snow dumplings.
How dare someone like you provoke me?
The broomstick came swiftly, but Lu Chen effortlessly dodged it. 3. The middle-aged man, surprised that his attack missed, was about to react, but upon hearing Lu Chen's countdown, his anger overwhelmed him. This man was underestimating him. He quickly snatched a knife from a nearby companion and shouted as he lunged, "What are you all standing there for?" Some members of the mutual aid group reacted, wielding wooden handles and advancing towards the unexpected guest.
The middle-aged man smirked, "You better dodge. Let's see you dodge one more time."
A sharp knife thrust towards his heart, but Lu Chen remained indifferent. 2.
Clang clang, various blades and wooden handles struck him with force.
The middle-aged man couldn't contain his laughter anymore, bursting into a loud guffaw.
Kid, you're still green. If you want to die, don't do it like this."
Silently pulling out the knife stuck in his clothes, Lu Chen felt a mosquito-like bite on his chest and uttered a word. 1.
Bang.
The middle-aged man, still puzzled by the knife, suddenly felt a strong dizziness, as if losing his balance. Flipping in the air countless times, he finally saw the scene, a dozen people on the stairs staring at him in horror.
What expressions were they wearing? And why was that person unharmed? The headless body felt so familiar. Wasn't that me?
Blood sprayed from the neck of the body, which fell down lifelessly. Congratulations on a successful kill, malicious value plus 20,000, Lu Chen sighed, not intending to act so soon, as Fan Yojie had just arrived on the 6th floor. It wouldn't be good if he suddenly turned back. But this old workhorse dared to steal heads? Lu Chen looked at the young man gasping for breath on the ground, who managed to turn his head and look at him. Not dead, right?
No. Are you, Lu Chen? Thank you for saving me.
Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're not dead.
Immediately, the gasping man's head was crushed underfoot, blood splattering like a fan.
Congratulations on a successful kill, malicious value plus 20,000, but I don't have the habit of letting enemies go, even if you regret it, it's too late. Lu Chen's words fell, and the remaining members of the mutual aid group finally came to their senses.
Lu Chen? Lu Chen! He killed the 2 men who had eaten snow dumplings so easily? How could this be?
They had been hoping most for the reward of a snow dumpling in the mutual aid group. To give them a means of self-defense, the snow dumpling was considered a magical item by them.
Yet Lu Chen had instantly killed them?
The remaining members of the mutual aid group were all in panic, hands trembling slightly as they held their weapons, an uncontrollable fear emanating from deep within. Congratulations on causing panic among several people, malicious value plus 500 *11. Shots rang out one after another, clubs falling haphazardly, but Lu Chen remained unfazed. How could someone with a 3rd-level combat skin be broken by a group of ordinary people?
A massage? Put some effort into it. Lu Chen's indifferent demeanor made the members of the mutual aid group lose even more confidence. Quick, get Fan Yojie to come and save us.
Yes. At this moment, someone panicked and picked up their phone, trying to send a message to Fan Yojie, while others shouted down the hallway. But in the next instant, the hand that was sending the message fell to the ground, and the one trying to shout had their throat pierced. They stared in horror at the bleeding wound. What the hell had struck them? With a thought, Lu Chen's various weapons in the mutual aid group's hands leaped into the air, stained with fresh blood. Using object manipulation to slaughter these scum was more than appropriate. Congratulations on severely injuring several people successfully, malicious value plus 2000 *6. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and casually said, "Anyone want to live?" The mutual aid group members suddenly snapped out of the intense pain of their severed hands. Even the 2 people with pierced throats who were on the brink of death were stunned. What did Lu Chen mean? Originally immersed in immense fear, they were now awakened to a glimmer of hope.
A middle-aged man who was unscathed trembled and spoke up. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you wouldn't spare the enemy?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, unless you prove you're not the enemy."
The mutual aid group members' eyes sparkled with some light, especially the 5 uninjured ones. They still had a chance.
An urgent voice rang out. "How do we prove it?"
"It's simple. It's unrealistic for you to go fight Fan Yojie, but a few of you seem sincerely devoted to Fan Yojie just now. As long as you help me kill them, I'll let you go, and I can even provide you with food." The air grew heavy again, which meant all the injured were enemies, and the 5 uninjured were the ones Lu Chen could spare. The injured suddenly felt inexplicably regretful. Why did their first reaction have to be to report to Fan Yojie? Had this act just dashed their hopes? Suddenly, a man holding his severed hand angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! Lu Chen, if you want to kill, just do it. I will never believe your bullshit. You're just sowing discord." "Right. Lu Chen hasn't spoken a word of truth. We've seen through him long ago. Let's break free from him together."
Slicing sounds. Another familiar sound of a blade piercing flesh. The man who was stabbed couldn't believe it as he turned around and saw a terrified but sneering face. You. Congratulations on triggering a small-scale deadly conflict. Malicious value plus 50,000. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. That was quite a lot. With the first strike, the mutual aid group was completely divided into two factions, one side with 6 severely injured individuals facing the 5 uninjured ones. Of course, it was a one-sided crush, lacking a hand or having a pierced throat. How could they have any fighting power? Some of them, with bloodthirst, held onto their knives tightly, only 2 of them, while the rest kept pleading. Don't believe Lu Chen. We've been classmates for so long, we're colleagues. The swords and sticks hesitated for a moment, and the man who struck first swung his blade even more wildly. If the tables were turned, you wouldn't show mercy either. With these words, the uninjured people didn't hold back. They swung wildly, almost cutting through the man who resisted. Enduring dozens of strikes, the man's severed hand and forearm were also chopped off, revealing stark white bones. Constant system prompts echoed in Lu Chen's mind, screams of agony and pain, the entire hallway splattered with blood, reflecting a crimson hue under the lights. At the right moment, Lu Chen delivered fatal blows to several people. Congratulations on successfully causing the death of several people. Malicious value plus 10,000 *6. Some of the remaining people wept bitterly, some laughed maniacally at the blood on their blades, and some kept hacking at the already dead bodies. Congratulations on driving several people insane. Malicious value plus 5,000 *5. Lu Chen clapped his hands. Well done, I no longer consider you as enemies. Several mutual aid group members laughed and tears streamed down their faces. Really? Lu Chen, we would go through fire and water for you. But, I don't like traitors. The remaining few suddenly stiffened, their pupils constricting as they broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it, ha ha ha. Congratulations on successfully causing despair to several individuals. Malicious value plus 3,000 *5. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. His mental resilience was really lacking. Was this collapse and despair? Lu Chen watched as the few people who were charging at him with their knives suddenly found their weapons turning in their hands. Despite their efforts to resist, they couldn't control the direction of the blades. They struggled for a while, but couldn't last 3 seconds in Lu Chen's hands. The blades pierced their throats, cutting their windpipes. Despite their efforts, they couldn't breathe, their bodies gradually weakening. Congratulations on successfully killing several individuals. Malicious value plus 10,000 *5. The 8th floor corridor was littered with corpses. These couldn't be left for Fan Yojie, they had to be cremated. Lu Chen bought some gasoline from the system, lit it with a lighter, and a fierce fire erupted in the dark night. The smell of burning flesh quickly spread, turning the entire staircase into a sea of fire. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen. In games, most hairy bosses were weak against fire. Wasn't Fan Yojie the same? If he could transform into a beast, he would grow fur, so using fire against him would be doubly effective. With his malicious value nearing 350,000, buying an ability was nothing to dwell on. He decided to go back and research it. Lu Chen arrived at the residence where these mutual aid group members lived. The deeper he went into the 8th floor, the stronger the smell of blood became, like a dungeon where prisoners lived. He wondered why they chose to live in such a place. There was nothing valuable here, except perhaps human flesh, which Lu Chen had no interest in. Their everyday items held no value either. But he still wanted to discuss Fan Yojie. Lu Chen tirelessly moved the human flesh and supplies from the refrigerator to the staircase, while also activating his detection ability to observe Fan Yojie's movements. They had just reached the last household on the 7th floor. Everyone in the previous households had been killed without any resistance. As expected, the noise made by Zhou Yuli when breaking down the door was quite loud, causing the residents on the surrounding floors to stir, but since it was late at night, no one came out to investigate. After the woman on the 7th floor let out a scream, she too fell victim to the strange large blade grown by Zhou Yuli, lying in a pool of blood. Huang Jiamin watched this scene with a gloomy expression. He knew Fan Yojie and Zhou Yuli were ruthless killers, but he didn't expect them to be so cruel, making him feel uneasy. Zhou Yuli looked at Huang Jiamin with a hint of mockery. What's wrong? Feeling queasy? Just look a little longer. Fan Yojie furrowed his brows slightly. How could they be afraid of killing? Could they still fight for them if they were afraid of killing? Fan Yojie casually said, Huang Jiamin, you will be responsible for killing the next people. Huang Jiamin felt a cold sweat forming, but he still agreed. In the apocalypse, he had no right to show mercy. The 3 of them ignored the bodies and supplies, leaving the room and heading downstairs. Their only task was to kill people and open doors. The looting and body disposal would be handled by other members of the mutual aid group. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Someone had already noticed that something was amiss.
The once quiet Flower City Riverside Community Owners Group was now buzzing with messages.
Are the people on the 7th floor okay? I heard banging noises. Did I mishear? Oh no, don't tell me Fan Yo-jae is out robbing again? It's only been a day or two since they cleared out an entire floor on the 9th. Didn't they have enough supplies? Oh no, please stop. Who's going to check it out? I'm on the 6th floor. Should I run? Where do you think you can run to? There's nothing outside. How long do you think you can survive in the corridor? I suggest barricading the door. As long as it doesn't get broken down, everything will be fine. Lu Chen looked at the man messaging on the 6th floor. He did take the advice and went to block the door with things, but as soon as he dragged the sofa, a solid anti-theft door outside was met with a metallic collision sound. Shortly after, he saw a thick, heavy knife forcefully pierce through the anti-theft door. In that instant, the man, like a startled bird, knelt on the ground, collapsed on the sofa. Ah, please, don't come in, I beg you, I beg you. A mournful voice echoed out. He prayed, looking at the door, hoping it would hold. But contrary to his wishes, the knife was pulled out for a second strike. The anti-theft door couldn't bear the weight, and a huge gap opened in the middle. A hand reached in, click. The door was opened from the inside. More cries of collapse were heard, but what greeted him was the sound of air splitting open. His chest felt like it was hit, even the heavy sofa behind him trembled. The man stared blankly at his chest. A bloody hole appeared suddenly. He reached out in a daze, only to touch sticky wet blood, wanting to scream but having no strength. Huang Jiajun did a great job. Zhou Yali patted Huang Jiajun's back. Next one? Efficiency is much higher with you around. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Lu Chen, using his ability to peek, shook his head. They got takeout so quickly? But they should kill fewer people. These are all living 10,000 evil values. It's heartbreaking. Lu Chen stirred things up in the group chat, then went to the 7th floor and took a photo. Image, it seems like the 7th floor has already been wiped out. Fan Yo-jae didn't plan to leave anyone alive. Why not run? Sounds had been heard since just now. Most people were awake now, focusing intently on the screen. Lu Chen's single photo almost scared all the residents downstairs out of their wits. Oh no! What do we do? Where do we escape to? Lu Chen, help us! Lu Chen, come to the 8th floor, I will tell you where to go. The residents, who were at their wits' end, suddenly hesitated. They never expected Lu Chen to respond to their plea. What benefit did he have in saving them? Clearly none. This one sentence from Lu Chen was even more shocking than the photos. The residents were excited. There was hope now. In the community, the only one who could stand up to Fan Yo-jae was Lu Chen. Really? Lu Chen, wait for me. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Arranging accommodation for these people was true. Li Yuman, Lu Jingnan, and her old girlfriend's homes were all on the 8th floor and above, and no one was living inside, so the escapees could squeeze in. The only trouble was they needed help to open the doors. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen continued to look at Fan Yo-jae. They had reached the last room on the 6th floor, but the residents below were all rushing out without even properly dressing, running as if their lives depended on it. Some people had seen or heard Fan Yo-jae and his group on the way. The tragic scene on the 6th and 7th floors was clearly visible, scaring the residents into hastening their escape. The burnt bodies in the corridor emitted a faint burnt smell. The fire had already subsided, their clothes burned clean, and with the low temperature, the fire was extinguished quickly. Soon, several survivors appeared, looking terrified, some even shedding tears, clearly deeply frightened. Lu Chen calmly said, "Each of you take some supplies and carry a body. I will reward you with 3 packs of instant noodles." Initially reluctant to move the burnt bodies, the residents' expressions changed upon hearing the second half of the sentence. Even the women stepped forward to carry them, unwilling to let go of the bodies. 3 packs of instant noodles. What was that concept? Moving one body was nothing compared to that. They were willing to move all of them. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Go to the 15th floor and wait. I will arrange a house for you. The few people, who were initially filled with intense fear due to Fan Yo-jae, now turned excited. They still had a place to stay? And they could even get 3 packs of instant noodles as supplies? Several residents had been surviving on snow for days. There was no instant noodles or even noodle soup to be found at home. Without a word, a few residents started carrying corpses upstairs. Even those who were weak suddenly found strength at this moment. Lu Chen watched as the terrified residents kept coming out from downstairs, the number of corpses decreasing steadily. Eventually, they even started fighting over the bodies. Lu Chen activated his detection ability once again. Downstairs, there were only 1 or 2 people left who hadn't stayed up late looking at their phones. Unfortunately, these people's lives were destined to end here. Whose fault was it for not staying up late? With no more bodies to carry, the remaining residents were in distress. Just when they thought they would have to give up on the 3 packs of instant noodles,
Lu Chen pointed them towards the bodies on the 7th floor.
The residents hesitated for a few seconds before rushing back downstairs.
Starving cowards would be scared to death, while the brave would be sustained by their courage.
They had already noticed Fan Yojia's movements on the 5th floor and knew he wouldn't be back for a while.
Lu Chen was satisfied watching the eager residents carrying bodies, so he decided to handle the bodies on the 6th floor himself. Quickly descending to the 6th floor, he controlled 5 corpses to move upstairs. Now, not only had Fan Yojia lost the bodies he had snatched, but even his own people's bodies were gone.
Hopefully, Fan Yojia wouldn't lose his little pearl. Lu Chen continued to use his detection ability to monitor Fan Yojia's actions.
They had searched through an entire floor of rooms only to find that everyone inside had escaped, giving them a clue.
Fan Yojia furrowed his brow and opened his phone. Zhou Yuliang also checked his phone and grew angrier as he read. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It's that scumbag Lu Chen again. Fan Yojia was puzzled. Why were their actions exposed again? Was there a traitor among them? He looked at Huang Jiamin in confusion. Huang Jiamin also checked his phone. Fan Yojia snatched it away before Huang Jiamin could react, and he saw Lu Chen's message. Thank you for the information.
Fan Yojia's eyes widened as he scrolled up, finding only that one message.
Zhou Yuliang approached, looking incredulous. His arm transformed into a large blade and he held it against Huang Jiamin's neck. Are you also working for Lu Chen? Huang Jiamin, looking confused, dodged Zhou Yuliang's blade and said angrily, Don't accuse me without reason. I haven't said a word to Lu Chen.
Zhou Yuliang was about to ask Huang Jiamin about the message on his phone when Fan Yojia also grabbed his blade, his eyes filled with hostility.
Damn it, Lu Chen, you're unbelievable. Zhou Yuliang was puzzled, looking at Fan Yojia. Fan Yojia finally spoke, his face dark. Don't you find this message familiar? The situation as well? Lu Jingnan died like this. Lu Chen is sowing discord. Sowing discord? Zhou Yuliang was even more confused. The message was right there. Lu Chen is really cunning.
Our place is probably under surveillance, so he knows everything we do and our next moves. Lu Jingnan probably died in vain, he was never a traitor.
Now Lu Chen wants to get rid of Huang Jiamin using the same method. Zhou Yuliang suddenly understood.
These two incidents were exactly the same. If he had been a bit more impulsive, he might have fallen into Lu Chen's trap. Damn it, I was so stupid, almost suspecting brother Huang.
Zhou Yuliang regretted his lack of judgment, nearly killing his own ally. Fan Yojia waved his hand. It's not your fault. Lu Chen is too cunning.
But it's a blessing in disguise.
Now we can be sure that old Huang is a reliable teammate. Lu Chen's urgent desire to kill old Huang proves his importance. Huang Jiamin remained calm on the surface, but he was actually quite panicked when the blade was at his neck. However, the unfolding situation was indeed as Lu Chen had predicted, which was truly miraculous. Lu Chen, carrying bodies, couldn't help but smile as he watched Fan Yojia's side the whole time. Unexpectedly, the gamble paid off. Fan Yojia did indeed have some suspicions, which ended up backfiring on him. Soon enough, Lu Chen arrived on the 15th floor with the body.
Many people were already gathered here, with almost all the living and dead from below the 8th floor present.
The corridor was almost too crowded to move. Lu Chen used his ability to control objects to open the door of the apartment where Li Yumin used to live.
The residents crowded in, eager to get inside. However, as they pushed forward, someone mentioned, Lu Chen, what about our instant noodles?
This remark made the residents turn to look at Lu Chen. Facing their gazes, Lu Chen calmly said, I can't carry them all with me, can I? Send someone to pick them up at my doorstep.
Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't purchase them from the system store on the spot. It involved his core secret, which couldn't be exposed to so many people. Some residents were skeptical, and a somewhat bulky man with greasy hair stepped forward, asking, So, if you don't give them to us, what can we do? With these words, Lu Chen felt the skeptical gazes coming from all directions.
Some residents were anxious. If Lu Chen retreated to his home, what could they do? Several people discreetly surrounded Lu Chen. Helplessly, Lu Chen sighed, don't stir up trouble.
Lu Chen gestured to the man in front of him, of course, there's nothing you can do because... Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted.
So you're bullying honest folks?
The man took a step closer to Lu Chen, muttering as he walked, but before he could steady himself, a resounding slap met his face, followed by a loud smack. Congratulations on successfully inflicting a severe injury, malicious value plus 2000. The obese man collapsed onto a resident, and as they looked at him, they noticed that a chunk of flesh was missing from his right cheek, revealing yellowish-white teeth.
Some timid girls screamed instantly, their legs turning to jelly, covering their eyes in fear. The man who was slapped looked incredulous. Why did his teeth feel so cold?
He touched his face and realized that his skin had been torn off. The excruciating pain made him writhe, causing the residents supporting him to quickly step back. The man fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Lu Chen casually wiped the blood from the slap on a nearby resident's clothes, because, you can't defeat me even if you gang up on me. So, I advise you to listen more and speak less, or else he will be your fate. After saying this, the residents blocking the way obediently stepped aside, looking at Lu Chen with awe. Who thought Lu Chen was easy to mess with? They sympathetically glanced at the man writhing on the ground. This was a warning to others. Thankfully, someone intervened. A slap that could wipe off a face was no joke, and they were relieved it wasn't them. The residents felt inexplicably fortunate, and no one thought Lu Chen was in the wrong. Those who can't fit, follow me to another room. Lu Chen led the remaining residents into Lu Jingnan and his old girlfriend's place. As they left, a few attractive girls exchanged glances with him. However, they were just moderately attractive. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Lu Chen might have been flustered, but now, with the 3 stunning women at home, these girls were just ordinary. So, they were categorized as mediocre in his eyes. Returning home alone, it was already 3 a.m., and the women were all asleep. Lu Chen opened the system store and purchased 2 boxes of 50 packs of instant noodles, placing them at the door. Within 3 minutes, he saw a few suspicious figures heading upstairs, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the boxes of noodles as if they had seen their long-lost father. Damn! Lu Chen is my real dad. No matter who tries to persuade, it's useless. The person who came together quickly covered that person's mouth and whispered, "Don't disturb Lu Chen's leisure." Most of them thought Lu Chen was really going to change his mind. After all, this was the end of the world. A pack of instant noodles was enough to make them risk their lives. Lu Chen being able to produce so many at once was simply unbelievable. Originally, they didn't have much hope, thinking that if Lu Chen could give out a few packs, it would be considered a great favor. But now, seeing boxes of instant noodles, the contrast made them so excited they could cry. Lu Chen was truly a tycoon in the apocalypse. Damn it! Lu Chen, you scum! Zhou Yuli looked at the mess at the 8th floor staircase, angrily walked to the corridor, which was also in ruins. This beast Lu Chen, he's already beastly enough by saving people, and now he's even trespassing into private homes? Where are the people from the mutual aid group? Are they all dead? Fan Yojia's face was gloomy, even the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his fists were trembling slightly with anger. There were still some broken corpses in the corridor, blood spreading upwards. Since awakening, he had never been so frustrated. In the past 2 days, he had almost been driven crazy by Lu Chen. No need to look, even the bodies on the 7th and 6th floors have been removed, and everyone from the mutual aid group is dead. Zhou Yuli turned angrily, his eyes full of disbelief. With so many people in the mutual aid group, and 2 who ate snowballs, Lu Chen killed them all and nothing happened? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen needs to be killed by tomorrow. If he turns all the bodies into snowballs, we have no chance. Zhou Yuli finally came to his senses, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The people from the mutual aid group, along with those who died on the 6th and 7th floors, amounted to more than 20 snowballs. Adding the nearly 10 that Lu Chen had stolen before, Zhou Yuli inexplicably broke into a cold sweat. He had only eaten more than 20 Fan Yojie and he had eaten about the same. With Lu Chen's current strength, if he were to eat 30 snowballs, they would undoubtedly die. What should we do? Zhou Yuli felt a chill for the first time in the stairwell after eating so many snowballs. Kill Lu Chen. That's the only solution. Once he's dead, everyone in the neighborhood will be like lambs to the slaughter. We can have as many snowballs as we want. Fan Yojie's face darkened. He had originally planned to mass-produce snowballs and strengthen his abilities before going after Lu Chen again, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Fan Yojie looked at Huang Jiejun. The trouble now was that they hadn't been able to give Huang Jiejun any snowballs. Breaking the window seemed unlikely, and forcibly entering was not very realistic, but they still had one advantage. Fan Yojie spoke slowly. Lu Chen has obtained this number of bodies, he will definitely find a way to turn those bodies into snowballs. So he must go out of the neighborhood to collect snowballs in the snow. We only have the option of waiting for him to come to us. As long as we stop him from evolving again, we can easily kill him. Zhou Yuli gritted his teeth. Damn Lu Chen, this bastard. If I catch him, I will definitely crush him to pieces and see how many beauties he has left at home. When he's dead, I'll put a video of me with his woman on his grave. Lu Chen was taking a hot bath, washing away the smell of blood from his body, while watching Fan Yajie's plan unfold. Oof, quite clever, not a single miscalculation, but unfortunately, my ability is given by the system. Making snowballs? Don't be ridiculous.
Those bodies are still well hidden in the survivors' homes. If you really want to say there are snowballs buried in the snow, the bodies Lu Chen stole last time were just a few. But well, if they want me to go, I can. It's time to put an end to this. Lu Chen lay in the bathtub, opened the system store, and found a way to deal with Fan Yujie, who was afraid of fire, while burning the bodies. After searching for a while, he settled on a fire-based skill among the thousands of options. Stone Fire Fist. In a short period of time, imbue the fist with the power of stone and fire, increasing the fist's power while achieving flame enchantment. This Stone Fire Fist is more like a skill than a superpower because it has a cooldown and cannot be used continuously. However, once the skill reaches level 3, there is an hour of usage time every day, more than enough to confront Fan Yujie. Lu Chen didn't even blink his eyes. After the recent windfall, his malicious value had soared to 350,000. Upgrading a level 3 superpower only costs 61,000 malicious value, no big deal. Who knows how much malicious value Fan Yujie's death could bring? Seeing the bright light in his dantian, he must have consumed a lot of snowballs. Maybe wiping them out directly could give him 200,000 or 300,000 malicious value? Lu Chen thought gleefully, continuing to browse the store. Now, the speed of spending money couldn't keep up with the speed of making money. Is this the trouble of being a local tyrant? Lu Chen also upgraded his longtime companions, the superpowers Control Object and Agility, to level 3. Control Object can now manipulate heavier and more items, while level 3 Agility is beyond the grasp of ordinary people even with full concentration. With 100,000 malicious value spent, he still had 190,000 left. What else could he buy? After pondering for a moment, he thought, maybe a weapon? Yes, feasible. Although he currently relies on his physical strength to fight barehanded, having a handy weapon would significantly increase his strength. However, choosing a weapon posed a dilemma. If he chose swords or knives, Lu Chen, being a 3-star good citizen since childhood, wouldn't know how to use them, and buying swordsmanship or knife skills for them wouldn't be worth it. On the other hand, if he chose knuckle dusters, Lu Chen could quickly get the hang of them. But after all, weapons are weapons, and knuckle dusters have limited future versatility. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen still didn't have an answer, just aimlessly browsing through the weapons section. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as they landed on an expensive weapon. The Nano Omni weapon, priced at 150,000 malicious value, was only in its first stage, almost 10 times the price of other high-level weapons. The item description stated that it was a high-tech weapon disguised as a watch, capable of transforming into various forms to adapt to different combat scenarios. This is what I want, 150,000 malicious value. It stings a bit, but it's worth it. This is a graduation-level weapon. Purchase. Lu Chen immediately felt a cool sensation on his wrist. The watch was very light and full of technology. With a thought, the watch gradually attached to his palm, transforming into a black and gold knuckle duster with sharp claws, reminiscent of the Iron Man from the Avengers. Lu Chen tried clenching his fist, feeling the powerful thrust brought by the metal, exuding a punk vibe. After a while, Lu Chen finally recovered from the shock of the high-tech gadget. This was a toy he had dreamed of since childhood, and he never expected to obtain it in this way. However, he only had 40,000 malicious value left. I'm so broke, I need to earn another 50,000 or I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then walked into Li Yuman's room where she was sleeping. She was always up to no good, so why not mess with her a bit? Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yuman. Malicious value plus 2,000. Congratulations on successfully bullying partner Li Yuman. Malicious value plus 2,000. Congratulations on forcibly conquering Li Yuman. Malicious value plus 5,000. Rumble. Yikes! Lu Chen lay on the warm bed, suddenly feeling dizzy, with a deafening roar erupting without warning, followed by a seismic alert from his phone. Astonished, Lu Chen was taken aback, and at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for surviving to the preparatory phase of the second stage of the apocalypse. Please prepare accordingly. Host, damn it? Are you preparing for a market when it's already started? Lu Chen didn't have time to think about it. He quickly looked out the window. Due to the snow covering the ground, he couldn't see anything clearly, but it was evident that the entire neighborhood was swaying. It felt like being adrift on a ship. Ah! On the bed, Li Yuman clutched the edge tightly, screaming as the violent shaking continued. She looked in terror at the distant building, which was separating from the residential area at an unbelievable speed. Lu Chen was also in a panic. Should they escape or stay put? In the event of an earthquake, they should go to an open space, but this room had been reinforced. Maybe it would be safer here? No. They were on the 19th floor, too high up. The structural integrity of the building might not hold. But where to escape? Outside was covered in ice and snow. I might be fine with my cold resistance ability, but what about them? The two women in the neighboring room who were sleeping were also panicking and calling out, Lu Chen! Lu Chen! What should we do? Jiang Xinyu was still bound hand and foot, in a state of panic. Lu Chen quickly used his telekinesis to release Jiang Xinyu from her restraints. Suddenly, the shaking of the building seemed to stabilize. Lu Chen's expression hardened. If he didn't act now, he might not get another chance. Let's head downstairs in the residential area first. We'll consider insulation later. I still have 50,000 evil points. We can only take it step by step. Lu Chen rushed out of the room, and residents on the same floor were poking their heads out, but when they saw Lu Chen running out with 3 women, they quickly followed suit, dispelling any doubts they had. If Lu Chen was running, what reason did they have to stay behind? Panic and screams filled the residential area, and no one knew what was happening. Everyone ran downstairs with the crowd. Damn it! Just escaped the tiger's den, now back into the lion's den. I haven't even finished my instant noodles. Why does this kind of thing happen now? Lu Chen was also frustrated. The plan was completely ruined. Fan Yoji was still alive, causing trouble again. It seemed like they had to take him down ahead of schedule. Soon, Lu Chen was blocked by the crowded people, slowing down his pace. Click! The lights in the corridor went out, plunging them into darkness once again. The power was out, and another round of screams ensued. Lu Chen quickly activated his detection ability. He felt a soft warmth on his hand. Jiang Xinyu's trembling voice came, Lu Chen, what should we do? I'm so cold. Lu Chen used his ability to sense. Because of the urgency, Jiang Xinyu was only wearing a down jacket, with her white thighs exposed. Her legs were not cooperating as they ran. Lu Chen had no choice but to carry the 3 women and leap into the air. Congratulations on successfully trampling the residents. Evil points plus 100. Congratulations on successfully trampling the residents. Evil points plus 100. 3 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Due to the reflection of light on the ice and snow, the first floor was dimly lit, but at least they could see a little. Many people had gathered here, all crowded at the entrance. Outside was a snowy landscape, inside was the threat of an earthquake. All they could do was guard this entrance, feeling lost. He. Lu Chen, still carrying women at a time like this? Lu Chen sighed slightly, looking not far from the entrance, where Fan Yojia, Zhou Yuli, and the Huang family soldiers were. Even though the first floor was crowded, no one was around them. It seemed like things were going their way. In Fan Yajia's eyes, without that highly defensive house, Lu Chen was at their mercy. Lu Chen ignored Zhou Yuli's provocation. He would deal with them later. For now, he needed to keep these girls warm. Lu Chen used his telekinesis to forcefully clear a path through the crowd, creating a way out. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Chen led the 3 women out into the snowy landscape without looking back. Even Fan Yojie and the others were stunned. Was Lu Chen being reckless? Or did he not care about the women's lives? Fan Yojie slowly approached the entrance, watching Lu Chen walk deeper into the snow, his face filled with confusion. Do you think you can't win, so you're giving up resistance? Are you planning to commit suicide? Lu Chen resolutely walked deeper into the snow, while also opening the system store to purchase warm clothing and heating pads. The 3 women urgently wrapped themselves in the clothes and tore open the heating pads. Lu Yunyun timidly asked, Lu Chen, where are we going? There was a hint of despair in the women's eyes. Given the current situation, huddling together on the first floor for warmth seemed like the most sensible choice. Lu Chen brought them out. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Chen's choice to leave the residential area indicated that he couldn't confront Fan Yojie head-on, so this was his last resort. But freezing to death in the ice and snow was extremely painful. Lu Chen sensed the concerns of the others and was about to explain when the system suddenly sent a prompt. Congratulations on making your partners Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun determined to face death together. Malicious value plus 5,000. Congratulations on making Jiang Xinyu desperate. Malicious value plus 500. Lu Chen was stunned. Ha! Could it be like this? Lu Chen, even if we die, we must be together. Let's be a couple who endure the snow and grow old together. Lu Yunyun suddenly became extremely tragic for some reason, her pretty face turning bright red from the cold, tears falling incessantly, freezing into ice crystals within seconds. Lu Chen was speechless. Who wants to die? Li Yumin also started sobbing. Lu Chen, you are the best among all the men I've met. I love you. What the? When did it turn into this kind of emotional scene? And why the hell mention other men at this moment? Seeing the 2 women like this, Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but cry too. She had only enjoyed a few good days, and now it seemed like those days were over. Lu Chen, how about buying me a bunny girl outfit again? I want to die looking pretty. Lu Chen looked at the three women crying and his facial muscles twitched slightly. He ruthlessly interrupted the emotional moment. They were already about 200 meters away from the residential area gate. Don't worry, I haven't had enough fun yet. I won't let you die so easily. Lu Chen dug out 3 snowballs from the snow. Oh my god! Jiang Xinyu exclaimed, am I seeing things right? Her eyes lit up, wiping away the ice chips at the corners of her eyes. She confirmed that they were indeed snowballs. And there were so many of them. Lu Chen dug out 9 snowballs in total, 1 for each of them. Jiang Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. Wow. After receiving the snowballs, Jiang Xinyu couldn't wait to swallow hers, and the other 2 women followed suit. The snowballs were cold but not as unbearable as the ice and snow. After swallowing them, there was no warm sensation, but a feeling of merging with the ice and snow, making the cold bearable. Their complexion visibly improved, and they became more spirited. Jiang Xinyu even tried flexing her fist, saying to herself, this strength. I feel like I can take on 10 people. Seeing them suddenly full of life and joy, Lu Chen mischievously smiled and looked at Lu Yunyun. Endure the snow together, grow old together. Lu Yunyun blushed visibly and quickly covered Lu Chen's mouth. Don't say it, please don't. The system prompted, congratulations on arousing Lu Yunyun's extreme shame. Malicious value plus 3,000. When Lu Chen shifted his gaze to Li Yumin, she wasn't as shy as Lu Yunyun. I love you, what's wrong with that? TSK. A woman is a woman, even saying I love you sounds so cheap. And you? Do you still want to die looking pretty? Jiang Xinyu blushed too, turned her head away, and with a hint of coyness, said, I don't want to die anymore. The system prompted, congratulations on arousing Jiang Xinyu's shame. Malicious value plus 1,000. These girls are really cute. As Lu Chen flirted, that strange swaying sensation came back. Lu Chen couldn't help but tense his nerves again, but just like last time, it was all bark and no bite. The swaying sensation was vividly clear, yet it had no impact on the residential buildings. What's going on? Is this how an earthquake feels? Lu Chen had never experienced an earthquake, but he had seen plenty of scenes of destruction, which were clearly different from the current situation. Lu Yunyun touched her delicate chin, looking pensive. Actually, if I had to describe it, this feeling is like being on a boat. The group exchanged puzzled looks, and Lu Yunyun continued to explain, because I used to live by a big river when I was young, there were often sightseeing boats. I would play on them frequently, and the sensation now feels like back when I was on a boat. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, recalling the eerie sight of distant buildings moving away from his home at an unnatural speed. Could it be? Lu Chen took out his phone and opened the satellite map. What he saw was bizarre, the coordinates showed them in the middle of an empty sea. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and the other 3 heads gathered around to see the same scene, leaving them all puzzled. Why was this happening? Is the map glitching? Jiang Xinyu asked, quickly taking out her phone and opening the map, only to find the same situation. Their coordinates had now moved away from the coast, heading towards the direction of Neon Country at a speed of nearly 100 kilometers per hour, resembling a large ship adrift at sea. Lu Chen stared at the screen in confusion. Could it be the Age of Discovery? No, it's the Sword Maiden. Lu Chen suddenly thought of the woman who claimed to be a maiden of the sword, whom he had never met. Were they really going to meet an online friend? No. What was he thinking? The focus should be on why this was happening, right? The drifting of the continental plates. Is this what the system referred to as the second stage of the apocalypse? Lu Chen quickly opened the global forum, without the need to search as almost all content was now about earthquakes. Obviously, this was happening on a global scale. How eerie. Why did this feel so familiar? Lu Chen didn't dwell on it too much and soon understood the source of this familiarity. Wasn't this like the Ice Age movie? Lu Chen thought of the old comedy animated film with sloths, mammoths, and saber-toothed tigers avoiding disasters. Wasn't this the kind of apocalypse they faced? Ice and snow, continental drift. Whoa, it's like a movie coming to life. Lu Chen's head was buzzing. So, they were now experiencing a reshuffling of the world map? They would wander on the sea, drifting with the currents until they stopped at some corner of the earth. Then, Lu Chen looked at the residential area. The swaying sensation had lessened significantly, and the neighborhood remained unchanged, not even a few broken pieces of glass. Could they still live in the neighborhood? Or should they ensure their safety? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. If they could reinforce the house, even if the neighborhood collapsed, they should be able to cope, right? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen finally stopped feeling lost. Indeed, accumulating evil points was the top priority. Lu Chen, where should we escape to now? How about the mall? I remember it's not too far away. Lu Chen was puzzled. Why do we need to escape? Isn't it fine to stay here? Jiang Xinyu looked uneasy, but Fan Yojie is here, he won't let us go back. Lu Chen suddenly realized, then smiled slightly. He understood. Jiang Xinyu, no, Li Yumin and Lu Yunyun also thought they were kicked out of the neighborhood because of Fan Yojie? In fact, it was just Lu Chen's fear of the neighborhood collapsing. If they stayed on the ground floor and the neighborhood really collapsed, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. The other residents didn't escape because they feared the cold, but Lu Chen, on the contrary, had a way to deal with the cold, so why not run? It's just that he didn't expect this simple action to cause such a big misunderstanding. Lu Chen looked disdainful. Do we need his permission to go back? The three women were stunned, but seeing Lu Chen's confidence, they inexplicably gained confidence too. They thought Lu Chen was afraid of Fan Yojie, but now it seemed they had overthought it. Just then, the last remaining slight swaying sensation disappeared. Lu Chen glanced at the time, realizing it had been over 20 minutes since they came out. The snowballs had worked well, the three women hadn't felt any discomfort so far. Lu Chen took the lead and started walking back. As he walked, he activated his ability to detect anomalies, focusing on the ground floor of the residential area. Is it over now? The residents dared not even breathe. The darkness and slight dizziness caused by the shaking did not provide them with any sense of security. Perhaps. I thought I was going to die. After a moment of calm, the suppressed atmosphere was broken. The intense fear that followed the dissipation of urgency spread, and many girls secretly wiped away tears, grateful for their narrow escape. Before long, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Joey suddenly burst into laughter, causing everyone around to look at him. Especially the residents who had been robbed by Fan Yojie not long ago couldn't help but have a bad feeling. I mean, Lu Chen is such a coward. I thought there would at least be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, unexpectedly, he chose to freeze to death outside. Fan Yojie also laughed. He had thought it would be a sleepless night, especially after Lu Chen had killed all the members of the mutual aid group and taken the bodies away. If Lu Chen turned all those bodies into snowballs, they would be in dire straits. Unexpectedly, fate intervened, forcing Lu Chen out of his shell of a house. Indeed, I am the chosen one. Fan Yojie could no longer contain his smile, his mouth almost reaching his ears. His once loyal and solid face now looked deranged, laughing maniacally, appearing terrifying in the dim light. The residents couldn't help but feel uneasy. Fan Yojie was already a well-known robber in the neighborhood. Unconsciously, they began to move towards the entrance of the building, trying to go upstairs. Fan Yojie keenly noticed this and leaped up, landing heavily on the stairs, blocking the way back upstairs with his burly body. Nearly 100 people crowded on the ground floor, all inexplicably fearful. What was Fan Yojie planning? And what kind of physical ability was this? One jump covered 10 meters. What are you going to do? We've given you all the supplies. Swish! A thick, axe-like long knife fell. The sound of bones breaking and flesh shattering was horrifying. The person speaking couldn't finish their sentence before blood splattered. In the darkness, people were puzzled by this strange sound. A resident nearby touched their face, feeling something warm and soft stuck to it, slightly sticky. When they took it off and tried to identify it, they realized it was a piece of flesh and blood twitching slightly. A chilling sensation ran through their body in an instant. They turned their head in a daze and saw the blood-stained big knife and the mangled remains. Ah, dead bodies. The woman felt like a balloon was stuck in her chest, choking her throat. She covered her mouth, trembling with fear, pushing frantically through the dense crowd, trying to retreat. But in the next moment, she saw the bloodied knife swiftly approaching in the dim light. Her fading eyes caught a glimpse of Zhou Yi's sinister smile. Pu-chi. This time, the gathered residents saw clearly as the woman was stabbed through the body, blood splattering everywhere. Extreme fear erupted into piercing screams. Murder! Murder! The residents panicked, shouting, crying, and some pushed the people in front of them forward. The gate of the neighborhood was pushed open, and they ran into the snow, some trying to escape towards the staircase where Fan Yojie was. A small man tried to crawl under Fan Yojie's body to escape upstairs, but halfway through, a heavy fist struck his back. Thud. The clear sound of cheekbones shattering against the corner of the stairs followed. Then, a pungent smell filled the air, and when they looked up again, a figure about 3 meters tall. No, not quite human, blocked the stairway. The stench emanated from there, like the smell of a zoo. More intense screams erupted, and the exit of the residential area became the only way out. Everyone ran outside in extreme panic. The cramped space on the ground floor, which was originally so crowded that it was hard to breathe, slowly became spacious, but increasingly treacherous to step on. Because the ground was covered with blood and corpses, people squeezed out of the residential area at the entrance, running for their lives in the snow. Why? Why do they still want to kill people when they have already given all the supplies to Fan Yojie? Footprints in the snow grew deeper and more difficult to walk on, a sense of despair creeping in. Where should they run to? Before long, the cold set in, and the residents began to stiffen, unable to run anymore, standing still and looking back at the entrance of the residential area. A bear-like figure covered in brown-black fur emerged from the residential area, drenched in fresh blood and flesh. Everyone stared at this terrifying bear. Recruiting for the mutual aid group, the bear uttered with a beastly roar, though hard to discern, everyone heard it clearly. In the moment of shock, a fat middle-aged man crawled flatteringly under the bear's feet, his right cheek missing skin, the wound cauterized to stop the bleeding. Me. Fan Yojie. I never liked that dead dog Lucien. I want to join the mutual aid group, I want to. The fat man's speech was trembling, but his eyes undoubtedly sparkled with longing. The residents swallowed nervously, watching this scene tensely. Everyone knew that Fan Yojie would deceive people into joining the mutual aid group, only to kill them. Unexpectedly, the fat man was not beaten to death, not even glanced at by the bear man, who roared, "You can go back." Fan Yojie's bare mouth opened in a sinister grin, revealing fangs, as if laughing. Of course, the people in the residential area couldn't all be killed, he needed some to serve him. So, the show of power ended, and it was time to start selecting. With Lu Chen out of the way, there was no threat in the residential area, and he was undoubtedly the leader, with no one daring to defy him. The residents looked at each other in confusion. They actually let that person go back? The people in the snow stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, then silently began to walk back. Hey, Fan Yojie is a bandit, can you all believe this? Can't the fact that those who joined the mutual aid group before didn't make it clear? It was the young man who lived opposite Lu Chen, who had exchanged a few glances with him. But before he could finish speaking, a young man with puffy eyes and a lean figure retorted, "Idiot, have you never heard of to the victor belong the spoils? Fan Yojie is the victor now, so he should rule. Or you can wait for that dead man Lu Chen to come and save you. You. If I remember correctly, you were just saved by Lu Chen, right? Eating his instant noodles, and now you're cursing him?" A girl glared at him angrily. But he didn't care at all. "Ha, bitch, don't act all high and mighty. But, I almost forgot." The man laughed and ran to Fan Yojie, bowing and scraping, "Boss Fan, I know where there are supplies, almost 100 packs of instant noodles. I'll take charge and offer them all to you, boss." Fan Yojie glanced down and waved his bare paw, "Go in." The lean young man turned back triumphantly, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth when he smiled. "Little lady, I won't hold it against you for cursing me. Remember to come to the mutual aid group later. I like things warm." The girl's body trembled slightly, gritting her teeth, "I'd rather die out here." The lean young man licked his lips, "He. Then I'll reluctantly make use of your body. Lu Can shouldn't have saved a bastard like you, ungrateful." The girl stood stubbornly in the snow, unmoved. However, there were only a few people like this girl. The residents all knew Fan Yojie was a bandit, and they also understood that even if they went back, they might die, but not going back now would mean freezing to death. Lu Can had once balanced Fan Yojie, but obviously, this balance was now broken, with Lu Can fleeing without a fight, leaving Fan Yojie in control. Even though he was a bandit, so what? The truth in this post-apocalyptic world was fists. Since no one could resist Fan Yojie's fists, all that was left was submission. The residents walked back as if in a daze. Some with good physical condition found it less difficult to walk back because they knew they could be of use to Fan Yojie and might not necessarily die. As for the thin and weak ones, they walked slowly, unable to find a reason why Fan Yojie would spare them, only clinging to a glimmer of hope, thinking maybe Fan Yojie would show some mercy. The girls silently shed tears. Their fate? It was now more predictable. Only two paths awaited them: being treated as playthings or being killed directly. Their steps became heavier. The entire snowfield fell into a strange silence, like a scene of mourning, everyone mourning silently for themselves. But at this moment, a clear voice of a young man sounded, piercing the desolate snowfield. Where is this fishy smell coming from? Oh, it's a pet bear." Upon hearing this voice, the residents still in the snowfield were stunned. They turned their heads and saw four figures in the snow. The leader was none other than Lu Can. "Ah, Lu Can? Lu Can is still alive?" The residents turned in surprise. It had been over 30 minutes, and not only was Lu Can alive, but the three women with him were also alive? A strange feeling of joy surged within them. Did Lu Chen's return mean someone was going to deal with Fan Yojie? Did they not have to wait for death anymore? Fan Yojie, who had transformed into a giant bear, also turned his head and, upon seeing Lu Can, a strange sense of fear gripped him, his fur standing on end, his heart racing uncontrollably. Congratulations on triggering extreme fear in Fan Yojie, malicious value plus 1000.
Fan Yojie awkwardly used his bare paw to grab his chest, feeling the vibrations clearly.
No, no, no. Why? Why was this happening? The residents also noticed the bear's abnormal behavior and looked up.
Fan Yojie kept pounding his chest with his bare paw, each hit heavier than the last, but it was still ineffective, his heart beating faster and faster. He was afraid because he understood this feeling. It was called palpitations. Animals would feel this in extreme crisis situations. It was a kind of intuition, but it was evident that humans were not as sensitive as bears in this regard.
No, 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 Liu Ken can't beat us. Hey, Zhou Yuli, Huang Jiajun, come out.
Fan Yojie forcibly suppressed the urge to escape and kept shouting towards the entrance of the residential area. Hearing the urgent and growling shouts, two men came out of the house.
Zhou Yuli looked puzzled. What's wrong? Boss Fan. Liu Ken, Liu. Fan Yojie couldn't even speak properly, but Zhou Yuli had already seen Liu Ken. Ha!
Damn, Liu Ken, you really can endure the cold, haven't died after so long.
Zhou Yuli raised his big knife. Isn't it better to die honestly in the snow? What? Do you want to send those women back to us before you die? Liu Ken was speechless.
Jiang Xinyu was already quite scared seeing such a big bear, and when she heard Zhou Yuli's words, her face turned red with anger. How can this person think with his lower body? After saying that, she punched Liu Ken, just like you.
How could she wrongly accuse him like that?
Liu Ken was about to argue his case when Zhou Yuli shouted again.
What? Liu Ken, scared stiff? I can make your death quicker. TSK.
With a deep breath, Liu Chen stomped forcefully, clearing the snow in front of him, heading straight towards Zhou Yuli. Zhou Yuli, originally dismissive, raised his knife to shout a few more words, but to his horror, within just 2 or 3 seconds, Liu Chen had run hundreds of meters and was almost upon him. Zhou Yuli swallowed his words, his face twisted in a grimace as he raised his large knife high and brought it down heavily, creating a sharp sound through the air. Zhou Yuli didn't see Liu Chen clearly, but he felt the immense force coming from the blade. He muttered with difficulty, I
underestimated. Regaining his senses, he finally saw Liu Chen smile and a mechanical arm, or rather a claw.
The mechanical claw firmly gripped the large knife, which was also his arm.
Zhou Yuli quickly pulled back, astonished to find the blade immovable.
Seeing Liu Chen effortlessly handling the situation, Zhou Yuli felt a sense of panic. No one had taught him what to do when someone grabbed the blade. Then, a crack, like the sound of breaking snow cookies. Zhou Yuli felt the excruciating pain of bones breaking as Liu Chen exerted more force, tearing the long knife away, fresh blood gushing out from the blade. More than the pain, Zhou Yuli felt bewildered, unable to control his expression as he watched the blood spurt uncontrollably.
Ah, my hand!
Congratulations on severely injuring Zhou Yuli successfully, malicious value plus 2000. Liu Chen held the broken blade fragment. Oh, so this is what's inside.
Fan Yojie, attack! Fan Yojie, Huang family army, why aren't you attacking?
Zhou Yuli roared hysterically, looking at Liu Chen as if he had seen a ghost, unable to focus his pupils, retreating in fear while clutching his broken arm. But in those few seconds, Fan Yojie had already run deep into the snow, and by the time Zhou Yuli noticed, Fan Yojie's figure was almost gone.
Liu Chen looked disdainfully at the bear-like Fan Yojie. Your boss had to pee urgently? Running so far, to take a leak? Zhou Yuli stared blankly at Fan Yojie's disappearing figure. This Fan, boss? Liu Chen patted Zhou Yuli's head. Don't worry, I'll bring him back. With that, Liu Chen chased after Fan Yojie. Zhou Yuli instantly collapsed to the ground, starting to laugh uncontrollably. Wasn't it said that Liu Chen would surely die in a direct confrontation? Congratulations on evoking fear and despair in Zhou Yuli, malicious value plus 2000. The residents in the snowfield also watched in confusion at this sudden turn of events, falling into silence. What on earth was happening? How could Zhou Yuli, the crazed killer, be sitting on the ground wiping his tears? Did Liu Chen hit him with a pearl? Why did he look a bit pitiful? The residents absent-mindedly muttered, Liu Chen. No, why did he run before showing his strength? Fan Yojie ran frantically in the snow, his steps unsteady, stumbling several times before turning back to escape. The faster he ran, the lighter his fear felt, knowing that the distance between him and Liu Chen was increasing. Damn it, damn it. What kind of monster is Liu Chen after all? Zhou Yuli, hold on a bit longer, just a bit longer, I'll soon be able to escape, I'll live well in your place. Fan Yojie muttered to himself, but not long after, the palpitations spread through his body again. Fan Yojie uncontrollably turned his head back and saw Liu Chen sprinting towards him, scaring him to the brink of tears. No 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 no. Fan Yojie even started to imitate a bear, running on all fours, but it was futile. In a matter of seconds, Fan Yojie felt unable to move his feet anymore, his sturdy bear-like hind legs caught by Liu Chen's mechanical claw,
impossible to pull out no matter how hard he tried.
No!
Lu Chen, listen to me, the entire neighborhood can be yours, I'll leave, I'll never come back, I don't want to die, Lu Chen. Fan Yojie, with the face of a bear, cried tears of despair.
Lu Chen smiled, no, that won't do. You have over 100,000 evil points on the move, how can I let you escape? However, Lu Chen still smiled and said, well, alright, I never force anyone.
But Fan Yojie completely didn't buy it, collapsing once again. Lu Chen, don't lie to me, I can feel it.
Congratulations on making Fan Yojie collapse, evil points plus 2,000. Lu Chen dragged the bear back. Is this animal instinct? Quite accurate. Fan Yojie was even more devastated upon hearing this.
In his eyes, Lu Chen was a creature beyond common sense. Even at 3 meters tall, with a bear-like physique, it didn't bring any sense of security. 3 minutes later, Lu Chen returned like a triumphant hunter, dragging a bear that looked dead with one hand.
Fan Yojie? Is that Fan Yojie? The residents were shocked by this sudden huge contrast.
Zhou Yali and Fan Yojie, two arrogant bullies, looked like toys in Lu Chen's hands.
Suddenly, cheers erupted in the snow. Lu Chen.
The few residents left in the snow seemed to vent their anger, excitedly watching the scene.
Big brother Lu Chen, I knew you would come back and defeat them.
The skinny young man grinned, had already gone inside, but now turned back, approaching Lu Chen's path, flattering.
Lu Chen glanced over, smiling and gesturing to the man. Don't, brother Lu Chen, he's just a nobody. The girl suddenly pointed at the skinny young man and scolded angrily.
Hey, Lord Lu Chen, don't listen to this stupid girl's nonsense. I've always believed you could turn the tables, just temporarily subdued. Lu Chen is the one everyone looks up to.
What's Fan Yojie? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you're right.
Come on, brother, lend a hand. The young man immediately smiled and ran over. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen was just a young man, a few compliments and he's lost. He looked triumphantly at the resentful girl, as if mocking her. Then he turned around. Hey, brother Lu Chen, that girl looks pretty. The young man spoke loudly, showing a mischievous smile, while grabbing the other leg of Fan Yojie's bear, seemingly dragging Fan Yojie with effort. The girl sighed helplessly. Lu Chen was still too naive, trusting people like him.
You're quite clever. Lu Chen, like an elder, reached out his hand as if to tap the young man's forehead.
The young man's mouth curled up, obediently bringing his head closer. The residents were somewhat displeased to see this intimate scene, but the next moment, snap! Lu Chen's finger burst out, leaving a horrifying hole in the young man's forehead, brain matter splattering, leaving everyone baffled. The obsequious smile still hung on the young man's face as he stiffly fell to the ground. Congratulations on causing a death, evil points plus 10,000. Congratulations on terrifying several people, evil points plus 1,000 *8. Hee.
Why do you always take people for fools? Lu Chen ignored the young man who didn't brush his teeth, continued dragging Fan Yojie, but the residents couldn't believe their eyes. Did they see it right? Did he just burst his brain? Burst someone's brain out? And tricked him into being killed? Although he was a beast, was Lu Chen a bit too much of a beast?
As the man's body passed by Fan Yojie, the giant bear began to tremble and whimper, digging the snow incessantly, pleading with a sobbing voice.
Lu Chen, please, I was wrong, don't kill me.
Lu Chen came to Zhou Yali, threw Fan Yojie beside him, curled up like a frightened little animal.
Boss Fan,
pull yourself together. Zhou Yali pulled Fan Yojie, then turned to Huang Jiamin. You hold Lu Chen for a while, Will. His words suddenly stuck in his throat, as he saw Huang Jiamin's indifferent face, showing no fear towards Lu Chen. You. Zhou Yuli trembled as he looked at Huang Jejun, the comrade they had high hopes for to deal with. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on evoking Zhou Yuli's despair, maliciousness plus 3,000. Zhou Yuli and Fan Yojie experienced what bone-deep despair felt like. Why did Lu Chen have to provoke this person? Fan Yojie's heart turned ashen as he reverted from the burly bear form back to human, tears and snot still hanging on his face.
Damn it!
Not even the stone fire fist worked. It seemed they had overestimated Fan Yojie's strength.
Lu Chen walked towards Huang Jejun, patting his shoulder. You've worked hard. Mid-sentence, Lu Chen saw Huang Jejun's face change drastically, quickly raising his finger. Lu Chen, watch out.
A pressure accompanied by howling winds enveloped behind Lu Chen. Fan Yojie had picked up the large knife that Zhou Yuli had broken, fiercely swinging it towards Lu Chen from behind, the blade still tainted with Zhou Yuli's blood.
Lu Chen, you were too careless.
Huang Jejun looked in horror at the shattered knife. Invisible energy shot from his fingertips, but was cut by the sharp blade.
Huang Jejun's pupils dilated. How could he forget?
This knife was a weapon that could cut through iron like mud, a blade that not even reinforced steel doors could stop. Huang Jejun tried to pull Lu Chen away, but it was too late. Even the residents who had just raised some hope looked on in despair.
Congratulations on evoking despair in several individuals. Maliciousness plus 2000*9. Fan Yojie grinned wickedly as he swung the knife down, his smile reaching a frenzied extreme. Lu Chen, you're dead to me. Thud. The knife fell directly on top of Lu Chen without deviation. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen, you've stumbled. Fan Yojie held the knife, laughing uncontrollably. His sneak attack was successful. Lu Chen had died at his hands. He was the chosen one. Even with a gap in strength, he could make up for it with strategy. Fan Yojie's laughter grew louder, this time tears of joy. He had succeeded. Despite losing to Lu Chen multiple times, this time he had succeeded. What are you laughing at? Lu Chen rubbed his head, pulling out a handful of hair. Zhou Yuli watched in horror, trembling uncontrollably. He hadn't seen wrong. Lu Chen had moved. Not dead? Ha ha ha. Fan Yojie, oh Fan Yojie, you're truly too scared. You even hallucinated. Ha ha. Lu Chen, how could he not be dead? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on evoking extreme fear in two individuals. Maliciousness plus 2000*2. Fan Yojie's laughter gradually faded. His chest inexplicably began to tremble again. Fan Yojie suddenly stood up, his flesh rapidly wriggling, transforming instantly into a hairy bearman, roaring as he swung the blade with all his might once more. Lu Chen sighed softly, clenching his fist, the mechanical glove emitting a pure crimson flame, heating the air with a slight ripple. Upon contact with the blade, it disintegrated inch by inch, the thick blade shattering like crystal. Only when Fan Yojie's fist collided with Lu Chen's did he realize how accurate an animal's intuition could be. There was no collision, only destruction. Flesh and blood splattered, the large bear paw was shattered into a bloody mist by a punch. In a moment too fast to see clearly, Fan Yojie lost feeling in his other hand. Congratulations on severely injuring Fan Yojie. Maliciousness plus 3000. This confrontation happened in an instant. Fan Yojie tried to support himself with both arms on the ground, only to find his palms had turned into his face against the ground, trembling and crying out as he crawled backward. Lu Chen coldly rotated his wrist, like to sneak attack? What if I go bald? How will you compensate me? Lu Chen, feeling annoyed, scratched his head again, lifting Fan Yojie's bare head, seeing the same panicked face. Damn it, so cowardly yet wanting to sneak attack. How am I supposed to deal with you? Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then opened the system store in his mind, choosing to purchase the talent, Concealed Killing Intent, spending 2,000 points of maliciousness. Want a chance? Lu Chen's smile was very gentle, but Fan Yojie was stunned, his face blank with disbelief. Suddenly, he felt like Lu Chen had no intention of killing him. Fan Yojie stared foolishly at Lu Chen for a moment, then snapped back to reality and stammered, "Why yes, of course, Lu Chen, if you spare my life, I will serve you as a servant, truly." Fan Yojie felt like he had caught a lifeline, his eyes clear with gratitude, completely forgetting that he had just tried to kill Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled, nodded, and opened his left hand, revealing a handful of hair. There are 26 strands of hair here. Lu Chen threw them on the ground, the strands scattering in the snow, then he mixed them around. If you, in bear form, can find every single strand of hair for me, I will let you go. Fan Yojie was puzzled, not understanding what Lu Chen was up to, but that didn't matter. What mattered was staying alive. Lu Chen still had no desire to kill him. It was his intuition telling him so, and it wouldn't be wrong. Fan Yojie quickly bowed his head in gratitude and immediately started searching. Even though he realized he had no hands, he still used his stumps to search in the snow. Lu Chen smiled faintly and walked over to Zhou Yuli. "And you?" Zhou Yuli also nodded frantically, though he didn't understand Lu Chen's intentions, but since Fan Yojie had complied, how could he refuse? "Before Fan Yojie finds all the hair, cut off his skin and give it to me, then I will spare you." Zhou Yuli's mind thundered. Fan Yojie froze, his massive body trembling slightly, surprised as he turned around. No. Lu Chen had no intention of killing him. Fan Yojie buried his head again to find the hair, his movements noticeably faster. Congratulations on successfully sowing discord. Malicious value plus 5,000. Congratulations on inciting panic successfully. Malicious value plus 2,000*2. Zhou Yuli also looked at Fan Yojie's accelerated movements in confusion, unsure. Was Lu Chen saying only one could survive? Zhou Yuli's eyes filled with fear, looking at the blade on his arm. Fan Yojie was his boss, should he fight for this chance to survive? Zhou Yuli's pupils dilated, torn. "Zhou Yuli, I'm your boss. You stay there and don't you dare touch me." Fan Yojie roared angrily, his movements becoming even faster. Zhou Yuli looked at Fan Yojie, then suddenly let out a bitter laugh, no longer conflicted. Congratulations on breaking Zhou Yuli's spirit. Malicious value plus 3,000. Zhou Yuli got up, took 3 steps and leaped behind Fan Yojie, viciously chopping the blade into the bear's back. A piercing cry echoed through the air. The wound on the back was healing rapidly, but couldn't keep up with Zhou Yuli's cutting speed, the stench of blood flowing incessantly. Congratulations on severely injuring Fan Yojie. Malicious value plus 3,000. Hiss. Lu Chen turned away, choosing not to watch. Zhou Yuli was too cruel. Lu Chen counted the number of residents standing on the snowy ground, around 11 or 12 people, including 3 women, but only 9 had felt despair when he was ambushed earlier. In other words, not everyone here wished for his survival. Lu Chen sighed, oh well, there would be another chance to kill. You can go back now, isn't it cold in the snow? Lu Chen felt the temperature, it seemed to have risen a bit, perhaps due to the movement of the Earth's crust generating heat. There were even signs of snow melting. The residents in the snow heard Lu Chen's call and slowly walked back to the community, wondering why this handsome young man wasn't behaving like one. The screams of Fan Yojie made their scalps tingle. At the entrance of the community, many people stood, curiously watching. In the snow, Fan Yojie endured the intense pain, his face twisted in agony as he dug through the snow. 22, 23, 24. The fine hair was placed in the snow beside him, only 2 strands left. Fan Yojie visibly went mad, his pupils thin as threads. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuli became even more frenzied in cutting flesh. Fan Yojie's healing ability seemed to be failing, his entire back exposed to the air. Congratulations on tormenting Fan Yojie successfully. Malicious value plus 3,000. Fan Yojie was in so much pain that he was almost losing consciousness. His mouth couldn't control the drool, but he still resisted, continuously digging through the snow. 25. Only 1 left. Zhou Yali listened to this increasingly difficult gasping. It was not easy to cut up such a large bear with a broken blade, especially when the blade's edge was as sharp as his own flesh and blood, and his arm was enduring excruciating pain. Congratulations on tormenting Zhou Yali successfully. Malicious value plus 3,000. Damn, how can this be so fast, so fast? Despite enduring immense pain, Fan Yojie still had a smile on his face. He was about to win. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, keep it up. Fan Yojie struggled to raise his head, smiled awkwardly at Lu Chen, but what he saw was Lu Chen's mocking expression, as if playing with a toy. However, Lu Chen still had no intention of killing. Fan Yojie had no doubts at all and continued to search. 1 minute. The chest and back were completely cut open. Congratulations on tormenting Zhou Yali successfully. Malicious value plus 3,000. 2 minutes. The hind legs were cut off. Congratulations on tormenting Zhou Yali successfully. Malicious value plus 3,000. 3 minutes. Congratulations on tormenting Zhou Yali successfully. Malicious value plus 3,000. 4 minutes. The piercing screams echoed continuously in the snow, causing a group of residents speaking from inside the door to make hissing sounds, unable to look directly. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, this was quite cruel. Lu Chun. His appearance seems decent. Why is he so ruthless in torturing people? Damn it, Fan Yojie is a murderer. You almost died at his hands. But I don't know why, every time I see Lu Chen kill someone, even though I know the other person is a villain, I can't help but feel sympathy. Lu Chen could kill cleanly and quickly, but Fan Yojie angrily smashed the snow, white snow sprayed out. With a tearful voice, he almost collapsed, then continued to dig through the snow. In these few short minutes, he confirmed 3 times, carefully counted the 25 hairs he dug out. He could no longer feel his skin. If not for the enhanced physical resilience brought by his ability, he would have died from blood loss or pain long ago. While digging, Fan Yojie suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, and the intense pain of flesh tearing filled his body again. Fan Yojie turned back angrily, But this time, when he turned back, he saw the bloody, flesh-like skin, with only the head and forearms left of the bare skin. Fan Yojie's head buzzed, trying to get up but found that his limbs were already immobile. Fan Yojie cried again, I don't want to die. Please stop. Zhou Yali smirked. The knife broke through the last bit of Fan Yojie's skin. Fan Yojie turned his head frantically, buried it in the snow again, roaring, tears blurring his vision. Why? Why can't I find the last one? Stab. Fan Yojie felt his skin being torn apart by a hand non-stop. Congratulations on causing extreme terrifying damage. Malicious value plus 50,000. Lu Chen gently lifted Fan Yojie's head, smiling. Actually, there were only 25 in total. Fan Yojie suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I knew it, Lu Chen, I'll kill you. Fan Yojie didn't know why Lu Chen could deceive his intuition, but by now, he wasn't that foolish. Lu Chen never really considered him a person. After Fan Yojie's hysteria, he fainted from the pain, lying motionless on the ground. Congratulations on breaking Fan Yojie's defense. Malicious value plus 500. This is playing with death. Lu Chen shrugged, the technological gauntlet transformed again, this time into a spike, and with a snap, it pierced Fan Yojie's head. Congratulations on killing Fan Yojie. Malicious value plus 410,000. 410,000? What a joke. Fan Yojie ate 41 snowballs? Damn. He can really eat, huh? Zhou Yuli was full of joy, exhausted and collapsed on the ground after successfully skinning a big, round bear. Zhou Yuli, panting heavily, had a face beaming with the glory of victory. Brother Lu Chen, thank you. I can still. Lu Chen's lips curved into a smile. You lost, Zhou Yuli. The latter seemed to hear something beyond comprehension. The smile on his face instantly vanished. No, this can't be right. I finished skinning it. Lu Chen, look. Zhou Yuli crawled to Fan Yojie, lifted his intact bear skin, signaling Lu Chen to take a look at how well he skinned it. Lu Chen shook his head. I meant, before Fan Yojie found all the hairs, give me the bear skin. He had already found 25. Zhou Yuli looked at Lu Chen's elegant smile and suddenly trembled. Lu Chen was right. Trembling, Zhou Yuli slowly raised the knife, looking at the blade already stained crimson with bear blood, tears streaming uncontrollably. Damn. I don't want to die, damn. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on making Zhou Yuli despair. Malicious value plus 3,000. Congratulations on breaking through Fan Yojie's defense successfully. Malicious value plus 500. Your mental resilience is lacking. Fan Yojie could remain tough even in death, at least he could curse me. The mechanical arm transformed again, turning into a high-quality large knife. Lu Chen's blade fell, and the head rolled off. Congratulations on killing Zhou Yuli. Malicious value plus 290,000. These two, what a treasure trove. Just their death malicious value alone is over 700,000, plus a bunch of miscellaneous malicious values and the previous 50,000. The total malicious value exceeds 840,000. Damn. This could upgrade a bunch of level 4 abilities, and one level 4 costs only 200,000. Well, it still seems expensive. Looks like the road to making money is long and arduous. However, this amount of malicious value is still quite exciting. Maybe reward the girls generously or give some instant noodles to the survivors? When you have money, you just want to show off. Lu Chen pondered how to spend this huge sum, about to head back when he noticed the fallen skin of Fan Yojie. Hiss. Is this ability bear skin different from regular ones? Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to pick it up. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 3-star item. Warm bear skin, valued at 200,000 malicious value. Effect, wearing it provides permanent warmth. The next day, Lu Chen woke up not knowing what time it was, feeling quite exhausted in every sense from last night. Since reaching level 3 physique, the three women seemed a bit overwhelmed. Indeed, saying there are no broken lands is nonsense, they just haven't seen a strong bull. Lu Chen slowly got up, the three women still sound asleep in various positions, showing no intention of waking up. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He needed to find a way to relieve some of their stress. However, all the beauties in the neighborhood were already in his hands, and he couldn't find any interest in the rest. Waking up to beautiful women every day naturally elevated his aesthetic standards, even those with some charm couldn't catch Lu Chen's eye. After a simple wash, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, bought some food, and checked his phone. Huang Jejun briefed him on the neighborhood's affairs. This was also instructed by Lu Chen. With Fan Yojie dead, there wasn't much threat in the neighborhood, but there were still plenty of troublesome matters, like power outages, cold weather, lack of supplies, and a bunch of bodies from last night. Lu Chen didn't want to spend time on these things, so he handed everything over to Huang Jejun without reading his messages carefully, just replying with an acknowledgement before opening the global forum. Another major event occurred at the global forum. Since the drifting of the snowfield map began, snowfield monsters have been appearing one after another. These snowfield monsters have different forms and possess unique abilities, making them formidable in battle. However, upon their death, they would explode into a large number of snowballs, some of which also possess corresponding unique abilities. Therefore, some speculate that these monsters are transformed snowballs, but of course, since the monsters only appeared for a day, there is no definitive conclusion yet. Lu Chen looked at the picture of the snow monster. I wonder if this snow monster can drop gold coins? It would be great to experiment by killing one. Lu Chen gnawed on his steak and continued scrolling down. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. The location was the Vol Mall, just a few kilometers away. Song Qingjun, Vol Mall sheltering survivors. Lu Chen pursed his lips. Why does this sound so familiar? Fan Yojiano. 2. Sheltering survivors again. Where in the apocalypse would such a good thing happen? Lu Chen's eyes flickered, thinking that if it was true, he could kill this Song Qingjun and make a profit. Lu Chen opened Song Qingjun's homepage and casually browsed through it.
Unexpectedly, Song Qingjun, with a rather masculine name, turned out to be a woman. Lu Chen scrolled down further and found that before the apocalypse, she posted content about gymnastics competitions.
It seems she was a gymnast, and this Song Qingjun turned out to be the leader of them all? Quite impressive.
In the apocalypse, malls are definitely a super popular place, and whoever can dominate there must be strong.
A woman becoming the leader?
Lu Chen carefully watched her competition videos. Although a bit blurry, it was evident that Song Qingjun was a woman with wheat-colored skin and very well-defined muscles.
Honestly, Lu Chen admitted that he might not have been able to beat her before the apocalypse. But now,
he would show her what real strength is.
Ding ding ding.
Suddenly, Song Qingjun posted another photo. It was a picture of a snow monster, taken from inside the mall, showing two small giants wandering in the snow, covered in pure white fur, looking quite cute at first glance. Caption, blocked at the entrance, survivors take the back door. Lu Chen stroked his chin, just right. The fattest one in the neighborhood has already been taken care of, and if he wants to earn a lot of evil points, he has to run outside. And now there are snow monsters appearing at this mall. With that in mind, Lu Chen returned to his bedroom and took out his bear skin.
With 3 women. He wouldn't bring them this time. He should be back soon.
Lu Chen bought some food and put it in the fridge, then walked straight out of the door. Arriving on the ground floor of the neighborhood, where many residents had gathered, they had returned to their daily routine of searching for snowballs. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, the residents lowered their voices, looking at him with awe. Lu Chen was now their leader, and no one dared to offend him. No one wanted to die. Lu Chen paid no attention to them, put on the bear skin, and walked out of the neighborhood, purchasing a snowmobile for 10,000 evil points. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the vicinity of the Vol Mall, a huge commercial area with convenience stores, food shops, and everything one could need, truly a feng shui treasure land.
Lu Chen parked the snowmobile in an empty ground floor convenience store with its door wide open.
From here, he could see the silhouettes of the 2 snow monsters. Just as Lu Chen parked the vehicle, he saw 2 people rushing in behind him, a man and a woman, both panting. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. He hadn't paid attention. The probability of encountering people in the snowfield was too low, so he hadn't activated his detection ability. The 2 seemed surprised by Lu Chen's presence as well, tension filling the air instantly as the 3 of them faced each other. Lu Chen scrutinized the 2 in front of him, both very young, wrapped in padded jackets but still with red faces from the cold. They had minimal equipment, with only the woman carrying a waist bag. The woman was petite. Lu Chen estimated she was barely 5 feet tall, with a delicate and fragile-looking face that seemed like it could break at a touch. However, despite severe vertical growth retardation, her horizontal growth was exceptionally abnormal. The padded jacket couldn't hide it at all. "Who are you?" a man took the lead and asked with an unfriendly look. "Kid, if you had that expression in the neighborhood, I would twist your head off. But since we lack information now, I'll let you go. We might be able to get some information out of these 2. Lu Chen replied calmly and amiably, "If you want to know my name, it's Lu Chen. As for why I'm here, it's for this Walmart. What about you guys?" Lu Chen looked at the 2 in front of him, then his expression softened slightly. "We are from Walmart. You don't seem like a desperate survivor. If you're after supplies from the store, I suggest you leave quickly. But if you want to join us, we can take you up there," the girl added. Lu Chen glanced at the petite girl, who looked a bit silly as she met his gaze. "Hey, I advise you not to stare." Before he could finish, Lu Chen's fist struck the man's cheek with a bang. The force of the punch alone made the man dizzy. He hadn't even seen when Lu Chen moved his hand. Cold sweat instantly covered his back. This man was a supernatural being, a rare speed type, a rare talent in the post-apocalyptic world. Lu Chen withdrew his fist. This man wouldn't behave unless given a warning. Seeing Lu Chen stop, the man's tense nerves relaxed a bit, his once stern expression softened. He turned his head slightly stiffly, cautiously examining Lu Chen's face. If it was this person. The girl, on the other hand, was excited and moved closer to Lu Chen. "Hey, Lu Chen, are you interested in joining us? We have great benefits." Lu Chen sat down with the 2, lit a fire with some convenience store scraps, and chatted for a while. The girl's name was Ruan Yu, and the boy was Lu Yun. They had eaten a few snowballs, had endurance and strength beyond ordinary people, but no supernatural abilities, and their combat skills were not outstanding. So they could only be part of Walmart's scavenging team, responsible for gathering supplies from food stores around the mall and transporting them inside. These small stores served as transfer stations, and due to temperature reasons, they needed to stop and rest by a fire after a while, which was why they met at this convenience store. Lu Chen nodded. Although the title of the scavenging team sounded good, in reality, it was just hard labor.
So, why are you trying to recruit survivors? Lu Chen asked in confusion.
In the post-apocalyptic world, no one would keep you around for free if you didn't have value. The two looked uneasy, pondered for a while, and Ruanyu hesitantly said, after all, we are a mall and not lacking in supplies. So our leader wants to do good deeds.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Really?
This girl wasn't good at lying. Making the scavenging team eat snowballs didn't make her a saint.
So what's the truth?
Ruanyu was taken aback, her face reddening after being exposed on the spot. Okay, I didn't tell the truth. But Lu Chen, you don't have to worry. Our leader only kills ordinary people.
Capable survivors are very welcome, and the treatment is indeed good.
We are among the few within tens of kilometers who can eat and dress well in the post-apocalyptic world.
This explanation seems somewhat reasonable. Killing ordinary people. If he could try to take this person down, his wickedness value would definitely skyrocket. Lu Chen asked again, so why do you want me to join, and what's the reason behind it? It should be their leader's concern to recruit strong individuals, so why were these two employees so eager? It was quite unusual.
Ruanyu nodded helplessly. I'll tell you everything.
Once you become a member of the mall, you have to follow the leader's rules. Our main task is to transport goods, but that only provides basic needs. If you want a better life, you have to complete some tasks, like persuading survivors.
3 ordinary people can exchange for a snowball, and if we recruit a supernatural like you, we also get a snowball, and of course, there are many basic supplies.
There are many such reward and punishment tasks, oh right.
Look at those 2 snow monsters, each of their bounties is a special ability snowball and 3 frozen beefsteaks. Ruanyu looked at the snow monsters with obvious eagerness in her eyes. A special ability snowball could change her fate for the better, perhaps allowing her to join the combat team.
Lu Chen squinted, changed his sitting posture, and understood in his heart.
The Wool Mall was already a complete system, with survivors having their own roles and a system of rewards and punishments. The only difference from modern society was that this Song Qing-jun was a dictator.
Seemingly good rewards and punishments were essentially exploitation.
3 ordinary survivors were worth 3 snowballs, yet she shamelessly claimed that 3 people would receive 1 reward.
The materials used for rewards followed the same principle.
Materials should not belong to anyone, but she held all the resources firmly in her hands. Although such practices were acceptable in the apocalypse, strength dictated everything. As long as she could maintain her position, there was nothing she wouldn't do.
Lu Chen thought for a moment. After all, he came for his evil value in the pretty girl, there was no reason not to visit the mall. Besides, Ruanyu was quite charming. Even if he couldn't quickly conquer the mall, he had to take Ruanyu away first. He mainly didn't want her to be exploited, wanting to give her a good life and a good home, with no impure motives. Immediately, Lu Chen nodded, I can join you. As soon as Lu Chen spoke, both of them brightened up. That's great, we'll take you there right away. Without further ado, the 2 of them hurriedly got up, eager to take Lu Chen with them.
10 minutes later, Lu Chen followed the 2 around to the side entrance of the mall and immediately saw several people holding mops and knives modified into long spears guarding the entrance, with an unusual number of women among them.
Lu Chen smiled, he had come to the right place. Wasn't this like a wolf entering a sheep pen, choosing who to prey on?
The female guards relaxed their guard, confirming that he was one of them, and then began to scrutinize this handsome young man with strange looks and strange smiles on their faces.
It was a strange kind of scrutiny that left an impression on Lu Chen.
He had once worked as a gigolo to earn rice, and these looks were reminiscent of the lecherous intentions of those wealthy women.
But why were they so lecherous at such a young age? The leader, with a single ponytail, a somewhat heroic woman, looked deeply at him. Ordinary person? Or an ability user?
A speed-type ability user, very powerful, Ruanyu answered, pulling Lu Chen away from the women, while Lu Yun went to fill out forms, which would be needed to claim rewards over the weekend. If you're a speed type, go to the second combat team to test your abilities first.
Then follow me. Ruanyu, you can leave now.
The assertive female guard issued a direct order without hesitation. Ruanyu seemed like a pushover, not daring to say anything, just nodding and giving Lu Chen a look of good luck.
Ah, Lu Chen, it's rare to see such a pure and gentle boy in the apocalypse. I hope your abilities pass the assessment. Ruanyu turned away helplessly.
Lu Chen followed the assertive young woman, taking the opportunity to observe the ground floor of the mall. It used to be a fresh market, but now the shelves were empty, not even a leaf of vegetable in sight. Activating his ability to detect anomalies, he focused on the ponytailed woman, and indeed, there was a bright light in her abdomen, but it was far less intense than Fan Yajia's or Zhou Yali's. The other guards also had some faint lights, but they were all weak and insignificant, mere cannon fodder.
Lu Chen raised his gaze and began searching the mall.
The second floor of the mall housed some clothing stores, but only half of them were open. The rest had their shutters down, and inside. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, a scene of bloodshed, iron chains, shackles, strange torture devices, blood seeping into the ground. Not just one, but several shops on the second floor were like this, all turned into torture chambers. As expected, not a good place. Lu Chen glanced around casually and even spotted some living people nailed to the wall, some with their tongues ripped out, others with mutilated bodies, all barely clinging to life.
Killing is one thing, but being so brutal? Inhumane.
Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the third floor, which housed a restaurant. The number of survivors and guards had noticeably increased. Some were organizing supplies, others were cleaning up, each busy with their own tasks. Most of the supplies were stored on the third floor. Just as Lu Chen was about to look up again, he suddenly felt his arm being violently pulled, a strength beyond ordinary, and a cold handcuff clicked.
Confused, Lu Chen snapped back to reality. "Miss, this isn't right, is it?"